Yeah, hi stations. How you doing? Lovely, 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 lovely weather in Bridgetown. We are about to start our broadcast of cricket. Hope you're getting our feed loud and clear. Let's welcome 94.7 FM. That's the old CBC. I used to do Mason and Guest there about 10 years ago before Leroy Paris fired me. Now about the Riverside. All right, all right. And Philo Wallace told him to fire me. All right, we are on air in about 10 minutes' time. I'll come back just before 25 minutes past the hour of 2 o'clock. So it's 16 past. I'll come back just before. But we're going to start our broadcast at 25 minutes past the hour of 2 o'clock. Join us then. We good there? Hello? I'm not hearing anything. Yeah. Okay, all stations stand by for crickets. If you're hearing us, give the music a dip. Local station, stand by. We will be with you. Let's check the time. It's 23 past the hour of 2 o'clock. We'll normally do a countdown and then we do an intro. First voice you'll hear is that of our good friend, Brother Hackett. Okay, all stations stand by for cricket. We'll start our broadcast in about a minute. I'll count the last 10. Stand by. All stations. Compton, 30 seconds in Compton. The weather is brilliant, absolutely brilliant in Barbados. We are on air in 25 seconds. I'll count the last 10. Stand by. "15 seconds in Compton. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. On location. This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network, as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries on the West Indies home series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to Kensington Oval for the final match of this 5-game series between New Zealand and the West Indies. The series has been won by New Zealand, but still lots to prove by both teams, because the New Zealand side, they have won on each occasion when chasing. And West Indies, the only victory for them has come when they, in fact, were doing the same thing. So both sides, maybe the opportunity now to prove their versatility, with West Indies winning the toss and opting to bowl. Just one change to the West Indies side. Django is out and Shimron Hetmar comes in. The New Zealand team is unchanged. News, though, on Darryl Mitchell is that he has an injury, hip injury, and is on his way back to New Zealand, but he didn't feature in the last game, so they have an unchanged team. The players are out in the middle. The action will be starting shortly. I've got alongside me Hendy Wallace. Good afternoon to you, Hendy.
Good afternoon to you, Philip, and good afternoon to all of our listeners. It's certainly a beautiful day here at Kensington Oval for the cricket, and what everybody has been saying, Philip, is that it's an absolute pity that the West Indies were not able to get over the line in the last fixture, which would have set up this game nicely had the series been squared and everything to play for in this particular matchup. Unfortunately, that's not the case for the West Indies. They weren't able to take their chances to win that nail-biter, and they will be obviously counting their losses as far as that is concerned, because it does make their automatic qualification for the next World Cup really hanging on a thread at this point in time. New Zealand, no such worries. They'll be very happy to play a game like this where there's no real pressure on them, but they'll want to continue the form that they've exhibited so far, where they have been pretty impressive with their all-round game.
So the New Zealand side, led by Mitchell Satner, he's got Tom Latham, Jaden Lennox, Henry Nichols, Will Young, Nick Kelly, Mark Chapman, Michael Bracewell, Christian Clark, Nathan Smith, and Jacob Duffy. And the West Indies side being led by Shea Hope, it's got Gudakesh Moti, Akeem Ogis, Justin Graves, Casey Carty, Sherfane Rutherford, Shimron Hetmar, Matthew Ford, Azari Joseph, Jaden Seals, and Vital Laws. So those are the lineups, and the action about to begin with the West Indies, as I said, winning the toss and opting to field. So we are about to get going as Seals rushes in from the far end. In fact, aborts his run, and well, he's got to start all over again. So we'll have to wait just a bit longer, Andy.
Yep, and just probably not 100% comfortable with his approach, as he was opting to bowl around the wicket. That's something that's always caught me by surprise. You know, a right arm bowler will actually start to bowl around the wicket, and it's so unnatural in terms of, you know, where you will go your follow through. The natural body action will take you to your left, but he has to veer off to the right.
Around the wicket he comes, and the first delivery is defended and played back up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So Ford, as we saw in the previous match played on Sunday, starting the attack at the northern end, Joe Garner end. And on that occasion, Hendy, he picked up 2 early wickets, which started to set the game up. But even then, at one point, it looked as though it would be a foregone conclusion until the drama after the weather break.
Well, he does have this knack of picking up early wickets for the West Indies. And that, I guess, Shea Hope and giving him plenty of support with 2 slips.
Here he is now around the wicket, outside on the off stump, left alone, and taken by the keeper. So Nichols and Young opening the batting for New Zealanders. Henry Nichols and Will Young looking to give the New Zealanders a good start. And so far in this contest, the team that has won the toss has virtually won the game. So we'll see how that works out today, as Ford is around the wicket once more, and he's off to Mark Nichols. Turn that one square in the offside. It's going to run out towards the boundary. It will not be pulled back. It's gone for 4. So a boundary to get the New Zealanders off and running. Well played by Nichols. It was more timing and placement than anything else.
Yeah, it was very well played. It was just short of length. And there was Nichols getting onto the back foot and just forcing that ball in front of square on the offside. And there's that gap between the cover fielder and the backward point. And we would just keep a close eye on the surface. It's a new pitch, which is a little bit to the western side of the one that was played on Sunday. And it looks a lot clearer, which would suggest that maybe it's a little bit drier. It may be a little bit faster as well, but we just keep an eye on it. And already the second slip has come out and gone into that gap on the offside.
Here's Ford around the wicket and a ball right on target, and Nichols just comes across and plays it back along the pitch to the bowler. I had to do we call it the double take. I was saying to myself, I'm sure there were 2 slips.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's kind of amazing, isn't it?
It's a very interesting concession. And the reason I say that is because Ford does have the ability to angle the ball into the left hand and get it to swing away. So far, we've not seen any swing. Now, listeners might be saying, well, gosh, he's only bowled 4 deliveries, it's a bit hard to say that.
Uh-huh.
But with these white balls, these new white balls, you will have an idea very early if it's going to swing.
Ford, with or without swing, comes around the wicket and is wide of off stump. And that one taken by Hope. Nichols showing absolutely no interest. He's already picked up 4 in the over. Well played stroke 2 through the offside. So let's see. The second slip going to come back now. What's going on here, Henry Wallace? Talk to us.
Well, that last delivery did shape away slightly, so maybe they're playing it by numbers. It did move a bit. It started wide, but it did move a little bit further away from the left-hander. And I would think that the captain really should give him the support for a couple of overs, and because you really want to take early wickets.
So it would be accurate then to say that they feel placing is a fluid situation.
Yes, yeah, as it should be.
This is extremely fluid. Here is a ball that is played away just past mid-wicket. Got his hand to it and couldn't really stop it. He'll get too comfortably. So a couple of runs out towards a mid-wicket position easily achieved. And after 1 over of this one-day international 50-over contest, of course, the New Zealanders invited to bat by the West Indies 6 for no loss.
Well, that delivery was a little bit straighter. It was played off the hip by Nichols, was in the air for a moment, and I'm sure the fielder there, Carty, was at the mid-wicket position, short mid-wicket position, and for a moment he probably thought it was going to be a possibility of a catch, and then realized it wasn't quite coming to him, and maybe didn't get into a good position to effect the save, and they were able to pick up a couple of runs. But the thing about swing bowling too, Philip, is that the bowler would need to assess what sort of line he wants to start that ball swinging to challenge the outside edge. And we saw a couple of wider deliveries from Ford that just shaped away slightly. But once he came a little bit straighter between wicket and wicket, it didn't have the same shape. And we saw that last delivery, how easy it was for Nichols to just knock it into the leg side.
Seals to start his spell from the southern end. That's outside the Lindy Awesome. Not that far outside, but far enough that Young had no difficulty in opting to leave it alone. Seals operating with 2 slips. There's a third man in as well. There is a square cover, extra cover mid-off. There is also a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fielder out on the fine leg boundary. That's the field in support of Seals. And Seals turning at the top of his mark, just below us here at the southern end. The Malcolm Marshall end, right arm over the wicket to Young. Young is initially thinking of playing at it, but then very quickly recognizing that he didn't need to, and allowed it to go through to wicketkeeper Shea Hope.
And what we can say to listeners that immediately Seals is getting the ball to shape away from the right-handed batter. And just a reminder that there are 2 separate balls here from either end. And although they're all made in the batch, they are handmade. And it's sometimes amazing that how one ball can behave slightly differently to another. But we are seeing Seals getting some shape already.
He moves past the umpire now, right arm over the wicket, and this is a ball that this time Young has to play because that's targeted right at him. And he does so quite comfortably, just comes across and defends. The ball runs up into the offside and there's no run. So 6 for no loss. We are in the second over of this match, with West Indies winning the toss, opting to field. And the last time that happened in this series was the first match when West Indies won. So they'll be hoping for a similar situation, as Seals is playing bowling a good delivery this time, and that certainly left Young in 2 minds. Should I play, should I not? In the end, he probably did a bit of both, and the ball beat the outside edge through to Hope, but that certainly was a good aggressive delivery.
Well, in terms of line, he would have been forced to play. Lucky for him, it was slightly shorter than the ideal length. So he would have been expecting that ball. It was presented, landing just about off stump, just outside. So the inclination will be to play. But because of the length, it lifted and left him, and that probably saved him a bit of a challenge.
He moves in again, and this time once more has Young thinking, because as Young came forward to that delivery, it didn't seem from here to made that much height, but he pulled the bottom hand away as though he expected it to maybe jump at him. It didn't really make that much height, but there was some degree of discomfort and a degree of an adjustment. I think it was more pain that caused him to pull that hand away. In fact, looking at it, the ball seemed to have taken him on the glove.
That is what you call the perfect length. He's coming forward, but he's coming forward in defense. And the ball was then up to the splice of the bat. He was playing with relatively low hands, and the ball hit him on the glove.
Here's Seals once more. I'm sure he's encouraged by the last 2 deliveries, but here is Young driving down towards mid-off, and good work done there by Alzari Joseph, that is?
Yeah.
Yes, coming around from mid-off and affecting the field. So, a good start for Seals. He certainly looked threatening in that over. And we've had now 2 overs sent down. And after 2 overs, the New Zealanders put into bat. They are 6 for no loss.
Well, you can say that was 2 contrasting overs in terms of what the bowlers had on offer. We saw some encouraging movement there for Jaden Seals, and I just wonder if the temptation, we talk about being fluid too, Philip, just wonder if Captain Hope would have been tempted to maybe have a 3rd slip in place for Seals for a couple of deliveries to the right-hander.
Here's Ford at the start of his 2nd over, around the wicket, played down to point, well fielded. Straight to him, but quite alert Graves, and completing the fielding. There's a slip. There's a backward point, square cover, extra cover, then there's a mid-off as well. So fairly well-packed offside field. That also includes a 3rd man. And on the leg side, just the mid-on, the mid-wicket, and the fine leg.
And the square cover is really a catching position. So he's very short. One of the 2 catchers that are required. So along with the slip, that fielder at that short cover position is the 2nd catcher.
Ford continues, and good delivery. Now that forced him to play at it, and he was lured into that stroke. The ball went past the outside edge, so a much better effort there on the part of Ford, or I should say a much better outcome for him, because he actually lured the batsman into playing, and the ball going past the outside edge through to the keeper.
Again, the movement, this time off the seam, and there was Nichols encouraged to play, because with the angle, that ball was, when it was presented, was challenging the off stump. But on pitching, it just left the left-hander.
Here is Ford, encouraged by that so far. He pulls this one. That's gone out towards the square leg boundary for 4. So that releases any pressure that was building there. And a ball from Ford that maybe was a bit too short for the pace at which he's operating. And the outcome was a boundary to Nichols, his 2nd.
Well, just looking at Ford going back to scratch at the surface by the popping crease would suggest that maybe his footing was not as sound, because that was a long hop. It wasn't a short ball, and the batter had all the time in the world to hit it wherever he wanted to, and he made excellent contact and got it just in front of the square for 4.
So a mishap, basically, in terms of a delivery. And this is this is a good delivery this time. Didn't really lure him into too much of an indiscretion. He looked at it and then at the last minute tucked the bat in, but it was close enough to the offside, to the off stump to cause some thought in the mind of Nichols, as in fact I think he probably did play at it looking at the replay.
Yeah, well, what happens with the bowler bowling around the wicket, that with that angle, it will draw the batsman into the shot, because you're picking up the ball coming into you. And he probably could have left that on length. Maybe if it was a test match or a 4-day game, he might have done that, but surely in 50-over cricket, the batter is always looking to score. So the inclination is to try to play the ball.
Waits for Ford, and a delivery which is right on target, is right at him this time, and he comes across and defends it without any real alarms. And Ford makes his way back to his mark. So an interesting start here, where the bowlers have sent down a few testing deliveries, but at the same time, Nichols has found a couple of opportunities to put the ball away.
Yeah, he's going to just run a ball at the moment, and looking at the bunks on this surface so far, obviously we'll have to see when the spinners come into the attack, but it's looking a pretty good deck. This could be a 300 pitch.
Ford makes his way past the umpire once more, and here's a drive from Nichols straight down towards mid-off. That ends over number 3. Young yet to score, Nichols on 10. And after 3 overs, the New Zealanders put into bat by Shea Hope, 10 for no loss.
And again, we talk about what the teams batting first, what they think is a good total. And the batting side always depends on the openers to more or less set the tone, at least the top 3, to really set the tone and pass on the messages as to how the pitch is playing in terms of pace, etc. And I think that from the early exchanges, these 2 batters will be saying, okay, the bounce here is quite consistent. It's a pretty even pace at the moment, so you expect to get value for your shots in terms of the surface. Now we have to keep an eye on the outfield.
Here's Seals at the start of his 2nd over. Will pick up runs here. 3rd man will come around and probably keep the scoring down to 1. In fact, he'll get 2. I think they were looking for 2 in any event, and it was made easy by the fact that the ball was not picked up cleanly, and the batsman coming back for the 2nd run.
So Young getting off the mark. He was the one that was really pushing for the second run. The fielder had to come around to his right at third man, and he probably could have narrowed the angle a bit by coming in off the boundary. And I don't think that Seals was overly impressed with the effort of the fielder down at third man.
Well, he has to turn and move in again. He does so, and a good delivery that is close enough to the batsman that he has to watch it carefully as it goes through to the keeper. Seals, of course, wasn't particularly impressed on Sunday afternoon when that final match-winning catch was put down.
Yeah, it's match-winning, so you know that made all the difference. All the difference.
He lay on the ground for quite some time. In fact, it was really interesting. There are 3 West Indian fielders, including Seals, flat on their back, and 2 are stooping over in disappointment. It really was a scene, and I really wondered how they would pull themselves up to finish the game. Here's Seals into bowl to Young, and Young just turns this one up towards a forward square where Laws completes the fielding, and there's no run. 12 for no loss.
And Seals looked in a really good rhythm here today, and surely the captain must be tempted to just try it to maybe have another catcher in that cordon, maybe a gully or something like that. But Seals is, as I said, his approach looks really smooth. He's quite high up on the radar as well. He's clocking at 138, which is a really good gas.
A ball that is beating the outside edge. This is good bowling by Seals. He has hardly bowled a bad delivery in the spell. In fact, he's only conceded a couple of runs, and those runs that we saw down towards the third man position really should have been maybe just 1. But here he was again, right on target, and again going past the outside edge.
I don't know how much more encouragement the captain will want, but surely it's got to be worth the effort to have another catcher in there.
Well, they'll probably see what happens if a ball goes in the air in one of those vacant areas. Then we'll probably see another catcher put in as Young waits for Seals and is forcing this one through the covers down to the boundary for 4. That went very square indeed, and down towards the boundary in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. So a boundary now to Young as well. And in over number 4, New Zealand up to 16 for no loss.
And just a fraction too short on that occasion. It was wide as well. So it gave Young all the opportunity to really punch the ball away from the body. He played away from his body, but the length was such that it gave him enough time to really get a sighter. He got on top of the bounce and negotiated any movement that was there off the pitch.
Moves in again, Jaden Seals, and here's a drive, and looking to play an expansive drive on that occasion, but didn't really get hold of it. So that brings over number 4 to a close with Nichols on 10. Young has got 6, and New Zealand after 4 overs, 16 for no loss.
Well, we're getting everything here. A couple of good deliveries going past the outside edge, and some 4s as well. So plenty of action early on as New Zealand to 16 without loss after 4 overs. So a nice healthy start. No such thing as being watchful here. Anything that's been slightly off target in terms of length or line, they've been very quick to punish.
Ford is ready to start his 3rd over and comes around the wicket to Nichols, who is defending up into the covers and fielded by Graves, and there's no run. One change for each of the 2 sides. In fact, Christian Clark replacing Matthew Fisher. And for West Indies, of course, as we told you, Hetmar coming in for Django. We saw Fisher in the game on Sunday. Very lively cricketer, certainly with the ball. I don't think he would have pressed too many with the bat when he had his turn, but didn't matter in the end because New Zealand were able to complete the job with the final pair together. Here's a ball that is bringing the left-handed Nichols a couple of steps out of his crease, almost dancing into it, and in the end just pushing it back along the pitch to the bowler. The 1-slip, we're in the 1-slip mode now. There have been 2 modes here in this spell from 4, the 2-slip mode and the 1-slip mode. We're in the 1-slip mode, but that second catcher, if you will, is, as you able to describe, Henry Wallace, at a point position, but almost very, very square, and actually catching, not the usual position that you would expect for that fielder square of the wicket. Is Ford is around the wicket and chopped on, looking to cut that ball, and the ball coming off the bat into the stumps. And yet again, Matthew Ford has found a way to effect an early breakthrough. This time it's Nichols who goes bowled by Ford for 10. It's 16 for 1.
Well, as they get into the huddle, I can just imagine that Ford to be saying, I'm the man for the season. Wasn't a great delivery, but execution there was a letdown for Nichols, looking to play a cut shot to a ball that was maybe a little bit too close to him, getting the bottom edge and dragging it onto the stumps. When he looks at that, he will probably think that he would have been better off trying to play the forcing shot with a vertical bat. But again, maybe that's the challenge presented with the angle coming around the wicket. The ball got closer to him than he anticipated when it was released, and wicket there for Ford, and West Indies will be happy now to just get an opportunity to get into that upper order of New Zealand by getting that early breakthrough.
So Kelly comes to the crease to join Young, but a timely breakthrough, one might say, because you got the impression that despite the fact that the West Indian opening bowlers have challenged the batsmen in terms of should they play, should they not, they've been sitting back and waiting for the ball from which they could score. And without too many alarms, got up to 16, and that breakthrough would probably just create the sort of encouragement for the West Indies bowlers to go along with the accuracy we've seen from them so far.
I think it gives them an opportunity to come into a huddle as well, and maybe just identify what has worked well in this bowling partnership so far. And I think that they obviously recognize that for Ford, for sure, the ball's not really moving that much, so his accuracy is going to be a real telling point. And even for Seals, who has been getting some movement, that 4 that was hit through the offside, that was a telltale for him too, that even with the ball moving, accuracy is going to be crucial.
So it will be Kelly, the new batsman, on strike. Still the one slip as Ford around the wicket into bowl to Kelly, and Kelly comes across and almost falls over as he plays that one down towards Laws at mid-on, and a dot will go into the old scorebooks. But if you're scoring electronically, you just press the mouse or whatever you press on the keyboard, and you'll still get a dot appearing somewhere. No runs scored. 16 for 1. We're in the 5th over. Andrew Mason lurking somewhere in the background, getting ready to describe the action for you as Ford starts his run from the Gerald Garner end around the wicket, and Kelly comes forward and once again finds mid-on as he comes right across and plays forward defense, and the ball just trickles up towards mid-on and there's no run for him. So Kelly yet to score. Young has 6, and the man who has done the bulk of the scoring so far back in the pavilion, Henry Nichols, bowled by Matthew Ford, playing on, and he was dismissed for 10. So Ford walks slowly back to his mark. The slip, the backward point, that square close infielder. They cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Third man and fine leg in, as this delivery is again met with the full face of Kelly's bat. That ends a maiden over from Matthew Ford. And after 5 overs, Kelly is yet to score. Young has 6, and Henry Nichols bowled for 10. It's 16 for the loss of 1. You're going to hear more from the wisdom of Hendy Wallace, and then it will be Andrew Mason to describe the action for you.
That over could just only be a confidence booster for young Ford, Matthew Ford. He was a little bit under the pump in the first couple of overs, but picking up that wicket would have been elation for him, and also a bit of respite, because then he was able to bowl to the new batter and get a couple of dot deliveries in there for that period of time. So he came up then with a wicket maiden, and I'm sure that he'd be very pleased with that, going back to third man as Jaden Seals continues.
And it's a beautiful delivery. First one up, just outside the off stump. The batsman is fishing, flirting. That's Young. Ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So, good afternoon to you, Hendy. Good afternoon to all of the listeners, wherever you are, from Robb Street in Georgetown to Nelson Street in Bridgetown. 16 for 1. How's it gone so far? First of all, Hendy, talk to him about the pitch.
It looks a good track. The ball seems to be carrying nicely. The batters seem to be getting full value for their strokes. So at this early juncture, Andrew, I would suggest that it's a pretty good batting pitch.
Here comes Seals in bowls. Ball down the leg side. Might have just popped off the bat. There was Seal running down to try to catch it. went close to where a forward shot leg would be. Have a chance to see that on the monitor as that delivery. In fact, we're just looking at the deliveries of these bowls so far. But certainly a pretty good delivery as well, Hendy.
Yes, again, getting some extra bounce is Jaden Seals. And the batter getting that delivery, maybe looking to play off the hip. It was done for a little bit of pace as well. So good carry, good pace in the pitch so far.
So it's 16 for 1, 5 overs and 2 balls gone. The West Indies won the toss and quite predictably decided to bowl first. Here's Seals. He starts his run from the southern end to bowl to Young, and Young is getting one which is played fine. That's going to go for 4. It was one that was badly lined there, and all he had to do, Hendy was to get back into that, and it goes past the keeper. The backwards hitter could not get across to the right. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 20 for 1 in over number 6.
Yeah, that's the sort of delivery that any top order batsman looks forward to. As you said, all you really want to do is just let the ball hit the bat. And because of the angle down the leg side, it will just hit the inner portion of the bat and just go down to that fine leg area. There's a man at a long leg, but he had absolutely no chance in cutting it off.
So 20 for 1, and Jaden Seals would want to get the radar right with his delivery. There are 3 balls left in the over. He comes up now, bowls to Young. Young gets one bang on target, pulls the bottom hand away again. That's not, we've seen that on a couple of occasions. The ball goes out towards the cover area. There's no run. Is there a little funny thing happening in the pitch or not?
No,
really?
no, that's a good length. It's a hard new ball. So once you hit the seam, it will get some bounce. And that's the length where he's asked to come forward in defense, and it's just catching the bottom hand. And that can be a little bit painful and also can be a little dangerous. Yeah. Because that's how you can break the fingers.
Yeah, you're right. He's very watchful. He's gone to 10, Young, from 16 balls. Kelly's got, he hasn't scored as yet, 20 for 1. Here's Seal, comes up, bowls to Young. Young is playing the ball, square in the offside, 4 runs. Outside land, the off stump. There was the field at backward point, jumping across to his left to try to stop it. That looks like, who's that out there? Looks like O'Geese down at that point area. The ball went past him and went away for 4. It was outside the off stump, out of the room, and played it square in the offside for 4.
And there you have the batter trusting the bounce as well. So he made contact with that ball about waist height. It was a length delivery, but the bounce is such that the batter can predict that bounce and use the pace and the width and got it down behind point. And just about every time that Seals has just been off target,
he's been punished, yes. He starts his run again, 24 for 1, comes into Young. Into this delivery, Young is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. Must be a good mathematician because that was shaving the off stump, taken by the keeper to end over number 6. Kelly hasn't scored as yet. Young is on 14, 24 for 1. That's the latest score at Kensington.
And that's another indicator for you, Andrew, that the batters now can trust this pitch because, as you said, the line was just outside the off stump where you would normally expect a batter to play, but on length, it meant that even if it came back, the length and the bounce is so consistent that the batter expected the ball to go over the level of the stump. So encouraging signs here for the batters. As you said, it was I guess it was predictable that the team winning the toss will want to bowl first, but it's probably not a bad pitch to bat first either. Yeah,
indeed. So I want to welcome all of the listeners across the Caribbean, of course in Jamaica, KLS Radio, 94.7 in Barbados. We welcome you. Here's a ball pitched outside the off stump, just over the head of the fielder. Jump in. It was outside land, the off stump ball by Ford. Kelly went after it, and the jump-in fielder there at that backward point area went past him and went down to backward point. That's gone for 4.
Well, we are 4 floors up, so it looked quite spectacular, and it was a very acrobatic jump. But I would suggest that he was just about 6 inches away from that, which is still quite a bit. Yeah. But he made quite an effort and jumping to his right, but couldn't get the fingertips to it.
Yeah, well, it's gone for 4. Here's Ford, comes up again on his way. He's in both to Young. Young covers up. Ball both to Kelly, covers up, plays the ball into the onside, down towards that mid-on area. So Kelly's 4. Young has got 14, 28 for 1, 6 overs and 2 balls gone. And news, of course, there was a press conference at 1:30 today, and the situation as far as the late great Right Excellent Cigar Phil Sobers, well, there'll be a service here at Kensington Oval on the 29th, starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. Here's the delivery outside land. The off stump is Ford continues, and there's the batsman coming across, allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper. So it's going to be here at Kensington Oval, and it's July the 29th, starting at 10. So no doubt many people will be no doubt come in for that. I understand that several former players are going to be coming, as you would expect. 28 for 1. Here's the Ford round the wicket, comes up now. He's on his way, he's in, and Bowles, and Kelly comes right across the stumps and plays it nicely. Elbows well cocked, goes up towards that mid-off fairway. There's no run. 28 for 1. We're into over number 7.
Again, Ford just tightened up his line a bit. He was struck for 4 early in the over from a very wide delivery. Although it was full in length, there was a batter Kelly going after it, not making any attempt to keep it down. Obviously, with the fielding restrictions, just 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle at this stage. And Ford just tightened his line a little bit more now, just trying to hone in on that off stump.
Well, in he comes again. This is Matthew Ford. He's got 1 for 14, 3 overs and 4 balls. This is over number 7. He's in and bowls down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide, yes, by umpire Leslie Rifford Jr. Ball was angled down the leg side. He's bowling round the wicket, angled it down the leg side, 29 for 1. Henry Wallace.
Yeah, just maybe overcompensating on that occasion, and the pressure is on because he recognizes that anything that's off target, these batters are going to jump all over it.
Yeah, indeed. So the West Indies won the first ODI at Providence on the east bank of Demerara. Well, they won the toss and they chose to bowl, but then the last 3 tosses won by New Zealand. Here's the delivery, which is bang on target. Ford round the wicket. Coming onto the front foot is Kelly, pushes the bit on. Laws comes across to pick it up. So 1 to come in over number 7. Kelly's got 4. Young is 14, 29 for 1. Andy Wallace.
Yeah, a little bit of variation there in that it was a slightly fuller length. For the most part, he's been trying to bowl short of a good length, but this one was slightly fuller. And I just wonder if it caught Kelly by surprise, because he did lunge onto the front foot and in defense. And I would imagine that kind of length he'd be looking to maybe play an attacking shot. 1
ball left in over number 7. Here's Ford in bows to Kelly. Kelly is coming onto the front foot. Good tight delivery. Pushes into the onside down towards Carty, who comes in from forward square to collect it to end the over. Kelly has got 4. Young is 14, 29 for 1. 7 gone. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Well, still getting the odd boundary in between is New Zealand without any real fuss. That run rate just over 4 runs and over, so they'll be happy with that, certainly for the first 25, 30 overs or so, and gradually start to increase. But for me, Andrew, the early signs will suggest that we don't know what the spinners will get out of the surface, but the early exchanges will suggest to me that there's some runs to be had out there. I'm looking at 300. I'd be disappointed if it didn't get 300.
We haven't had 300 as yet. In fact, the highest score 268. And we also had some pretty low scores. In fact, talking about the West Indies, since the 268, they have not gotten 190 in any of the innings. In fact, when we look at Providence, 138 and 140, and then at Kensington Oval a couple of days ago, 188. Here we go. As Jaden Seals continues, he's in bows to Young. Young is forward to ball on the off stump, plays it square in the offside, down to that backward point area. So had they been playing in the elite competition in Barbados, they would not have picked up any batting points.
Unless they were playing at Maple, right?
Yes. Or
which
YMPC.
is a smaller ground.
Yeah,
smaller
or YMPC, yeah. Yes. But let me see. At Maple, it's 175. Yeah, barely. 175 at Maple. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, it was not good at all. Having won the first game, making a decent score. Here's Seals, comes up again, both to Young to this delivery. Young is coming onto the front foot, just trying to blunt the bowler, and picks the ball with his chest and plays it up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. So Young is kept on 14. Kelly's got 4. It's 29 for 1, 7 overs and 2 balls gone. Henry Wallace.
And the thing is that when he looks to advance down the pitch, just a little bit of a shimmy, he's trying to put the bowler off his rhythm, because ideally Seals wants to bowl a goodish length with the ball swinging away. If he sees the batter coming, the natural reaction is to pull it down a bit. So then he shortens his length, and that sort of negates some of the swing.
Well, he's got 4 balls left in his over. Here's Seals in bowls to Young. Young again on the back foot, short of a length. Good tight delivery with a ring of fields in the offside, saving 1, pushes out to cover. Ball is picked up by Rutherford, who went off the field earlier. Rutherford, who comes from Enmore on the east coast of Demerara. I understand he actually invested in a restaurant recently along with his brother. And from all reports, he's doing pretty well. 29 for 1. So these guys are investing and they should. Here's Seals. I don't think he has a restaurant. He's in both, pitched up and played away nicely through mid-wicket for 1 to get a second here. That was on the leg stump full, and all he had to do was to get the ball in that gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and he's back for the second. So Young goes to 16, 37 for 1. We're into over number 8, Henry Wallace.
And it was a fullish length delivery, but I would say that Young played that with a little bit of suspicion, as if he was just checking to make sure it wasn't going to swing too much. So he just eased it into the mid-wicket area as opposed to the full-blooded on drive.
Jaden Seals certainly bowled very well here. Bowled well enough to have picked up a wicket. He's got a slip and starts to move it again to bowl to Young. Into this delivery, Young is getting one, cut it back at him. Hits the pad, now picks it up and throws it out towards, that looks like Rutherford coming in from the cover area. And there's no run. Keen to get on the front foot on a pitch which looks pretty brown. And so far has played reasonably okay, Andy?
He's played well.
Yeah.
He's played well, yeah.
Okay.
See a little bit of extra bounce, but you expect that with a hard new ball. So, as I said, it looks good for batting.
Okay. So, we told you earlier that service for Sir Gary, the fallen hero, July 29th, which is, well, I mean, he would have had his 90th birthday. Here's a drive, ball pitched up and driven beautifully through it on. That was full, and there was Young coming forward and driving the ball to the left of the mid-on. That's gone away for 4 to end the over. At the end of over number 8, Young is on 20. Kelly's got 35 for 1, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, just spoiling the over slightly again without sounding like a broken record. Just whenever they're aired on length or line, the batters have capitalized, and that one was really a long half volley. And there was Young really jumping all over it, hitting it along the ground on the onside of the pitch. There is a mid-on in place, but it was straight enough that he was completely out of the picture, down for 4 runs. A beautiful cricket shot.
Yeah, interesting. I was speaking to the last time we were on commentary to Philo Wallace, and I think if you do a study, you'll find that a lot of last balls are going for boundaries. I mean, why is that though? What do you think it is?
Well, it comes down to, yes, we know that these modern day cricketers are supremely fit,
right?
But still, there's always that element of fatigue, and sometimes it can just be a lapse in concentration from the bowler, from a bowling perspective, or the batter, especially if you bowl maybe 4 or 5 deliveries, he does get a sort of a rhythm. And that last delivery, he's looking to capitalize.
Here's Ford, comes up, he's in, bowls to Kelly. Kelly turns the ball off the hip down towards long leg for a single, with the bowler angling the ball at him, and it goes away for 1. So the score will go to 36 for 1, 8 overs and 1 ball gone.
For me, it was slightly different as a bowler. If I got 2, 4 or 5 deliveries and you haven't scored, you held back. I'm looking for a maiden. Now, maybe I was more of a defensive bowler. A guy who goes searching, looking for that wicket. You may have the opportunity to, but in limited overs cricket, once I got deep into the over and you didn't get a run, God help you.
Yeah, God help you. Lord, send an answer for we, the mighty Gabby. So 36 for 1. Once again, let's welcome all the stations across the Caribbean, NCN Radio there in Guyana. Thanks to you, Mr. Roddy Beard. How are you, my friend? And of course, all the people there at NCN. So it's 36 for 1. Of course, stations in Antigua as well. ABS and Point FM, short and pulled away. 4 runs. That's beat and drink, really. He's got no pace, really, Ford. And his eyes open very wide, Young, and hit that with tremendous power. A washpan of disdain as well. And it goes across the outfield like a shot from a gun. That's gone for 4, down towards mid-wicket. Well played.
Well, Ford has bowled already some 26 deliveries if you include wides, and this is the first delivery to the right-hander.
Okay.
So having to adjust, he didn't adjust very well.
No, not
Presented
at all.
a long hop.
Long hop.
And this was pulled just to the right of the mid-on fielder, just to give listeners an indication how early the
Right.
batter was able to pick his spot.
Yeah,
So it
yeah,
wasn't
indeed.
even through square leg.
No.
It was just wide of mid-on.
Yeah, hit it very powerful indeed, Young. He's gone to 24-40 for one, over number 9 being bowled. How will Ford respond as he comes in from the northern end to bowl to Young? And to this delivery, Young covers up, turns the ball away into the onside, down towards backward square. We'll get a second. Lumbering after it is our good friend from Enmore in Guyana, on the east coast of Guyana, talking about our good friend there, Mr. Rutherford. Picked it up. The batsman will have time for a single, 42 for one.
Yeah.
He's off target here, bowling to the right-hander.
Right-hander, yeah. Again, you look at leg side. So as a batter, you'd be saying, okay, this is the first delivery to the right-handed batter. You're looking to see that if he starts too straight, you're going to pick him off on the leg side.
Right.
And that's really what I expected early on, expecting the better length. It was a long hop, but that was a length delivery, and it was just picked off easily for a couple of runs. And you spoke about Rutherford just chasing after. He really lumbered after.
Oh,
and
yeah.
even the throw in seemed somewhat ginger.
Yeah,
So just
I
wonder
don't
if
know what's
everything's
gone
okay
wrong with him,
Yeah.
but he's put on quite a bit of weight recently. I think
That's muscle. I think that's muscle.
I don't think so at all. It's got a girth there. Have a
That's
look at
his-
that.
That's the abs.
Oh my golly, you're very generous. Here's the delivery outside. He also goes back to be taken by the keeper and naughty as well. But he owns a restaurant. It seems as if he's eating an extra roti or two there from the restaurant.
Well, he has to taste the menu.
I would think so as well. Yeah, of course in Guyana you've got Cook Up. The lovely curries and lots of Chinese restaurants there in Guyana. The last time you gone to Guyana, Hendy?
Haven't been there for a while. I think the last time must have been, I want to say World Cup probably.
Oh really? That's
Yeah,
a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So get those
Pineapple?
bids. No, get the bids in so you
Yeah,
get your
yeah.
team to go.
42 for one. Here is Ford. Comes in both to Young. Young covers up. Ball pitched on the middle stump. Pitches into the onside down towards Bidon. Got that right with length and line.
Yeah. The damage is already done though, unfortunately, because he got the boundary early in the over, so the pressure's right back on the bowler. And there was some long distance dialogue as well between Ford and the captain, Shea Hope, standing way back. And I'm just not, well, it's hard to tell from this distance, even
Right.
with our sound effects and microphones, but I just wondering if they were in sync
Right.
with what they want to do.
See, Rutherford is a good 10, 15 meters inside the boundary. I tend to call that no man's land. So the ball goes over his head. Here's Ford. Last ball, the over comes in both to Young. Young is going to short ball and pulls it in the air. Will he get away? I think he will. Mid-on comes across, can't take the catch. And it was short of a length. It might have hit the top of the bat there. Mid-on came across to the right, dropping behind him. And for a moment, the spectators in the Greenwich Lane stand certainly became excited, but the batsman able to get away. So Young gets 2 to go to 28. Kelly's got 5-9, gone 44 for 1 in the sunshine of Kensington Oval.
Well, there was Ford down on his haunches when the ball went in the air, and Ford maybe just suggesting to Moti that maybe a better effort was required, and Moti maybe not in agreement with him. What I will say, I feel like Alzari's Joseph probably would have got a lot closer to that.
Right.
And he's been very athletic.
What
in the
about
field.
Rutherford?
But Moti being left-handed and going to his right, didn't have an awful lot going for him.
No, not at all. Hello to all of our friends there. Of course, in Guyana, we had the pleasure of doing the 3 ODIs there. Good weather, very good weather indeed. When they arrived in Guyana, that would have been last, 2 Fridays ago. It was raining cats and dogs and pigs. In fact, I was a bit worried as we landed. Couldn't see a thing. And in the end, actually had to stay on the plane for a while. But then when we got into Georgetown, that ride from Tim Mary's about an hour or so, it was quite good. Here's Seals, comes up now, bowls to Kelly. Kelly covers up, ball pitched on the line of the leg stump, pushes to mid-wicket. And there's our good friend, Mr. Rutherford, trying to flick the ball from Bhutan, a la Michael Holden, and fails miserably. So 44 for 1, 9 overs and 1 ball gone.
As we said about Matthew Ford, first delivery to the right-hander. This is Seals' first delivery to the left-hander, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yep.
But he was right on the money.
Yeah, looks very fit and has improved a lot in the last, I'd say, year and a half. Comes in again, Jaden Seals to bowl to Kelly, and Kelly allows the ball to go outside up. Not all that far, good carry to the keeper. His judgment was impeccable, but the slip-in, the ball goes by to be taken by keeper Hope.
Yeah, good pace, good carry there from Seals. Just angling that ball across the left-hander. It did shake back, but started quite wide. So the batter Kelly picked up the line very early and allowed it to go through.
Next commentator is Lyndon Yard, who comes a calling. Of course, he's of horse racing fame, although he doesn't seem to get the calls in terms of. Whenever I call
predictions,
predictions, he doesn't get it right.
But he describes the race
he describes it very well. So but when it comes to predictions, I don't ever call in him.
Yeah.
I asked him for a horse in the Gold Cup, and he gave me one that came last.
Well, somebody told me that his predictions, he's got a prediction for him as well. The horse is still running.
I know Craig Brathwaite has horses.
Yeah, he does.
What's the name of the horse?
I don't know.
What's the name of Craig Brathwaite's?
He's got a couple
of horses. Now, of course, when Lyndon comes a calling, he'll tell you. Oh. Well, yeah, Craig Brathwaite's got horses. 44 for 1. Here's Seals. Comes up now. Balls to Kelly. Kelly covers up. Ball in the off stump. Plays it up towards that extra cover area. There's no run. What's the name of the horse that he has? Can you tell? He's actually checking it.
He's doing his research.
He's doing his research. I hope he can. He's got about 12 horses. Is that right? War Eagle. He won the Derby in War Eagle. All right. Was Challenger Jones the jockey? I didn't think so. A long time ago. Good old Charlie. I'm sure it must be in his 80s. Here's Seals. Comes up now. He's in. And balls to Kelly. Kelly covers up. Good tight delivery on the line, middle stump. Good bowling. Plays it up towards that mid-off here. There's no run. 9 overs and 5 balls gone. So he's got a horse called War Eagle, but there's also another one as well. I know that name. I'm sure when you come a calling, Lyndon Yard, of course, does horse racing commentaries here in Barbados. Any horse racing this weekend, Lyndon? Or the day after Sagari's funeral? Maybe horse racing. Interesting in terms of Sagari, when he would have been 90, but he's going to be buried on the birthday of Cammy Smith, who's 93, and he's the oldest cricketer alive. A drive! Wide up and off, 4 runs, pitched up beautifully, Pitt. Is it going to get there? Yes, it does. It slowed considerably and had the legs to get there, pitched up. And again, that last ball, Henry was, he going to tell me about that. It was full, and there was Kelly coming forward and driving it beautifully past it off. It goes out towards the boundary, gets there, so he's on 9. Young is 28, 10 gone, 48 for 1. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Unfortunately, there was Seals going searching again and found nothing but a fluent off drive off the bat of Kelly. And as you said, the outfield, the ball ran nicely, but the last third or so, it just started to slow up. But such was the timing, he got his boundary. So
nice shirt you got on there. Did you buy that in Broad Street?
I didn't buy it.
Okay, so the answer is no then.
No,
but then tell me it's no.
No, I don't know where it came from. I didn't buy it.
All right, Henry Wallace is about to leave us, and he's going to have some crumbs. Of course, so good even down to the last crumb. We've got some croissants. He loves his croissants, and of course the currant slices. And I see some cornbread as well there, as just about to come in is, of course, fellow Alfonso Wallace. So the two Wallaces, one is from St. James, the other is from St. Peter. I'll just do this delivery before our good friend Lyndon Yard comes a call in. So it's going to be Laws, the man from Jamaica, to come into the attack. This is Vital Laws. He's in, and both the Young, and Young gets a short ball and swings it up towards that position of backward square. It was a long hop, and that really should have gone down to the port. Instead, it went down to the position of square leg for single to carry the score up to 49 for 1. Henry Wallace has left us. Place taken now by Philo Wallace, who's just taking his time about putting the headphones on.
Well, Andrew, I was taking my time because I had some instructions from the Prime Minister's office for Henry Wallace.
Oh!
So that has to be suffice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Instructions?
Yeah.
Can you share those instructions?
Not yet.
So the answer is no then?
I'm just telling you.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Laws comes up. He's in both. Short off the back foot. Punched away out towards the cover area by Kelly, out towards cover. And they'll get a single. So I'll just do this over. And then you do 6, really. So we wouldn't deny you 50 for 1. We don't want to change in the middle of the over. 10 overs and 2 balls gone. So you got some instruction from the Prime Minister?
From the Prime Minister's office.
Okay. From the Prime Minister's office?
Yes,
okay.
please.
Okay.
She's
Are you going to tell us on Mason and Guest this evening about that?
No.
No? What are you going to tell us, Philo?
How's the program going to come?
It's a drive down towards that long on air as Laws is in and bowls to Young. He hits it down towards that long on air for one. He goes to 30. Kenny's got 10 overs and 3 balls gone. Lyndon Yard is up after the end of this over. 51 for a loss of 1.
Yes.
How's it look so far in terms of the pitch?
Let me just say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, first of all.
First time I've been on. The pitch is a good pitch.
Okay.
The first pitch on Sunday was good. The second pitch, obviously, a lot drier, but still a good batting pitch for ODI cricket.
Here's Laws in, bowls outside line. The off stump goes past the back, but he didn't play at it. Past the keeper. He was beaten. The ball spun away and has gone away for 4 byes, I would imagine. What happened there with Shea Hope's gloves?
He didn't use them.
He didn't use them.
No, he put his left foot out at the ball. Obviously, the ball pitched.
Yeah.
From Vital Laws, just outside the off stump, and spun very sharply past the glove, the left glove of Shea Hope, past the right hand of the first slippage, that's the Graves, and down to the boundary for 4 byes. Unusual.
Unusual.
Because Shea Hope is a good keeper. But in Guyana.
Yeah, he stumped. Yeah, stumped off the same bowler. Here is Laws as he comes up now. He's into bowl to Kelly. Kelly to this delivery is forward and hits the bottom of the bat, hits it out toward that cover area. There's no run for him. Hetmar comes across to pick it up. Man from Berbice, one of the 3 counties of Guyana. Of course, it's Berbice, Essequibo, and Demerara. Here we go. 1 left in the over. 55 for 1. In comes Laws to bowl to Kelly, who's got 10 from 19. And to this delivery, he's coming forward and drives up to Hetmar, who gets his big frame behind it to stop it, to end the over. So 11 gone now. Kelly is 10. Young has got 30, 55 for 1. That's the latest score at Kensington Oval. More from Philo Wallace, and then for the first time today, it's going to be Lyndon Yard.
Yes, obviously West Indies been in the toss in this 5th and final ODI here at Kensington Oval. They'll want to obviously finish this series with a win. But New Zealand, they've batted quite sensibly. They're up to 51 for 1. Henry Nicol was the first to go. He was bowled by Matthew Furlick and a chopper ball that was too close, and he chopped it out of his stumps. But Will Young, the other opening batters, looked really good. Played some wonderful shots. Drives down the ground, some post through mid-wicket. He looks really strong as an opening batter, well balanced. Obviously, he knows where his strengths are and his weaknesses, and he's obviously playing to his strengths. He's moved up to 30 from 31 balls with 5 fours. And Nick Kelly, who's in the team because of Darren Mitchell, he has obviously injury. Nick Kelly been given an opportunity. He's moved up to 10 from 17 balls and looks good. Hitting the ball quite nicely to the offside, well balanced in the defense, backward and forward. So clearly the New Zealanders have worked out the surface. The West Indian bowlers will have to obviously find a way to get in to that middle order as soon as possible. I say good afternoon to Lyndon Yard and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Philo. Good afternoon to listeners, and welcome to Kensington Oval for the final game in this ODI series between New Zealand and West Indies. We're going to have a second bowling change of the afternoon. It's going to be Alzari Joseph, who's operating from the Malcolm Marshall end, and his first delivery is on the line of the leg stump. And there is Young playing the ball into the mid-wicket region, and there is no run. So Joseph into the attack, and replaces Jaden Seals, who sent down 5 overs, 1 million, none for 24. Matthew Ford, the very first delivery from the Joel Garner end, 5 overs, 1 million, 1 for 24, and Vital Laws just 1 over, 3 runs, operating from the Joel Garner end, but it is Joseph turns at the top of his mark and goes past umpire Roth just about now and goes to the outside line of the off stump, and there's the batsman playing from the crease down into that point region, and there is no run. So Hope winning the toss and opting to ask the New Zealanders to take first knock. He has a 3rd man in position. There's a fielder on the cover point boundary. There is a point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And the fielder down on the fine leg boundary, and there's a fielder out on the square leg boundary as well. So at the top of the Brandon, Tyson Mark. Here is Joseph, goes past the umpire and bowls the which is right up on the line of the off stump. And again, just playing on top of the crease, watching the ball right onto the bat is Young, and there is no run. Young on 30. He's looked apart. With him is Nick Kelly, who's quickly gone to 10, having lost Henry Nichols, who was bowled by 4, chopping on for 10 in the third delivery of over number 5, 16 for 1 at that stage. So Operation Rebuild in progress. 55 for 1. We are in over number 12, being bowled by Joseph, who goes past the umpire, bowls it again. A little shorter and left this time, but keeping Young mindful and watchful. He stays on the back foot and plays it into the offside. And there is no run. So good spell here by Joseph. Good start by the young man. Justin Graves, the fielder who patrols that point region. And the ball by Casey Carty is back with Alzari Joseph, who lengthens his run a little bit and starts in from the Malcolm Marshall end. And just about goes past the umpire and bowls it, which is outside of the awesome. A slap square, beautiful shot for 4. Graves had absolutely no chance at backward point, as that one he had some room, and Young came across and spanked it to the left of Graves, and a beautiful shot down to the dugout, the West Indies dugout before. That takes the New Zealanders up to 59 for the loss of 1 over number 12, Philo.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot there from William. He just stayed on the back foot. And as Samuel Badri is pointing this from the television box, beautiful shot. Just waited on it and just opened the back face. Just hitting it late enough to beat Justin Graves diving to his left and down to that backward point boundary for 4. But this is good batting from Will Young. Alzari is continuing from where he left off on Sunday, just looking to bowl the hard length on top of off stump.
And he's into bowl to Young, and Young gets a delivery and runs it down to third man. Good length, good line, good bounce, and beautifully played there, Philo, with soft hands, just angling. It had a little bit of room, but didn't have the room, enough room to throw his arms through it. And he plays it in the end down to third man for a comfortable single to take the New Zealanders at the end of over number 12 to 60 for loss of 1. That's the latest score.
Yes, a short ball from Alzari Joseph. Well directed on top of off stump, but the modern day batters, Linden, have so many different shots they can play. Years ago, you would have seen the batter opening the back face and running it down to third man, but he just waited and just closed it like a tennis racket onto a ball and allowed it to just go from bat to ground down to third man for a single. But good rotational strike, good game awareness from Will Young. He continues to obviously look for boundaries early and then look to get the single or two in between. And it is good batting, good mature batting on a very placid Kensington Oval batted surface.
Vita Lowe's to continue. Good start to his international career. Just come out of the under-19s tournament. He's in. From the Joe Garner end, pitches up. And this one is drilled up to the fielder at the mid-off position. And fielded by Gudakish Moti. There is no run. Sweeper on the cover boundary. Cover. Short third man in Jaden Seals. Alzari Joseph finds himself at the short fine leg position. On the boundary square leg. Here is a delivery, which is a full toss driven back to Laws, and he fields it to his own bowling. So what do you made of Young Laws since you've seen him, Philo?
Well, he's made his international debut a week ago. Yes, about a week now in Guyana. Started in favorable conditions, looked the part. But now that he's come to Barbados, a different proposition, different surface.
And he starts in the ball to Young. Young stretches forward. He remains on 35, having faced 40 deliveries.
And he's a work in progress, but when you find the surface in Barbados, what you'll find here is that he has to use a bit more variations. Now, variations will come with experience. So he will have his work cut out. He's had his work cut out on Sunday, he'll have it cut out today, but his control to me is good, and that is something that he can work on and build on.
From over the wicket. And this delivery is punched through the cover region. The sweeper off the cover boundary, Casey Carty, has a long run across, puts in the dive, and they'll come back for 2. So good dive in effort there by Casey Carty. Didn't look as though he was going to make it, Philo. He's running but not getting there, Philo. In the end, he pulled it off 62 for the loss of 1 over number 13.
Yeah, he's at backward point, and that ball was struck off the back foot to extra cover. So he had a good sprint, and then he put in the dive. But good cricket at the end, because he picked the ball up in his right hand, and when he got up in the throwing position, and limit the batsman for 2 runs.
Here's Laws to Young, and Young down the wicket. Hits one over long on. Magnificent shot for 6. He gave him the charge. The young man didn't see him coming and served it up. And there's Young with a straight angle bat straight to the Cigar Field Sobers Pavilion area. Beautiful shot for 6. That 6 moves him to, I make him 37. And it's now, make an adjustment to that. Beautiful shot, good use of the feet. Like I said, Philo, the young man didn't see him coming. And with that 6, he moves up to 43. And is now 68 for the loss of 1.
Yes, a very good shot there from Will Young. Just a slightly flighty delivery from the left arm spin on Laws. And Will Young got the presence of mind to get down the pitch, got to the pitch of it. And he hit that ball straight over long on between the Cigar Field Sobers Pavilion and the World Walk and reach stand down over the boundary for 6 for a maximum, as they call it now. But a very good cricket shot. And this is going to be a challenge for the young man. Clearly, the New Zealanders are looking to be positive to him.
Well, he's in with his final delivery of over number 2 to bowl to Young. Young gets a short delivery, push through, and drills it up to long on. And will take the single. That will retain him to strike. And at the end of 13 overs, as to bat first in the 5th ODI between New Zealand and the West Indies. The New Zealanders, they have progressed to 69 for loss of 1. Philip.
Yes, a short ball, and Will Young went back into the stumps and just drag it down to long on, beating Matthew Ford, who just not really dive, just fall down on it over the ball. But my concern is Rutherford. On Sunday, he was favouring his right arm, which is his throwing arm. And just now you saw him, he didn't even throw the ball, he used his entire body to get the ball up to the bowler. So I'm quite concerned that if a man is carrying an injury like that, why would you want to risk him in a one-day game? Obviously, yes, they've lost the series, but you still want to put out 11 fit cricketers in order to get you over the line. We know Django is hurt his shoulder as well. And if Rutherford is carrying a shoulder injury, it's going to hamper him in the field as a fielder, and also maybe when it's his turn to bat.
Well, here is Alzari Joseph on the way to bowl to Young on 44. Young gets it, works it into the square leg region. Will take what will be his 45th run. And with that, New Zealand advances to 70 for the loss of 1 at the start of over number 14. And the interesting point is to have him on the boundary as well, where he's limited in terms of getting the ball to the keeper or the bowler, whichever end is required, as opposed to having within the circle. And that brings Nick Kelly, who's been kind of been a silent partner, and to strike. He has 10, 70 for the loss of 1. He's faced some 20 deliveries. And the left-hander waits on Alzari Joseph, who's operating from the Malcolm Marshall ends. Teams in, goes past the umpire, bowls a delivery outside of the off stump, slap square, and finds the fielder at that point region. And no run had for the attendants. Opened the bowling, 5 overs, 1 million, 1 for 24. Got Henry Nichols chopping on the lane of the off stump, not far enough, or didn't have enough room to play that force and start and drag the ball into the base of the off stump. Joseph with number 8 on his back, starts in to bowl to Kelly, and to this delivery the left-hander is getting a beautiful delivery. That one took off on a good line, on a good length. He really was in no man's land there, fellow. And on the way to the keeper, Hope, the ball kept climbing. Good delivery.
Yes, good delivery, good pace. Ball just pitching on a very good length there from Alzari Joseph. Hitting the seam. And you can see Kelly was looking to cut the ball, and then you heard it through the effects like, oops. Means that the ball got really big, and Sheer Hope leaping off the ground, both feet off the ground, just picking the ball, taking the ball up to his left. But again, good pace from Alzari, looks in good rhythm. And with the test series against Pakistan soon to begin, we're hoping that he can continue in this vein, because he looks really good.
Well, he's a couple meters away from the stumps, and this delivery is on the line of that center and leg stump. And in the midriff area, it's worked up to the short mid-wicket position. There is no run. It remains 70 for loss of 1.
Yeah, he's bowling well. I would like to see a slip in play.
I was just about to comment on that, because going around the field, looking at it into the theater, there's a third man and a fine leg, and there's an easy single on offer there, no attacking fielder. And given the fact that Alzari just seemed to be working up some pace, just seemed to be getting his rhythm going.
Yeah.
And I would like to see a slip. I agree with you 100%, Philo. As your fastest bowler ought to be given more support than this. He steams into bowl. Delivery which is hit square. Beautiful shot. The fielder from backward point has a dive. Magnificent stop there. And they'll come back for 2. So brilliant bit of fielding there. Run around to his right.
That's O'Geese. The ball just hit a little.
O'Geese.
Ball hit a little uppishly to the left of that looks like Matthew Ford, who was at point. Justin Graves, who was at that backward point. O'Geese running to his right, going to backward point and diving again and saving 2 runs. But the batters, they're comfortably back for 2. But good bowling from Alzari, just zoning in on that off stump off the left hander, Nick Kelly. And it's just tempting me that, you know, to put a slip in, playing with that outside edge. Alzari looks, obviously he's looking to continue to keep things tight on the off stump. He's asking Matthew Ford now to come to his left at extra cover, push a bit to his right. And he's just taking Justin Graves a few steps to his right at backward point.
Still no slipping position. Here is Kelly, who waits on Joseph and gets a short delivery. Doesn't bounce as he anticipated. He actually took his eyes off it, Philo. And it would have gone past, I would say, helmet high. And in the end, it died on its way. I think might have just rolled the fingers over the seam, and the ball dying on the way to hope. So end of over number 14. 5 extras, and a total of 72 for 1. That's the latest score here at Kensington. New Zealand versus West Indies.
New Zealand continues to build after the loss of that early wicket of Henry Nichols, who seemed to be a bunny for Matthew Ford. Will Young is a stand firm, and now Nick Kelly obviously showing some grit and some determination, looking to get bat on ball. Just was uncomfortable with that last delivery from Alzari Joseph. A short ball, didn't bounce, but he took his eyes off the ball, which is not a good sign. It'll be encouragement for Alzari Joseph, but not a good sign at all from Nick Kelly. Once you see the ball banging by the bowler, you're going to take your eyes off rather than watching the ball all the way onto the bat or through to the keeper. But a good aggressive over from Alzari Joseph. And continues to show improvement. He's operating from the southern end, which is good to see. Laws obviously has been replaced now by Moti, Laws is operating from the Joel Garner end on the northern end of this wonderful facility here for cricket. And next week, Wednesday, is going to be flooded with a lot of dignitaries.
Oh, yes. As they're flying for the front of the late great man. Here is Gulakesh Moti. So one left-hander replaces another of a slight different variety. This one's played into the cover region and picked up by O'Geese. And 1 run attain, run number 73. Start of over number 15 with Kelly on 12. 25 deliveries in space. Young has 46 from 45.
Yeah, I'm chuckling because umpire Leslie for Junior is asking Will Young to run off the square, get off the pitch. Obviously the batters, these modern day batters batting spikes. And with this surface, it's as hard as it is. The spikes will obviously scuff up the top, and you don't want to have a disadvantage at any stage at all.
As Moti's in and this delivery is pushed through. There is a Young with a few exploratory steps, has to get back. It was never singling that, as that one's played short, just short mid-wicket where Ford is in attendance, and there's no run.
He's on 46, Will Young is eager.
And here is a misfield by Gulakesh Moti to his own bowling. And a single attain. And that takes a total of 74 for the loss of 1. 46, Young. And he comes into strike. Kelly moves to 13. Moti in his first over, having replaced Peter Laws, who sent down just 2 overs. So all attention is on Young, I should say. Has looked the part. Moti's into him, past the umpire. And beautifully bowled. That one, how did that get between the...
You want me to tell you?
Give me it, Philo.
He's standing on leg stump. He's nowhere near the ball at all. He just wants to open that offside to hit the ball.
Maybe not advised with the slipping position. And now there's a change of line by Moti, zeroing in at the pad where he's standing on the leg stump. And he works this one into the mid-wicket region for a single. So not clever bowling by Moti.
Not intelligent at all. I will come back length on off stump because he wants to give himself room. If there's a hint of spin, the ball is going to take the outside edge. There's a slip in place in the keeper. So just keep bowling length and off stump.
Moti in a delivery, which is whipped away, and it beats the dive of the fielder. That is Jaden Seals. The ball will run down to the boundary
Yes,
and
it has.
onto the signs for another boundary. 79 for the loss of 1, and Jaden Seal not unable to pull off the fielding. Kelly remains in 17 from 28 deliveries, 47 from 47 deliveries to Young. The attention will turn to him whether he gets his 50 or not. And I can tell you after 15 overs, New Zealand, they are 79 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, 79 for 1. New Zealand will feel quite chuffed to be in this position. And Young looking just 3 runs away from ODI half century. And Kelly continues to show grit and determination. Obviously, there's no Mitchell, there's no Ravinder, there's no K. Williamson due to retirement, because of retirement. So Nick Kelly and these guys have been given the opportunity by New Zealand to show that their worth and their class at this level on a good surface. I don't think anyone can complain about the pitches here at Kensington Oval. The game on Sunday was a fantastic pitch. They moved a pitch down to the west, and this is also a belter. So good surfaces obviously lends for good cricket. Zari Joseph is going to continue from the southern end.
And Young waits for him. He has 47 from 47 deliveries, and he gets the delivery on the end of the leg stump, plays it into the offside. Will pick up a single as Ford finds himself patrolling that mid-wicket region down to a short square leg. One more to the total. It's up to 80 for the loss of 1.
Our producer or engineer Neil is coming to the room. It's air conditioned. He's eating hamburger, chips, and popcorn. You know, and he's having it just about minutes to 4 o'clock. But on Sunday night when it was leaving, the van that brings the officials, you know, it was just behind the Cigar Field Sobers Pavilion, and I'll get back to it after this delivery.
Kelly on 17 waits for Alzari Joseph from the Malcolm Marshall end, passes the umpire and bowls delivery short and on the line of the off stump. Across his stump is Kelly. Has good defense, Philo, and no trouble whatsoever. A lot of the modern day players, Philo, I find are comfortable to play from the crease.
Yeah.
In your time, sometimes you would want to get to the front foot, especially if you know that there's a medium pacer ball, and obviously he doesn't have the pace to force you to go on the back foot. So you can thrust that left leg, and anytime he comes too close, then it's a freebie, really. But I find that the modern day players today, with the invention of T20 cricket, they're very comfortable to play from deep within the crease.
Yeah, and they don't cover their stumps either. If they're going to hit the ball through the offside, there's a lot of arms. That's why you get a lot of play-ons as well, drag-ons, because they're not in the right position with their body.
Kelly on 17 waits on Joseph, and he gets the delivery full up and forces into the offside rear forward with a little acrobatic dive. Is unable to prevent that single. And the magic there, Philo, had he been able to get on the front foot because the ball was foolish and just outside of the off stump, but he was so deep in the crease.
That's it. His bottom hand dragged through the shot and closed it back facing the inside edge and dribble into the offside. You know, it's really fascinating because when I played cricket, Ford would never be at short extra cover. Ford would be at sweep away O'Geese, and O'Geese would be in the circle. Called the batters are always the ones who will be, you know, quicker off the mark, anticipate well, and they give the bowlers on the boundary so they can rest their legs. So cricket has really changed and evolved. I know they're a lot fitter, but at the end of the day, there's still specialist positions for specialist fielders.
Joseph to do battle with Young on 47. He's into Young. Young is a short delivery. Thought about hooking, and then prevention is better than cure. He went down on his knees like boys to men and allowed it to go through the keeper. Good decision in the end, fellow.
Yes, a well watched by Will Young. A good short ball, just straight over middle stump, with good pace. Young was looking to pull the ball. He went into the shot, and then he decided, oops, let me go down. And he went down successfully and watched it into the gloves of keeper Shea Ho. So a good short ball from Alzari Joseph. Obviously, we're telling Will Young, don't stick that left foot in my face. But on Sunday night when I was leaving here, all the officials got out of the minibus. And they came out and shook my hand and said hello. I felt quite chuffed. Even Joel Wilson, the retired international umpire from Trinidad and Tobago.
Here is Joseph on the way to bowl to Young on 47. Young is getting to be down the leg side, tucks it down to fine leg. Will pick up a single. That'll take the total to 82 for loss of 1. There's a single of leg by from umpire Ruff. And 82 for 1. One delivery remaining in over number 16.
Yeah, and my good friend Alex Ward from England, you know, he came out and said, Mr. Wallace, I said Mr. Ward from 5 because, you know, we played a few cricket matches against each other. And Javagal Srinath, the match referee, he went to Bangladesh and played a Champions Trophy in those days. and I hit the first volley ball for 6. He asked me if I'm okay. And he's the match referee, you know. We just had a nice little chat, you know, Leslie for Judy and also Dayton Butler.
Here is Joseph on the way into both to Kelly. Kelly gets a short delivery, plays the uppercut down the third man. The fielder is interested. It goes over his head for 6. So using the pace and the bounce, Philo, talk about invention, talk about control. A superb way to end over number 15 for New Zealand. A 6 to Kelly. He's the 24 from 31. Young is on 47 for 50. And in perfect control in the exchanges between the West Indies and the New Zealand in ODI. Number 5 at Kensington Oval. Alzari Joseph not at all impressed, but the extra pace and the extra bounce, Philo, and
right.
Well played by Kelly.
Well played by Kelly. The short ball that was coming back in at him, but he got up off his 2 feet and he really hit it with a lot of power. He hit it up, trying to get it overturned, by which he did over the ropes for another 6. But a good brave shot from Nick Kelly, but not afraid to challenge the short ball, which is always good. And he hit it against the wind. He's going up to the southern side of this, the eastern side of this ground, where the wind obviously pushes through from the eastern side. So he went against the wind, but he was successful. The modern day bats as well, and they're unbelievably good. I asked one day, how can you feel with these bats? I lifted some the other day. I said, wow, if I had these, it would encourage me to even hit the ball further. They can incite you to do some weird things, these bats, when you're batting. But a good start for New Zealand after losing early wicket, after 16 overs, 88 for 1. They will feel quite happy with this position. Obviously, there's Chapman, Tom Latham, Bracewell, Cycler, Smith, Clark, Duffy, and Lennox to bat. And if you get down to Lennox, New Zealand will be in real trouble. On this quality ODI surface, you see Peter, who's been here for eons, he's starting to look like the crease. Slim. But he's marking the
Rasta man, Peter, a.k.a. Ben.
Yeah, well, he was a Rasta. He's just a dread.
He's just a dread now.
Yeah, no locks, but we talk a lot in tongue, actually. And we talk cricket. He knows a lot. He's been here for a very long time. Yes, and he will be a good man to interview about Sagari, because he would have been with Sagari and had conversations with him, and he's a very deep thinker of cricket. But New Zealand will be happy here, Lyndon. They've been inserted by West Indies as expected, and to get to 88 for 1 in 16 overs is a pretty good effort thus far. With Will Young, who's showing some good form and good technique. He's on 47 from 50 balls at 4 fours and a 6. And Nick Kelly is starting to grow now in confidence. He's on to 24 from 31 balls with 3 fours, and that wonderful uppercut 6, just a delivery ago.
Yes, having lost Henry Nichols at the top of the order for 10, he was bowled by Ford, 16 for 1 at that stage. So the partnership at the moment is worth some 72. Who says still a lot of batting to come. Chapman, Latham, Bracewell, Satner, Smith, Christian Clark has also come as well. So quite a lot of batting to come. And at this stage, 88 for the loss of 1. Some bowling figures: Matthew Ford, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Jaden Seal, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 24. Vita Laws, he's set on 2 overs, no maidens, none for 12. Alzari Joseph, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 15. And Godakesh Moti, 1 over, no maiden, none for 7. The next voice you'll be hearing will be that of my good friend in Philip Hackett, to join the illustrious Philo Wallace. And Andrew, I know you were waiting on that horse name, and the name is Vitash. It's a horse who's yet to win at the Carson. That is trained by Craig Brathwaite. Vitash. More from Philo Wallace, and then he'll be joined by Philip Hackett.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. You are nice to have you here in the commentary box with us at the wonderful, well-appointed Kensington Oval, the home of cricket in Barbados. It looks good. A lot of work has been done to this cricket stadium. The governor of Barbados, SCOMI, the Barbados Cricket Association. The association is obviously in charge of the pitches and the outfield. SCOMI is in charge of the marketing, and the government is the head honcho of the entire project. But it looks good. It looks in good form. Very good green outfield. There's some brown patches because there's some activities other than cricket here. And it's just a wonderful sight, and the pitches are now starting to complement this wonderful facility. As I say, good afternoon to Philip Hackett, who still has that white stocking on his right index finger.
Well, it's fashionable, isn't it?
Listen,
good, um, good afternoon to you, fellow. I was just about to say it's a pleasure to be working with you again, but no, I have to rethink that.
a lot of people rethink a lot of things.
Here's a ball that is played up into the onside. The first delivery of the over from Moti. It's always a pleasure to work with you, fellow. You know that.
Yes, it is, Philip. We do our stuff on Saturdays with the Barbados Cricket Association.
Yes, as this delivery is swept away down towards the backward square boundary. Good diving effort to stop the ball going into the boundary.
Shamar Joseph.
And the return comes in on the bounce to Shehope. Shamar Joseph, who is not in the 11 today,
He was not in on Sunday
but
either.
in similar manner to Sunday, he's on the field.
And
So
he's running around quite quickly.
clearly he's not injured.
No, he's not. He's just not selected.
Well, maybe they're saving him for the test match. As a drive, which finds the fielder coming off the boundary. Looks like Carty who sends that return into the Shehope. And of course, this will be the test match against Pakistan. There's no test match against New Zealand for those who may not be following the fixtures closely.
And Young has gone up to 50 as well with that shot.
Off 53 balls, so well played to him. 50 off 53 balls. Kelly has got 24 off 31. It's 91 for 1. So good recovery after the relatively early loss of Henry Nichols. And West Indies badly need a breakthrough, I would suggest, as Moti comes left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Kelly, who is whipping this one away. Forward of square. A single that will take him up to 25. And it will take the score up to 92 for the loss of 1. But Young has played well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he looks good. He looks the part. Obviously, as an opening batter, your first job is to get a partnership. He didn't do that successfully with his partner, but now he's settling in with Kelly and just working the ball around quite nicely, hitting it with a lot of authority and power. And you see what runs can do. He's into a good strides. He gets into good strides. He's playing good shots. He's playing with authority. He's playing with a lot of common sense as well. And with Kelly there as a supporting arm, this partnership obviously is doing well for New Zealand.
A single to mid-wicket that rotates to strike. And here's another single now as Kelly hits this one down towards long on for a run that takes the score now up to 94. As over number 17 completed an over in which Moti conceded some 6 runs. And after 17 overs, the New Zealanders put into bat 94 for a loss of 1.
Yeah, well, Young 50 or 53 balls. That is good going for opening batter. Obviously, the second wicket, 50-run partnership also came in 50 balls. So it's been good going. It hasn't been slow at all. It's been consistent scoring. Not going helter-skelter, going all for broken power. But in between playing some aggressive shots, we continue to see the rotation of the strike. Just hitting the ball into the outfields and pushing for the singles, looking for a 2. But this is good. This is good batting by these two New Zealand batters. Will Young at the top and Nick Kelly, who's the number 3. And they're looking, obviously, to continue to build on this partnership. And Vital Laws now has been given the opportunity to start a second spell. But he'll be this time coming from the southern end or the Malcolm Marshall end.
2 overs for 12 runs so far. And he will be in operation once more. Didn't maybe have the best of starts at the far end, but we'll try to tighten up on that now. 9 for 12 from 2 as he starts his third over. He's operating now from the Malcolm Marshall end, and this delivery is driven to the right of long off. The batsman will go for 1. They're thinking of a second, but that's just a very brief thought, because good work done in the outfield to keep the scoring down to 1 as New Zealand move to 95 for the loss of 1. Young is taking or retaking his guard. He would have taken guard, of course, before. In fact, that was a no ball sent down, and we're gonna have a free hit. So a no ball, which well, always a bit strange to have a no ball from a spinner.
Vital Laws is getting some bad habits here. When a spinner bowls a no ball, it just shocks the whole place. You don't expect a spinner to bowl a no ball, but he's guilty on this occasion, and he's giving away a free hit.
So that free hit will be that free hit opportunity will be to Kelly, to Young, in fact, who's on strike. Here's Laws, and he hits this in the air. He's somewhat miscued it, and it's going to be probably taken. In fact, he allows it to drop. Paul looks like out there. Allows it to drop because he knows that had he caught it, it would not have been out. I'm not so sure that the crowd got the memo about the free hit.
Yeah, but I don't like that cricket at all, fella. It's a free hit, yes, a ball that William looking to swing into the corner area of the field up by the big scoreboard. And Keno Paul just allowed the ball to bounce in front of him. Take the catch, get some practice, because you never know, he might come back again. Practice makes perfect.
Well, they say perfect practice makes perfect. I guess that wasn't very perfect, as this delivery is nudged away to the onside up towards mid-wicket. Well, the good news is that they got away with the free hit. They only conceded, a couple of runs?
Yeah, 2.
But, yes, Paul allowed it to drop, but there was a buzz around the ground. I think there's some people who didn't realize that it was a free hit.
Maybe.
As Laws is into both to Young, and Young is reverse sweeping, not going to get any runs for it because a good diving effort at that short third man position. Your boy Rutherford.
It's not my boy. My son's name is Aiden.
Aiden. Okay.
No.
I guess I was misinformed.
Yeah, no.
I should know better than to listen to Henry Wallace.
Yeah.
As Laws to the right-handed Young, who's got 53 off 57 deliveries, flight to delivery, driven down towards mid-off. A single as Joseph comes around to his right, feels well, but can't stop the run. He's deep enough, and the ball was moving slowly enough that he really couldn't do much about it. And there's rotation in the strike, so Joseph goes back now towards the boundary because now he'll be at long on for the left-hander as opposed to mid-off for the right-hander. There's a long on and a long off with Kelly on strike. Here is Laws into him. He is playing this one up into the covers. A bit of a misunderstanding there between the batsmen, but all's well as well. The ball was played into the covers. It was only partially stopped by the fielder, and therefore one batsman thought that a run was on, the other didn't. And you know that's always a problem when the two batsmen are not on the same page.
They struggled Matthew Ford on Sunday.
Well, you had to mention that. Here's the Laws into both to Kelly, and Kelly comes forward watchfully, almost suspiciously, playing it up towards Paul in that cover area. That's the end of the over from Laws. He would be happy about that over because he's only conceded what I make it. Well, actually, he's conceded 5 when you consider that there was a no ball, and after his 3 overs, he's given up 17 runs. But all told, 99 for 1 after 18.
Yes, 99 for 1 after 18. New Zealand, when you look at it, the surface here, Kensington Oval, is going to ask a lot of questions about Vita Laws. The New Zealand batters are playing him with a lot more confidence. They're driving the ball on length. They're looking to work the ball into the gaps when they get the opportunity. It was a bad ball, they're looking to pounce on it. So he's going to call for a lot of concentration. And I'm going to keep using this word, variation, from this young man. He doesn't want to be too predictable in his line and life and also his pace.
Here is Moti at the start of the new over, punched away, only as far as the bowler, who knocks it down and recovers and picks it up, walks back to his mark. 54 to Young, who waits for Moti in the 19th over of the innings. He's driving up towards point, diving effort, unsuccessful by Paul. The ball seems to be following him. Is that Paul? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And, well, the ball seems to be following him. And the batsman get a single. Not that it was an easy stop. He dived at it, couldn't stop it. That brings up the 100, by the way. So the 100 coming up off 18 overs and 2 balls. And Young with that single goes to 55. Kelly, who's on 27, comes back on strike as Moti's around the wicket and whipping this one down towards long on is Kelly for a run that takes him to 28. The runs seem to be coming very easily. The opening over is a far cry from those opening overs when the balls were going past the batsman had to be watchful and exercise good judgment. Now they seem to be quite relaxed. They've settled in, they're in charge, and West Indies wondering where some success will come from. Here's another delivery steered into the covers. Return comes in, hits the stumps. There's an appeal. I believe they'll go upstairs, but the fielders don't seem as excited as one might expect. But a good bit of work as the batsman went through for a quick run. Let's watch the result of that. But no one is really interested. In fact, Shea Hope is walking away, going back to his position at the keeper's end. So he's obviously not too optimistic that it will go in the favor of West Indies. It's going to be pretty close, though. In fact, let's see. The bill, actually, that's closer than we thought. That is closer than we thought. What will the decision be? It's on the big screen as well. Everyone can see it. The batsmen are not convinced that he's short. I think they will want to see it again. If he's in, he's barely in, Philo Wallace.
Yeah, very tight call there for the umpire. But good work in the outfield, by the field, with the ball just hitting the stumps. And direct hits always cause some problems. A batter might think that he's safe. Once that ball hits the stump direct, he can find himself short. But we have to wait and see. But the bill is lifted now, it looks like.
I think the bail, it depends on how far out of the groove the bail has to come, because the bail definitely moved before he grounded, but was it lifted enough out of the groove? That's the thing. If you look back at it, I think he'll get away. I think he'll get away with it. I think he'll get away with it. But
decision is pending.
I think it's going to be another
looking at it again
here. Well, they're looking at it again.
Hassan Raza from was a TV umpire.
There almost seemed to be a delay, Philo, in the bill coming off. What we see.
The players are going back to their fielding positions.
Yeah, I think they're convinced that he'll get away with it.
I think so too, but it's still decision is still pending.
But it's really, really close.
It's
Not
not
out. It
Yes.
really was close.
Yeah, as you said, the ball hit the bill. The bat was not grounded, but when the bat was grounded, then the bill came out.
Yeah, it's almost like a delayed reaction
Yeah,
by the bill. But good work by Paul.
Keno Paul.
No doubt about that.
Yeah, good fielder.
Yes.
This needs to stay balanced.
So here is Moti now as he continues around the wicket, and Kelly gets the ball that hurries onto him. He gives himself room and pushes it up towards a short extra cover. There's no run for him. Yeah. Right now the field spread far and wide. The closest fielders are the short extra cover and the mid wicket. As Moti continues, whipped away straight to mid wicket. Yes, and that's the end of the over from Moti. So. Moti 3 overs done for 16, and after 19 overs and a bit of excitement there.
Yes.
102 for the loss of 1.
Yes, a bit of excitement with some good work from Keno Paul. Very energized, energetic in the field. Good coming out of Ghana. You always expect that the Ghanaians to be good fielders. But again, we are seeing that intent being shown by the New Zealand batting pair. Obviously, Will Young, he's there on 56, and Nick Kelly looks very resolute in defense, good in attack. He's on 28, so this partnership, the second wicket partnership, continues to grow for New Zealand, and will cause Shea Hope some headaches if he doesn't get a wicket in the next couple of overs, because the two of these guys, on this placid surface, I believe they can express themselves a bit more.
Well, it's interesting you use that term placid surface, because you are probably a little bit ahead of me there. I'm going to bring you in on a discussion or get your opinion on the comparison between this pitch and the one on Sunday. But right now Laws is ready to continue, and the first delivery was always played to his left, and he comes just off the pitch to his left to complete the fielding.
Yeah, but the pitch on Sunday was good. It's a little darker in color than this one here on Tuesday, but to me they're playing similarly. This pitch here is a lot more truer.
Here is the Laws again, short, and wow, he plays that one on, and what a shot. He tried to reverse hit it, and somehow the ball hit in the stump. Not quite sure if he got some bat onto it as well, but it knocked the stump back. And what a way to lose your wicket. Let's watch the replay here. He went down on his knees to play the reverse, didn't make contact with anything, and when he sees that, he will bow his head in shame, as he should. He walks away, ball by Laws, and now New Zealand are 102 for 2.
Yeah, you got out to 56, batting wonderfully well off of 62 balls. And what would make you want to play that type of shot, a length delivery from a left-hand spinner that has good control and is turning the ball, rather than just batting, knocking the ball up, continue to bat and look to get a big 100. And these are the kind of things that really irks me as a former cricketer. You want to get a good service like this. You come to Ghana where the services were not as good as this. This is the final game. You've been sent into bat on a good batting surface. You get a good start as an opener, and you give to your wicket. Why? To be cute? If I was the manager, you have to buy dinner for the entire squad, because that is a very poor shot there from William, and he will know it when he gets in there and watch the replay that he could have done a lot better to play that ball, down the ground. Maybe pick up a single or maybe a two, but he's lost his wicket. New Zealand lost their second wicket on 102, and that brings now Mark Chapman into strike.
And the thing about it is that things like that could actually put a side back into the game. That could lift the confidence of a bowler who may not be fully confident. And you can change the complexion of the game. If that happens because of the brilliance of the bowler or the fielder, well, that's cricket. But when you give your hand away like that, you've only got yourself to blame if the consequences are not good.
Yeah.
So 102 for 2. And Chapman, who played so well in the previous game before he seemed to have tweaked his hamstring. Of course, there was not a whole lot of evidence of it in his running, but he did show that he was in a hurry to continue, and in the end got out. Well, what a shot to get off the mark. You can tell when a batsman is in form, because he gave himself a bit of room and just, without any fuss, just spanked that one between extra cover and mid-off down to the boundary for 4.
You use the word called spank. I say hit that hard. In the mic, you can hear the wind off the bat. Whew. And he just hit it with a lot of power and good placement too, Philip. And down to the off boundary for 4. And that is a serious shot for a first delivery.
Well, a spanking from some people is being struck hard.
Yeah?
Oh yes.
You get spanked often?
Well, no.
Okay.
But in my day at school, that was very much on. Here's a ball that is played into the covers, and the batsmen go for 1, pulling Carty off the boundary for a single, taking the score up to 107 for 2. There was a principal at the school in my day who did use that as a method of punishment. So I heard, and I don't think that one could. It was not very. It was warm, but not welcoming.
Well, when I went to school, we used to get lashes or licks. I was never spanked. As an adult, I got spanked. But
You
when I
did?
was a school child, it was lashes or licks.
Oh, well, tell us about it.
No, I just told you.
Okay, here's Laws, a short, and that one really hurried onto him. Is that what you call the flipper by any chance, Philo Wallace? That one hurried onto him.
Flipper was a dolphin.
Flipper was a dolphin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the actual.
Let's get back to the let's get back to the
I don't know what Neil has given me, but it's made me giggle.
Let's get back to the spanking after this delivery. Here's a ball that is hit into the ground and up towards cover, and there's no run. What's the difference between a spanking and a lashing?
Well, at the end of that beat, that law's over. Philip, New Zealand 107 for 2. Kelly is there of 28 for 41 balls, and Chapman was just joining him. He's moved quickly on to 5 from 2. But I don't know. When I went to school, I got lashes. I was never spanked.
So what's the difference between lashes and spanking?
Because you used to get beat with a belt. You were going to get beat with a belt, no? You can't get spanked with a belt. You're going to get lashes with a belt. Right.
So you get spanked with a tamarind rod?
No, you don't get spanked with a tamarind rod. You get licks with a tamarind rod.
So how does one get spanked?
With a vet towel.
A vet towel.
Okay.
No, that certainly didn't happen at school.
Good. No.
Yeah.
So, after 20 overs, New Zealand 107 for 2. I gotta watch you, Philip. You're not as innocent as you look.
I'm very innocent. I'm one who likes to seek information, and you seem to be full of information. Not as much so as the man who's going to replace you, Henry Wallace. Now he is an encyclopedia all on his own. As Moti prepares to continue from around the wicket. You've had how many overs bowled so far? I'll tell you in a minute. As this delivery is, well, he's trying to work it away on the onside, Chapman, and doesn't really get hold of it. This is the 21st over. Andrew Mason lurking somewhere in the background, waiting to come in to describe the action for you. Moti in his 4th over, none for 16, comes around the wicket to bowl to Chapman, and Chapman stands up straight and pushes this one up towards mid-on. We'll get a single because there's a long on, and Hetmar, who's at mid-wicket straight, came across and dived, but the ball went past him. Of course, he waited Chapman until Hetmar had made the effort before attempting to run, which was completed quite easily in the end because the ball ran all the way down towards the long on area as Moti continues around the wicket to bowl to Kelly. Kelly brings long on into action yet again, this time with a ball that struck more forcefully down towards that area. And rotation in the strike once more. So 109 for the loss of 2. New Zealand put into bat by Shea Hope, who won the toss for the second time in the series. Won the toss in the first game, then lost the next 3. Lost the next 3 games as well. And has won the toss here again today. Another single to keep the scoreboard ticking over here at Kensington. 29 to Kelly. Chapman has got 7. 110 for 2 in the 21st over. Moti in his 4th over, none for 19 so far. Prepares to continue from the Joel Garner end. And here's a defensive stroke from Kelly, just prodding. And the ball just trickling into the offside down towards where a close-in point would have been. Matthew Ford comes in from extra cover to complete the fielding. Sends it down to Moti, who will continue. Left arm around the wicket under bright skies, bright sunshine here at Kensington. A single to Kelly, and a single that will help him to keep the strike as he moves to 30 at the end of over number 21. He's got 30 off 44. Chapman 7 off 5. And after 21 overs, 111 for the loss of 2. I'm going to leave you with Hendy Wallace, who will be joined in a short while by Andrew Mason.
The spinners in operation here for the West Indies in tandem, and with the wicket of Will Young, you felt it was an opportunity for them to try and maybe string together some cheap overs. The New Zealand batters have just been milking the spinners, no real expansive shots. But we saw the attempt from Will Young, which proved to be his undoing when he played the ball onto his stumps. But apart from that, it's Kelly, who's been somewhat not as fluent. His 30 runs have come off some 44 deliveries, so not all that impressive of a strike rate, but New Zealand will be hoping that he will just hang in there and be part of the charge at the back end of the innings.
Here's Joseph, comes up now, bowls to Kelly. Kelly is forward and drives well. 4 runs, wide a bit off, pitch stop, and he launches it up beautifully, and that's gone away for 4. Pitch stop and stroke pass bit off to carry the score now up to 115 for 2. Kelly goes to 34.
Welcome back to the attack is Alzari Joseph, and nothing more than a loosener, one would say, on the length. And there was Kelly. I talked about him struggling there for a while, facing some 44 deliveries, but that's a player who's in fine touch. That particular shot playing on the up, it was a delivery just angled across him with the right arm fast bowler bowling over the wicket to the left-handed batter, and he just played it slightly inside to out. He hit the gap between the extra cover and the mid-off, and it was very well placed in time.
They can't find the ball, it's lost in the covers. Can you believe that? I think they finally found the ball, but it was beautifully played, a rasping drive, wide and mid-off. Lovely weather in Bridgetown. In fact, I went to Guyana, had good weather there as well, and it's been hot. But I can tell you that was a beautiful drive by Kelly, who goes to 34 left-hander, and it was stroked away, wide off mid-off. 115 for 2. We're into over number 22 now. Joseph, 3 overs and 1 ball, no maidens done for 19. Now goes round the wicket, on his way, looking to change the angle. Elbows pumping, goes past the umpire, balls to Kelly. Kelly covers up. Good tight delivery on the middle stump. Plays the ball up the offside of the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up, and there's no run. Where's he going around the wicket now?
Well, I think he's just trying to narrow the angle, because the previous delivery, it wasn't a bad delivery.
Right.
But I think that across the batter just gave him a little bit of width outside the off stump. And there was Kelly playing slightly inside to out. So he's playing on the angle.
Right.
And now the ball's a little bit softer. So you don't expect the same zip.
Right.
With the seam getting a little softer as well. So it's not going to have the same zip as it had in the opening spell. And there Kelly was able to hit it on the up comfortably.
Here's Joseph looking for a scalp in, bows to Kelly. Kelly is driving into the offside. Down to cover, gets 1. Cover comes off the boundary very quickly. That looks like Casey Carty, the man from St. Martin. Picks it up. The batsman thought of the second, decided against it. And with that, Kelly goes to 35, 116 for 2, 21 overs and 3 balls gone.
And just to follow up on the question you asked, by going around the wicket, then you narrow that angle. So you're bringing the ball. It doesn't have to be moving off the seam, but he's presenting the ball from a little bit wider on the offside and zeroing in on the stump. So he's narrowed the angle for the batter.
Right. So lots of left-handers in the New Zealand side. Chapman has got 7, very reliable player. Now he decides to try to angle the ball across him as he goes over the wicket. Here's Joseph from the southern end to bowl to Chapman. Chapman goes back to one short, just aside of the off stump. Plays it up the onside the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run. Score is kept on 116 for 2. I'll just run through what has happened. The action started at 2:30. In fact, the game on Sunday was at 10 o'clock because of the World Cup. Congratulations to Spain for winning. And in the end, it was a game that maybe not the best, but in the end, Spain, I thought, played much better and deserved to have won. In fact, conceded only one goal in the World Cup. Well done to Spain. But do you support Spain?
I support Brazil, but I picked Spain to win. Yeah.
Okay. Joseph comes up now, bowls to Chapman. Chapman is covering up, plays the ball into the offside, gets the single. The cover fielder has to come across to the right. When he gets there, that was very well done. Just playing with soft hands, squaring the offside for 1. So with that, Chapman goes to 8. Kelly's 35, 170 for 2-1 to coming over number 22. Did you watch a lot of the football?
I watched a fair bit of it. And to be fair, it was an easy choice to pick Spain as
You
favorite
reckon?
because of their record, European champions. And you said they weren't conceding any goals. They weren't losing any matches. So it was a fairly easy pick. I believe the bookies didn't give you great odds either.
No, not at all. Joseph on the wicket now. Wouldn't want to concede a boundary after this last delivery. We've seen it so many times. Comes in to bowl to Kelly into this delivery. Kerry covers up, plays it square in the offside, down to backward point. Good tight delivery on the off stump. And jumps across the off stump, plays it away to end the over. So Kelly's kept on 35. Chapman has got 8. 22 gone. 117 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
And a good comeback there from Alzari Joseph after being punished that first ball in this new spell. And he just stepped on the gas a bit and it was much tighter. Ironically, he opted to go over the wicket. When he was over the wicket to Kelly, Kelly put the ball through extra cover for 4. And then he went around the wicket to Kelly. When Chapman came on strike, he reverted to over the wicket, which suggests to me that he's a little bit more comfortable. He has better rhythm bowling over the wicket. But Chapman has just come to the crease. He's only played some 7 deliveries, so you've got your better chance to try and keep Chapman quiet. And I think that's probably the reason why he went back over the wicket to Chapman.
So the action started, as we said, at 2:30 Eastern Caribbean time, 1:30 in Jamaica. 116 for 2. I shall endeavour to run through what has happened so far. In the meantime, it's the Berbetian to continue. We're talking about left arm spinner Gooditish Moti. Comes in to bowl to Chapman. Chapman is back to a ball which is on the line of that leg stump. Plays it past mid-wicket. So that means that the fielder down at long on has to come across to the left to pick up Matthew Ford. The batsman have time for 1. It was a fellow Berbetian diving away on his belly. Of course, we're talking about Hetmar. And there's ample girth there as well. 118 for 2. Here is Moti in bowls and beats him. Beautifully bowled indeed. They was coming forward. Kelly, the ball went over the stumps. And are they going to go upstairs here? Perhaps they think there might have been a bit of an inside edge. Let's have a look at that. What do you think, Hendy?
It was a beautiful delivery. It was a slower delivery. There was some bounce. There was some spin. And I'm just wondering if Shea Hope may not have been sure if it hit the pad, hit the bat. But in asking for the LB, it would bring all the dismissals into place.
Have a look at that.
It was a beautiful delivery. Just pitching just outside the off stump. There was a bit of spin. Seemed to be a gap between bat and pad, and it just went over the middle stump.
Yeah, beautifully bowled by Moti. In he comes again to bowl to Kelly. Kelly is forward. Good tight delivery. That's what happens when you get a ball before. Psychologically, you just have to be on the right crab legs. You play that ball towards mid-wicket.
Playing with an element of suspicion.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very suspicious there. Settles and waits. Moti's bowled well in this over. Comes in to bowl to Kelly into this delivery. Kelly's on driving. Lovely flowing shot down towards that long on area. Coming forward to collect it is Matthew Ford, the man who opened the bowling. And Kelly gets 1 to go. Now up to I make him. What's you're having a look at that? Was there something there?
Well, I think that the ball actually struck his forearm.
Oh.
And I think that's the reason why Shea Hope wasn't sure if it was glove or forearm. It was forearm. Here's
Moti continues in bowls, and there's the batsman coming forward. Chapman and drives firmly. Lovely flow of the bat down towards that long on area for single. 120 for 2. 22 overs and 5 balls gone in good batting conditions. You would think New Zealand will be having visions of making pretty close to 300 here, you think?
Oh yeah, anything less than 300 now
Yeah.
would be a huge disappointment for the batting outfit.
Perfect batting conditions. Here's Moti looking to finish strongly. Comes into Kelly. Kelly's reverse sweeping and it will go for 4. Well. It will have the legs to get there just about now. Well, I want to do a study of the last ball. I keep saying it all the time. Something just happens, and if you really study it carefully, so many last deliveries go to the boundary, and that one did. So the over comes to an end. Kelly is 40. Chapman has got 10. 23 gone. New Zealand won 24 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Well, you won't fault the bowler on that one. We'll give credit to the dexterity of the batter playing the reverse sweep. I don't think he got it perfectly, but he got the perfect result in picking up the boundary. And Andrew, if you'll permit me just to say hello to one of our listeners in Canada.
In Canada?
Who's having a medical procedure.
Oh.
Young Dolly.
Hello, Dolly. Is she jolly?
She's getting there. She's getting there.
Well, she's after the procedure. She should be
but
jolly.
She's loving the commentary.
Okay,
so
hello, Dolly.
She's a big fan of Andrew Mason.
Okay, she is. Well, she should be.
Not many left, but
maybe she's the only fan. Hello, Dolly there. Thank you very much indeed, Dolly. Is she Belgian?
No, she's Jamaican living in Canada.
Jamaican land we love.
Yeah.
Here is a delivery which is outside the off stump, bowled by Joseph. Pitched up, and there was a drive, loose shot by Chapman. Scores kept on 124 for 2. So hello to all listeners in Jamaica. Listen to KLS Radio there in Jamaica, from Barnett Street in Mobay to, of course, Halfway Tree in Kingston. And have you been to Jamaica recently?
Yes, I was there. I think about 2 years ago. We had a seminar there.
Seminar?
I was in
Hotel?
Ocho Rios.
Ocho Rios. Yeah. You like Ocho Rios?
It was all right.
Okay, good.
You know I'm a Mandeville man.
Yeah, I know you're a man. Yes, you should. Young man Daniel. 124 for 2. Short of a head. On the back foot goes Chapman, pushes into the onside down to the wicket. They'll scramble a single to carry the score to 125 for 2. Kelly is 40. Chapman is 11. Wonderful place, Jamaica, to go. So Dolly is from Jamaica. Is she from Kingston?
No, she's from the Mandeville area.
Oh, she's from the Mandeville.
Well,
that's why we like Mandeville.
No, not because of Dolly. No.
All right, Mandeville. Of course, that's the capital of Manchester.
Yeah.
There's a place called Craighead there. Been there. Got some land there in Craighead. 125 for 2. Here's Joseph as he starts his run. Comes up now, bowls to Kelly, and to this every Kelly covers up, opens the face of the bat, runs it down towards that backward point area. There's no run for him. Scores kept in 125 for 2. Let's look at the bowling of Joseph so far. 4 overs and 3 balls, no better done for 24. Has he gone? Can you tell me?
Actually, these last 2 games, I've been very impressed with his rhythm, his control. And it's good to see for a change he's been economical. I know that, yes, he's an attacking bowler. And with that, there's always the expectation that he'll go for a few runs and he's been picking up wickets, but I think he's been able to balance that a lot better in these last 2 games.
Yes, he looks good. I thought he bowled very well in the last game that was played. He comes in again to bowl to Kelly, and Kelly is getting outside the off stump. That's not a good shot at all by Kelly coming forward. The ball goes over the top of the bat to be taken by the keeper, banged in. So the scores kept on 125 for 2, 23 overs and 4 balls gone. Here's Henry Wallace.
Yeah, just mixing it up there slightly, producing that short rising delivery. We saw that before, where it was the uppercut was played and it went all the way for 6. So he just needs to be mindful. He doesn't want to be too predictable.
Right. Well, he's got 2 balls left in this over. Man from Antigua. Hello to all our friends in Antigua and Barbuda. Hello to Sir Andy Roberts. Of course, that great Antiguan fast bowler. Here is Joseph. Comes up now, bowls to Kelly. Kelly is cutted at the ball outside the off stump. The ball goes by to be taken by the shot. Another loose shot, maybe getting a bit impatient. He's got 40 from 55 balls. Chapman has got 11 from 11. And with 1 to go and over number 24, it's 125 for 2. So Joseph to go back to his mark. The party stand is pretty active. And a decent crowd, I would say.
Actually,
I think it's
better.
decent.
It's better than Sunday.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Which surprised me.
Yeah, it's a bit. Well, it's of course free. We expect people to come. Can you imagine had West Indies won that game on Sunday?
Yes.
Would have gotten some more.
Yeah.
And they should have won it, really. Here's Joseph round the wicket. Comes the last ball. The over is in. Bowls to Kelly. Kelly covers up. Plays the ball into the offside. Down towards that point area. There's protection on the boundary. Casey Carty comes across his right. to pick it up. The over comes to an end. Kelly is on 41. Chapman has got 11. 24 gone. New Zealand being asked about 126 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Another good over from Alzari Joseph. Just 2 runs coming off that over. And we look at the projected score at 5.2 runs per over, which it currently is. You're looking at 262. 7 runs and over would put you at 308, and 9 runs per over would put you at 360. And I would think from this position, New Zealand would be looking somewhere between the 7 runs per over, 9 runs per over. So we're talking about 340. You know, I think that's where they should be looking at, unless West Indies can pick up some wickets.
Yeah, I agree. Well, they got young Laws coming back in attack now. Vitel Laws, Vitel and not Vital. I thought he bowled very well in Guyana. Of course, these are different conditions here. Chinaman and googly bowler. Did you play, when you played at the time, did you ever have a Chinaman or googly bowler playing locally?
Locally, no, but playing for Barbados under 19s again. There was Shivam Prag, who unfortunately died.
Yeah, he died.
Trinidadian. He was a loss.
Or something like that?
Yeah,
okay.
He was a Chinaman googly, and he was a loss to West Indies cricket, not having special talent.
Yeah, Dave Mohammed would be the last we had. Can someone tell us about some Chinaman and googly bowlers? Here we go as Laws comes up now, bowls to Kelly. Kelly is forward and drives in the air. Will the catch be taken? No. The fielder coming off the boundary could not take the catch at cover. A ball that was pitched to a loose shot by the batsman. There was Chapman going for the drive. Or was it Kelly? In fact, have a look at that. Down the pitch. It was, in fact, Kelly. Went in there for a long time. Who's that? Is that Jaden Seals coming off the boundary from the shadows of the Greenwich Indian stand? The ball dropped just in front of him.
Well, it was he had a long way to go. Totally misjudged. He didn't quite get to the pitch.
No.
And it was the Chinaman.
Here's Laws, comes in and bowls. He's ripping the ball up towards long on. The catch should be taken. He's gone. Yes, he is. And Laws, the man from the land of wood and water, strikes again. A ball given to Mir, and there was Chapman driving up towards long on. The catch is taken by Moti. He gets his second wicket. This is a darling here at the Regent's Mecca. And in over number 25, 127 for 3. Hendy.
Well, you really have to give credit to the young man, and I just get the impression that the Kiwis wanted to put pressure on Laws from the time he came into the West Indies team. But the young man has really stuck it well, and he's really controlled himself and has been prepared for the fight, and he's been taking wickets for the West Indies. So credit to him. And you look at that first delivery in the over, he wasn't even having a look. He just wanted to have a dart at him. Didn't get anywhere near the pitch, and it could have gone to the fielder coming off the boundary. And Laws was not deterred. He was still in control, flighting the ball, and he got his success. The man being caught at long on.
It's really good to see someone like him. I don't know how Jamaica didn't pick him for. Of course, we had the regional tournament. I was rather surprised that Jamaica didn't pick him.
I think they got caught in the muddle, and this is not hearing from anyone. Just looking at it from the outset, they got caught in the muddle where they had their regulars. In Barnes, Salmon, and another spinner in there. And they probably didn't want to make the unpopular decision of leaving out one of those guys. You have a unique style like this, unorthodox, whether it's a very quick bowler, whether it's a left armer that swings the ball, whether it's a Chinaman googly bowler, you got to get him in.
You got him in there. Yeah, I agree with that. In fact, I spoke to a selector. You're talking about Wayne Lewis, and I gave him a ribbon. I said, "What's going on there, Mr. Lewis? You're going to pick this young man." And he seems as if one that people are going to love to.
Well, this is one of those.
He's full of energy.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's not that he's not good enough to play, in place of whom.
Okay, fair enough.
You know,
interesting. Well, Darren Sammy picked him, and Darren Sammy is happy with his work so far. No batsman coming to the creases, Leighton, and Kelly is on 42. 127 for 3. We're into over number 25. Hello to all of our listeners in Radio Land. The news is that the weather is brilliant in Bridgetown. Here is Laws, the man from Kingston, Jamaica. In he comes with a slip waiting to bowl to Latham. He's up to the wicket now, he's in, and the first delivery, he's coming forward and plays it quite nicely, given lots of air. Just stroking the ball to mid off, there's no run.
And I'm sure you're happy to see your captain putting the slip in.
Oh, yes, indeed, yes. My good friend there, Shea Hope, doesn't talk to me, but these things happen. Desmond Hayes hasn't spoken to me since 1990. Good old Joe Louis. A delivery is given to the upside down the off, some players square the offside by Latham down towards that backward point area for a single. 128 for 3. Did you know that Desi hasn't spoken to me for
No,
long?
I didn't know that. No.
Okay.
I try not to get into his personal business.
Yeah. I gave him a nod of the 10 in Jamaica. I think might have been a long time ago, but these things happen really. 128 for 3. Good old Joe Louis. Good friend of Franklin Stevenson, I'm told. Here we go. As Laws starts, comes up, now he's in, and bows to Kelly. Kelly is get the ball that spins into him. Lovely delivery. That's the googly.
Googly, correct.
And it's played away down towards that long on area, and the batsman gets a single. Interesting. Maybe you could describe the left arm spin the ball into a right hand. The ball that spins away is?
Well, if it's back of the hand.
Back of the hand?
Back of the hand is the unorthodox delivery. So
Okay.
if it spins away from the right hander,
Right.
it's the googly.
It's the googly.
If it spins into the right hander,
okay.
it's the Chinaman.
Okay, so when the left-hander's batting now, can you
It's still a googly or Chinaman. It doesn't matter who's
It
batting.
doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
So for the left-hander, the
Yeah.
googly will spin into the left-hander,
right.
and the Chinaman will spin away.
And he got a beautiful wicket with a chime with a stump there in Jamaica, remember?
Correct.
In Guyana.
Guyana, correct.
Yeah, beautiful piece of bowling. And good work by Hope to whip off the bails.
Well, to read it first of all.
Yeah, to read it. Yeah.
Then we put off the
It
bails.
looked very, very nice
Yes,
indeed when he
yeah.
got the wicket. So 25 gone, 130 for 3. Kelly's up 40. Latham has got 2. That's the latest score here at Kensington.
And if you spend a little bit more time talking about Laws, what comes to the fore is his control.
Right.
See, back of the hand bowling, control, and that's why we don't see very many Negro type bowlers bowling back of the hand stuff, because it's an element. It's almost a genetic thing. You
Right.
see the players from the Asian subcontinent just have these supple wrists
Yes.
that seem to be easy to do back of the hand stuff.
Right.
And we say the same thing even about finger spinners. When you're looking at the Dustra and stuff,
Right.
it's not the most natural delivery. As a
Okay.
matter of fact, when we see Negroes bowling the Dusra, the first thing people look at is the action.
Okay.
It looks a little suspect
Okay.
because it's not a natural
Yeah,
thing.
okay, I see. Interesting. Well, Jaden sees doesn't have that problem. He bowls quick. We'll continue the attack. He's bowled well. 5 overs, no minutes done for 24. So it's 130 for 3. And Jaden Seals, the man from Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, Trinidad will be hosting the Pakistanis. That test series gets underway pretty soon. So no rest for the West Indies team. Here's Seals round the wicket with his shadow alongside him. Comes up now, both to Latham. Latham is forward. Good tight delivery on the off stump. Plays it up the pitch in the air. Up towards that mid-off area. There's no run. Good start to the over from Seals.
Yeah, just carried a moment in the air, just on the offside of the pitch. And Seals more or less shadowed it, but they didn't quite come back to him. But it was in the air just for a moment.
All right. So we told you earlier that the funeral service for the late, great Sir Garfield Sobers, the national hero of Barbados, on July the 29th at Kensington Oval. Outside the off stump, it goes past the keeper and will go for 4. There's no slip in there outside the line of the off stump. And for a new batsman, Latham, I would have had a slip in there. And had there been a slip, that would have been a catch, I would think. Andy Wallace.
Yeah, it certainly would have been catchable.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, I just want to have a quick look at the replay if it comes. The batsman was looking to steer the ball, so it was a deliberate steer, but he was
Okay.
done a bit for pace.
Oh.
Maybe he went a little bit finer than he anticipated. But I believe that Shea Hope was slightly wrong-footed.
Oh, he was
And
wrong-footed.
he was going towards the leg side and then had to change
I
his direction.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, but he had no slip there. Maybe I'll discuss that on Mason and Guest this evening. I'll call him to at the end of the game. Here's Seals comes in, bowls. Ball pitched to the off stump, played away into the offside, down towards that backward point area. So Latham has got 6. Kelly's 43. It's 134 for 3. We're into over number 26.
And we have a good period of play there for the West Indies. And Shea Hope coming back to Seals will want him to back up the good work done by Alzari Joseph.
Yeah. Well, had there been a slip, you never know. Catch. Well, it was certainly an offer, and there was none. Generally, a very defensive captain is Shea Hope. Here we go. Seals round the wicket, starts his run. On his way again to bowl to Latham. This delivery, he's back and clips it off the hip. Down to backward square, gets 1. Ran the first one quickly, but there's never a second run there. Coming forward from that position is, looks like, who's that out there? Looks like,
I think it's Kimo Paul.
Oh, Kimo Paul, yeah, of the shadows of the Greatness in the End stand, the man from Essequibo.
But they're going off and on so quickly because I think at mid-on, I think that's Shamar Joseph, isn't it?
It looks like have a look at that.
Yeah.
Is this, Shamar Joseph is on, yeah. Man from Baracara in Berbice. Here is Seals round the wicket, starts his run. I think he's from the Arima area. He's in and balls outside the off stump. There's the batsman going for that drive, beaten outside the off stump. Well bowled again. The angle outside the off stump. Kelly plays it. It goes by to be taken by keeper Hope.
Yeah, but lovely carry there to the keeper. We're now in over number 26. So that particular ball will be 13 overs old. So still very good carry through to the keeper.
Yeah. So Jaden Seals, like most of them, would have come through the under 19 system. When we first saw him, we recognized his ability and has gotten fitter, a lot stronger. I think he's also bowled a little bit quick as well. 135 for 3. Starts his run again to bowl to Kelly. And to this delivery, Kelly is covering up to one of the off stump. Good tight delivery. Played the way up towards that cover area. And the end of a good over. An over in which he could have gotten a wicket with some good bowling outside the off stump. So the situation is 120, make that 135 for 3. 26 overs gone. More from you, and then it's going to be our very good friend, the horse racing man. We're talking about Lyndon Boogie Yard.
Seals again doing a good job there, apart from the boundary in the over, which was, you could say, a false shot. It was more or less 4 runs, a fortuitous 4. You wouldn't really fault Seals for that, but we've seen a real stark improvement in Seals gradually, with that natural development that you hope for with all your emerging cricketers. And I'm sure that within the West Indies ranks, the fast bowling team is doing lots of work with him. The strength and fitness person is probably doing a lot of work with him as well. But his elevation coincided with his stint following his stint in England, where I think he was at Sussex. And he looked such a complete bowler when he came back. So really good for the West Indies to have him in the lineup.
And it's going to be Tom Layton on strike. And here is Laws into him. And it's going to stroke down to the field at the long off position for a single. Takes New Zealand from the start of over number 27 to 136 for the loss of 3. And it brings Kelly on strike. He has 43 from 60. He's slowed down a little bit, but still being in control, and that's what's important from a New Zealand point of view. As Laws goes in past the umpire, and both the batsman is spanking it out to the sweeper off the cover boundary. Return will come back for 2. The return is coming to the end where the keeper is, and 2 runs attained. So Kelly getting a little closer. He's down 45. No ball signaled by umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. So a freebie. And this is the perfect opportunity to get us closer to 50.
Yeah, no better opportunity than this. And unfortunately for young Laws, in going for the googly, which is the overspun delivery, it just extends the front leg a little bit. So he has to be mindful of that when he's opting to bowl the googly, he may just need to start a half a pace deeper. Yeah, just so that the extra stretch doesn't go over the popping crease.
Well, Kelly on 45. Does he take advantage of this freebie? Here's Laws. Moves in past umpire Reefer. And to this delivery, he gets a short delivery, swings it or swats it over long on for 6. To bring up his 50. What a way to reach his 50. Handy, we called it before. There's a freebie on offer. And from 45, there's a perfect opportunity, provided you don't get run out. And he brings up his 50. 50 off 62 deliveries. Well played to the young man. 5 4s and 1 6. Handy.
Yeah, well, Kelly has not exactly been going like a train, but I'm not sure what Laws was trying to do. It seemed as if he was trying to bowl a top spinner and to skid it on, but it landed way too short. And Kelly really could have put it anywhere he wanted.
Well, placed it where you would normally find the fire truck at Kensington. And here is Laws from the Joe Garner end. The division is driven up to long off. Who's interesting, it comes across to his right, puts in the dive, and they take 2. So Rutherford, the man patrolling the long off position. 2 more to Kelly, who's batted really well. He's up to 53. And New Zealand, you will tend to believe, are beginning to push on in these middle overs. And as I think at this stage that normally you can find that they bowl inside, you can normally crawl their way back into the game by a reduction in the boundaries or the scoring rate. Here's Laws on the way in, and this delivery spank through the cover region. Off the boundary to his right, that looks to be Seals.
Yes.
And again, 2 runs attained. So you can say that they've gotten to move on to this over from Kelly. 26.4 overs gone, 149 for the loss of 3. Lost 5.4 overs, no minutes, 2 for 40. And it's a testing period for the young man, not in conditions that are favorable to his bowling, but it's all part of the learning curve. And Kelly on 55 from 64 degrees weights on him, and he gets that looked to be the Chinaman there, and he played it late. Back in your time, Hendy, I'm sure that when your spinners are on, the tendency would have been to get under the front foot. Today, the cricketers, they play everything deep in the crease.
Correct.
Laws in his final delivery of over number 27. And this delivery is tossed up and hit straight. Lovely shot up to long on. The field is across to his right, intercepts, and they're going to gallop back for 2 to bring up the New Zealand's 150. It's 151 for the loss of 3 after 27 overs. That's the latest with Kelly on 57. Latham has 8. Your thoughts, Hendy?
Yeah, an expensive over there from Law. Some 15 runs coming off the over. And we spoke earlier about, the attacking option and how you trade it off for wickets. And that's really what Laws brings to the West Indies attack. He has that ability to pick up wickets in the middle overs, which was always a troublesome period for West Indies. So he's given that option. Unfortunately, he's going to give up a few. And in this particular, he's going just about 7 runs and over, so which is quite expensive. But he's picked up those 2 wickets. So you would have to maybe say a little bit of give and take as far as that is concerned. And it's interesting you talk about playing spin off the back foot. The late George Linton, who, as we all know, was a demon in club cricket. And I remember having a conversation with him, and he spoke about one of my club mates, Adrian Grant, who was known to be one of the best players of spin. It was because Grant was a back foot player. And he said he couldn't get him out the crease. And when he overtossed it, then he would come forward and drive, So
here's Seals, the delivery which is played by Latham into the cover region and shadowed by Hitmar, and there is no run attained. Good shadow in there. You were saying, Philip?
Yeah. So they were saying like this as a spin bowler, he preferred the batter to be coming at him, and when you got those who were proficient at playing off the back foot, it presented a different challenge for the spinner. Now, of course, you need good pitches as well to do that, because if there's any variable bounce, then certainly playing back is not recommended.
Here is Seals in short delivery, which is work into the square leg region. For your single, off the boundary comes Justin Graves, the Barbadian, and the New Zealand move up to 152 for the loss of 3. On the contrary, speaking of spin, I remember having my challenges when I played the first division, as it was called then, and had a word with Collis King as to how do you play spin, unable to read it off the wicket, unable to read it out the hands, and he said, you don't need to move anywhere.
It got to come to you.
It has to come to you. If it pitches close to you and you get in a stride, it cannot turn enough to beat you unless you miss the whole ball.
Yeah.
And I thought that was so easy to explain it, and you're always able to move the feet, chip to the delivery. Well, how you can chip when you don't know where you chip into? A short delivery, which is spanked through the cover region for a single. And I remember hearing Andrew Mason, the batsmen not moving their feet. They're not dancing. But how are you going to chip when you don't know how to chip or what you chip into?
Yeah, you play to the wrong tune. But
exactly.
Yeah, it looks spectacular. I think we, in Barbados and West Indies generally, we like stylish players.
Correct.
So to see a player coming down the pitch and driving, we always thought that was stylish. And I remember the little bit I saw of Tony King, he looked like he was dancing to spin it, but that's back in another era.
Latham gets a short delivery and turns it down to the square leg fielder off the boundary for a single. So nice rotation for strike by the New Zealanders as the total moves at 154 for the loss of 3. 27 overs and 4 deliveries gone.
Yeah, in the absence of boundaries, they want to ensure that they've got that scoreboard ticking over with the singles, and with just the 5 fielders in the circle, there will be gaps around there to pick up. They're using the pace nicely of the faster bowlers. You notice that they're scoring mostly square the wicket, and that's because they're maneuvering the ball, using the pace on this predictable bounce.
Kelly on strike, 58, eases onto the front foot, plays the ball to Hickmeyer, who's patrolling the cover region, can't score. It's 154 for the loss of 3. Kelly 58 from 68 deliveries. Latham 10 from 10. And it gives me the opportunity to pay my respects to the great man, Sir Garfield Sobers, and offer condolences to his family on his passing. And I would say, Hendy, have memories of Sir Gary. I would not have seen him play. I would not be privileged to see him play. I'll get back to that after this delivery. And here's the delivery which the batsman Kelly plays from the crease into the offside, picked up by the ball on his follow through. That's the end of over number 28. New Zealand asked the bat first by Shea Hope, who won the toss in the ODI number 5 in the series. They are 154 for the loss of 3. And as I was saying, with reference to the great man, I remember my closest interaction with the great man is on the golf course. And I would say he passed away just shy of his 89th birthday, but I remember him playing up to age 86, Andy. And I was in awe every time that I was in his set and I saw him play a golf stroke. I never saw him bat, but I can tell you, I saw every shot he played in the cricket book in those golf strokes. Talk about, it's a smaller ball. He used to command the ball. He used to do what he wanted to do with the ball. And the ease with which, because he still had this belief that at 86 he could hit the ball as hard as he could when he was, say, 60 odd. You know, and you couldn't talk him out of it. Get back that, this Libya's loss continue. And this one stroke into cover, there's no run. But like I said, he would hit the ball as hard as possible, but with consummate ease. It was so much flair and finesse in every stroke he played on the golf course. And like I said, I saw every cricket shot he played when he was playing golf. And talk about a fantastic golfer. Talk about hit the ball straight. Struck on the pads of people leg before. And umpire Reefer, not at all interested. As Latham would have got himself a little bit in a tangle there. 154 for loss of 3.
And I just suspect, we obviously seen it from behind Shea Hope. I got the impression that with the lack of support from Shea Hope may have suggested there was an inside edge.
And they didn't go upstairs as laws continue on the way into both the Latham, and Latham is driving and knocked down by the fielder at the cover region. And there is no run attained. That's Matthew Ford, who finds himself patrolling the covers. I guess with modern day cricket these days, you find some fast bowlers in your time, Andy. Those fast bowlers non-patrol, long off, long on, third man and fine leg to get a bit of a rest really. Here's a short review. He's swatted through the vacant corner region into the boundary for 4. Poor delivery, pulled down by Laws, and it's now 158 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, rank long hop there. It doesn't matter how it's turning when it's that short. And there was a Latham getting deep in his screen, picked his spot because the long on was brought in where they were picking up an easy single, and he just lifted it just wide of long on over mid wicket and in that unprotected area for 4.
And Laws to continue to both the Latham. Latham is driving and brings the fielder Rutherford off the long off boundary for a single. And it takes a total to 159 for the loss of 3. New Zealand. And this is ODI number 5 in the Bet Cage Sports Series, with New Zealand in an unassailable position, 3-1 up. Here's the final delivery as Laws moves in on the way into both to Kelly, and Kelly stands up tall, plays the ball back to the bowler at the end. The way he approaches golf game, he always had conversations as well, and he's not one. What was even more outstanding about him, Andy Wallace, is that he would turn up for golf religiously every Friday at 12:30 sharp. So you would think that he's gotten on older in age, and he would want the lighter part of the sun when the sun begins to set, begins to get a lot easier, say the 3:30, 3 o'clock sun. Religiously, he arrived for 12:30.
Yeah.
He will tell you every shot he's going to play. When it comes to pattern reading, exceptional. He's going to challenge you and say, well, I think this is what it's going to do, and he will show you this one. So he was so majestic in his movement, his conversation, and like I said, I had the privilege of being around him or in his company in his golfing career, but he could relate his golfing shots to the way he played his cricket.
And if you look at some of his cricket shots, you could see where the natural golf swing will come from in terms of the finish, because he used to have that finish where the bat come all the way behind his back, which is sort of very customary with golf shots.
And we have a bowling change. Ford is back, and he's in from the Malcolm Marshall end for the first time, replacing Jaden Seals. and there's 159 for the loss of 3. Mind you, his shirt color was always up.
Yeah, I think there was a function recently, one of these crop over events, and they were obviously recognizing and paying tribute to Sir Gary, and I believe the DJ asked everybody to put their collars up in recognition of the great man. So even at a social gathering like that, one of the crop over events, I believe it was instigated by the chairman of selectors for the Barbados team.
Latham waits on Ford, who's into him, and stretches forward to deliver a lot closer to the off stump in line and length. And there's no 159 from loss of 3. And he was generally an out-and-out sportsman in the fact that apart from the golf and the cricket, he also meddled in horse racing. Loved the horse racing game. I remember himself and so Wes Hall having a horse by the name of Cruise Missile, and looked after by Sean Hall. And you know, it was always a sight to see him at the Garrison. Cammy Smith, who still a regular at the Garrison. Sir Charlie Griffith, you know, and of course, so Wesley Hall. Here is Ford in, a delivery which is weighted on by Latham. It played to the fielder at the point region. Can't beat the offside. That is O'Geese. And like I said, a nice period for the New Zealand side. 159 for loss of 3. Approaching over number 30. 29 overs and 3 deliveries gone. Ford, 5.3 overs, 1 made and 1 for 24. Seals, 7 overs, 1 made, none for 32. Laws, 7 overs, no made, 2 for 47. Alzari Jovis, 5 overs, no made, none for 23. Sorry. And Godakesh Moti, 5 overs, no made, none for 27. Current rate, 5.39. Ford. From the Malcolm Marshall end, goes past umpire Roth and bowls a little bit on a gain on that good length. So it's been a good over by Ford, who's coming and hit the mark right away, being switched from the northern end to the south. Which was your favorite end here, Hendy?
From the south, the Malcolm Marshall line.
The Malcolm Marshall end. Any particular reason?
But my best analysis came from the northern end. I got 9 for 25 here, and it was from the northern end.
Okay. And it's still not your favorite end?
It's still not my favorite end.
I guess that was just your game on that day.
That day, yeah.
Latham, 15 from 20 at the other end. Kelly, he has 58 from 70. Here is Matthew Ford into Bowes Latham. Latham gets a delivery right up, a lot closer to the center in the off stump, and watchfully in behind it is Latham.
Yeah, very watchful indeed, because that third man is very square, and I suspect that any width outside the off stump, if Latham doesn't want to take on the deep cover boundary, he'd be looking to run that ball fairly fine, getting it wide of the keeper. We saw that already. I don't think he intended to go as fine as it did last time, but I think that's an area which he'd be keeping an eye on if any width is presented.
5 in the circle as Ford starts in on the way into Bowes Latham. Latham is forward and goes for a quick single. Has a strike at the stump. This is Justin Graves. Can't prevent the single. And the over, number 30, comes to an end with Nick Kelly. Not on 63 from 79 deliveries. 6 4s and 2 6s. A strike rate of 79.74. With him is Tom Latham, who's not on 10 from 12 deliveries. And New Zealand haven't been asked about first. They lost Henry Nichols, who was bowled by Ford for 10. It was 16 for 1 at that stage. Entered Will Young, who opened the batting with Nichols. Entered Nick Kelly, who's still there. Young was the next to go. He was bowled by Laws off the bowling. Bowled by Laws for 56, having faced some 63 deliveries, 6 4s and 1 6. And that wicket fell with a total of 102. And then the third wicket of Mark Chapman, who was out in the second delivery of the 25th over when he was caught by Moti on the bowl of Laws for 11. And the extras at the moment are 9, 4 byes, 2 leg byes, 2 no balls and 1 wide, and a total in 30 overs of 160 for the loss of 3. That's the latest from Kensington Oval.
Well, the players are just refreshing themselves. The West Indies team is in a huddle at the moment, which I'm sure they'll be assessing what has gone on so far and what they think is required for the next 20 overs. The New Zealanders are in really good position with this partnership now just shaping up nicely, and just 3 wickets down, so plenty of wickets in the hutch at the moment, and they'll be looking to press on at this stage. Kelly in particular, who has been there for quite some time for his 58 runs. He looks fairly fluent, but he's soaked up quite a few deliveries, and Latham has not really been at his fluent best thus far. So the New Zealand will be hoping that these two take it a little bit deeper into the innings, where the power players like Bracewell and Satner will come in a little bit later and give that innings the extra push to get up to somewhere beyond the 320.
So, as Hendy Wallace takes a much-deserved break, I can give you some bowling figures before I am joined by Philo Wallace. And bowling for the West Indies, Matthew Ford, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Jaden Seals, he sent down some 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32. Vita Laws, he sent down 7 overs, maidens, 2 for 47. Alzari Joseph, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 23. And Gudakesh Moti, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 27. So the huddle continues. The water break just about to be adjourned. And I'm rejoined by Philo Wallace, who has brought something refreshing for me.
Oh, there's water if you want water. Unfortunately, there's no ice. And it has to be obviously room temperature. 160 for 3 in 30 overs. Obviously, New Zealand will be looking to press on here. It's a good placid surface at Kensington Oval. This 5th and final one-day international, the five-match series. New Zealand leading 3-1. They won a very close game on Sunday. And you look back at that game, that vital catch that was dropped, the two players collided, and the ball slipped from the grasp of O'Geese, allowed New Zealand to get over the line. But they will feel happy to come to the Caribbean and obviously win an ODI series. West Indies continues obviously to play for pride. Body language suggests that they need some energy, something to really give them a buzz if they're going to restrict the New Zealanders. That we can see on the monitor, at the current run rate, they can get 266, 7 runs and over is 300, 9 runs per over, they can get up to 340. So I don't think they'll be looking at 340. They'll be looking at getting New Zealand at anything between 266 and 300 runs, and then they have to chase it down when their turn comes to bat a second time. But as it is here, New Zealand obviously are clearly in the driver's seat.
Yes, and they're in a position where they can look for an acceleration between overs 30 and 40. And then, of course, you can get the launch once, provided they still have the wickets intact in the last, I would say, 5-6 overs, which would be very instrumental to their plans. In the meantime, the West Indies, they need to stem the flow of runs in this mid period.
One thing I admire New Zealand for is that there's no Darren Mitchell. Kamalo Ghana, he was the leading batter. He's missed these 2 games, and you can see guys just filling in, happy to play for New Zealand. Given the opportunity, I'm going to grab it, and it's beautiful to see.
Leighton waits on Gudakesh Moti and plays the ball back to him. He remains on 16 as he starts overs number 31. Coming up next will be Philip Hackett. And Moti from the Joe Garner end. And Bozzy Richards pulled out to the fielder on the square leg boundary across to his right.
Carty to his
That's
left.
Carty. Loses his cap in the process and they come back to his left, sorry.
He keeps us here.
2 runs attained. And you make it sound as though it's stuck on, Philo.
No, it's platted. He has
platted.
plat here. You see this thing flopping behind his hand. I keep reminding he has a lot of fear.
Leighton is getting a delivery. She turns into almost a Yorker. Prevention better than cure. He survives. Moti is into him, and this delivery is whipped in the air in the vacant. We call cow corner. We'll run pretty close to the boundary. Might just do enough. Oh, it's overhauled by Shimron Hitmar. And another 2 runs attained. 165 for the loss of 3. We are in over number 31. 2 deliveries remaining.
I've been watching Tom Latham for a long time. You know, he doesn't like fielding. He got out a full toss on Sunday to Laws. And today he's come out and he's batting with a lot of common sense and determination.
Extremely watchful. Kelly waits on Gudakesh Moti, goes on the back foot and plays it involuntarily. Well, we intended into the onside, but the delivery on the line of the off stump. So in the end, he wins that victory. Not a pretty sight.
No, it isn't.
But in the end, he survives. No scare, no harm done. And it brings Latham on strike. 166 for the loss of 3. Final delivery. And this is stuck into the leg side for what will be the 167th run at the end of over number 31. With New Zealand having been asked to bat first, they've lost 3 wickets. Kelly is not out on 59 from 71 deliveries. Latham is not out on 22 from 27 deliveries. More from Philo Wallace. And next commentator will be Philip Hackett.
Yes, and New Zealand continued to build on their good start. 165 for 3 after 31 overs. Kelly is 59 from 71. Look a little suspect in the beginning, but he's blossomed quite nicely. And he's joined by the ever reliable Tom Latham, the captain of the New Zealand Test side. He keeps wicketing the ODIs and bats in the middle. So a versatile player. He's there on 15 from 19 balls. And these two are obviously looking to really solidify the position of New Zealand as I say hello to Andrew Mason.
Thank you very much indeed, Philo. So 167 for 3, 31 overs and 1 ball gone. I got to leave you pretty soon because, of course, we got Mason and guests this evening. You're not going to participate this evening?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I can't clone myself, but I heard the ad and the party is big.
Oh, it's a big, yeah. There's some big guns.
He's going to the top of the class.
Yeah, of course.
And Mike King is going to be there as well.
Well, but then it's not that big. Indeed, good old Michael King, who's coming to the box. A good man, Michael King, the retired almost sports editor. I think he came close but didn't quite make it. Here's the ball pitched up at the line to the leg stump, forward round the wicket. Coming onto the front foot is Leighton, pushes to mid-on, there's no run. So we're going to be doing a tribute, of course, to the late, great Red Excellence Cigar-Filled Sobers, and we're looking forward to hearing from P.J. Patterson, the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, of course, the 5-star general didn't quite make it to 6, but
former Prime Minister,
the former Prime Minister and the Grenadines as well. Yeah, indeed. Here is Ford round the wicket, comes up now, he's in, and bowls the ball pitched on the off stump, pushed into the offside. So that gap between backward point and cover, there's protection the boundary. Casey Carty comes across to pick it up. And the batsmen have time for 168 for 3, 31 overs and 3 balls gone. Kelly is on 59, Latham has got 23. Here is the former West Indies hard-hitting batsman, Philo Alfonso Wallace.
Yes, they're making it look rather easy here.
We're in trouble, Philo, in terms of qualifying. How are we looking there, Philo?
Well, they say the team's been in order from 4 to 7, batting we at 33.63%, only 600s.
Oh, no, okay.
After 36 innings. He's only scored 3,498 runs.
Yeah.
Between 4 and 7, not really good numbers.
No, not good numbers at all.
And there's just something missing from West Indies cricket.
Yeah, I agree.
There is. And
here's Ford round the wicket, comes up now, in bowls to Kelly. Kelly is forward, ball pitched up. Spectators catch, commentators should not be fooled by that. Remember going to Dominica, first time at the Windsor Park. And there's a guy called Ozzie Lewis who's doing commentaries, and he said, how caught it the whole crowd when it was a boom ball. 168 for 3. Hello to my good friend Ozzie Lewis, who's a retired magistrate as well.
You've got to be careful there.
Got to be careful, yeah.
I don't know if the West Indies players need paprika.
Paprika?
Or cayenne pepper.
Okay, cayenne pepper.
Yeah, because they're just to me not full of the energy.
Here's a delivery, which is upside the off stump, and there's the batsman actually coming forward to Kelly to the bowler from round the wicket and plays it square in the offside. There was a bit of disdain about that. Of course, Matthew Ford is not the quickest. 168 for 3.
Yeah, but players look flat. I know they're 3-1 down with this last one playing, but lift yourself, lift your game and finish on a high. There's a test series that starts soon against Pakistan. Some of these players will be involved, but you're not seeing the energy.
No.
You know, and it has me a little concerned
because
I agree. Andrew, they get a lot.
They do.
They get everything they want
they
as
do.
international cricketers.
Here's Ford comes up now, in bowls to Kelly. Kelly covers up. We'll get a single as the ball goes down towards the gully area. Backward point comes across to the right to pick it up. The batsmen have time for 1 to end over number 32. Kelly is on 60. Latham has got 23. And it's 169 for 3, which is the latest score at Kensington.
169 for 3. New Zealand clearly in the driver's seat. Kelly just continuing to show good form. He moves up to 60 from 74 balls. Latham is still there. He's 23 from 30. He's providing that solidity that is needed in the innings. If one guy is going at the other end, you need the other partner to obviously hold. She hope talking to his bowlers, trying to make inroads. He's going Moti, obviously you see Moti is pointing to him where he wants, maybe a backward square on the boundary and the mid wicket, and just try to stem the flow of boundaries for New Zealand. Try to get some dot balls in, maybe a few overs that cost maybe 2 or 3 runs, and put pressure on the New Zealand batters for them to make the mistakes and get wickets. Because going into the back end of this innings and West Indies not getting wickets, New Zealand will have the platform in which to really launch.
I agree with that. So it's going to be Moti to continue the attack as he comes up now to bowl to Kelly. Kelly is playing that paddle shot. And, well, they like to do that. Philo, did you play the paddle shot in your day?
No, it's sweet.
Oh, you sweat?
Oh,
Yeah.
slog sweet.
Oh, okay, not the paddle shot.
No,
okay.
I don't even paddle ball.
Oh, really?
No, I play table tennis.
Oh, you play table tennis?
Roll tennis.
Did
Have you played roll tennis?
Yeah, well, it's a big sport now. Lots of money being made in road tennis, you know. Oh, here we go. Ball pitched on the land of the leg. Something there's the batsman coming forward and pushing the ball to that wicket area.
That's O'Geese.
And O'Geese, the ball went straight through him.
Yeah, you shouldn't misfeel like Kenton
Oh,
over.
come on, Mr. O'Geese.
Yeah, a little lazy in getting down.
Very lazy there, Mr. O'Geese. The way he bats, so a bit lazy sometimes because got a values wicket there, Mr. O'Geese. Here is Moti, comes up now, bowls to Latham. To this delivery, Latham is forward, wrapped in the pad and appeal for leg before. More in optimism than any real conviction.
Yeah, keeper hope was going down the leg
Yeah,
side.
clearly.
So the keeper follows the ball, so that's an indication it's going down.
Yeah. So here is Moti bowls back and turns the ball into the onside. Down towards that short fly leg area. Laws comes across to pick it up. The batsman can't score. Thought about a run, but in the end decided against it. Didn't want to flirt with danger. 170 for 3. Latham is on 23. And Moti bowls to his back and turns the ball away. And they look for the single. Laws comes across, fires the return in.
I don't know if it's fire, but
Well,
Tired
not quite.
throw.
Look at tired throw. Laws. Looks as if he's put on a bit of weight as well there. Maybe eating a bit of extra ackee and saltfish there in Jamaica, liver and banana. Yeah, since he started to play for the West Indies, he has. These guys tend to eat quite a bit, really. 171 for 3. Here's Moti. He's in bowls. He's coming. Well, his half-cock shot. He was on the bat, but then came forward in that half-cock manner and pushes the ball up towards that bit off here to end the over. At the end of over number 33, Kelly is on 61. Latham is on 24. 171 for 3 is the latest score at Kensington.
yeah. And that over there for Goodrich Modi, you can see him looking to get the ball to spin into to both left-handers quite sharply. Then that last delivery, he's bowling from the Joel Garner end, the northern end. That was just as quick as Joel Garner, just fired in. And the batter opting to stay in between back and forward and just defend it into the offside. But a good aggressive over from Moti, looking for that wicket. They need to get a breakthrough here, West Indies, to give themselves a chance of stemming the flow of runs that New Zealand will be looking to get
Yeah, I
going
agree
into the
with
back
that.
end of the innings.
So it's going to be the...
I have a question before you could speak.
Sure, yeah.
Why is it that every cricket match someone walks behind the bowler?
Yeah, they do that all the time. Yeah, it's naughty. Ford again in his, 8th over, 1 for 27. Comes in, bowls to Latham. Latham is edging outside the off stump, is he? The umpire says no, it pushed it that. Ford thought he had his bat. Oh, they're going to go upstairs.
Sure
A ball
hope
outside
doesn't
the
know.
off stump. Went through to taken by the keeper. What's it? Shea Hope? Is he keen?
No.
Doesn't look that way anymore.
Doesn't look that way.
They're down to 5-4. I don't
And
think
he's going up.
he's going to go
He's going
upstairs. Well, he doesn't look very convinced. Umpire Wolf didn't give it, and you know him pretty well. He pushed it out outside the off stump. Latham went through to the keeper. There was the bowler screaming. He was appealing more than the Red Cross Society there. And in the final analysis, he maybe said to his captain, look, I think there was a nibble there. We shall see, fellow Wallace.
Well, this is it past the outside edge
Yeah.
of Latham's bat. Matthew Ford is going to the top of his mark. They're not even in a huddle.
Yeah.
So he's just bowling around the wicket, seam up.
Yeah.
The ball just hitting the seam and going past the outside edge. Latham looking to hit the ball on the up. And the ball just zip past the outside edge. We have to wait to see if Snicko will come into to play.
Yeah, what's your gut feeling, Philo?
I got a feeling
Before you see Snicko?
I eat a Snickers.
Okay, here we go, Philo.
There's no Snicko. There's nothing. That ball is past the edge of the bat.
Oh, so what was Ford hearing?
Excitement.
He's pregnant with excitement.
Yeah, he just obviously beat the bat
Oh,
with
yeah.
a good delivery.
Doesn't happen very often.
And then there's one review that West Indies have listed.
I don't think Hope was all that
No, he
convinced.
wasn't keen because he just took the ball and flicked it up the grave.
And Ford said, no, he edged it.
Yeah, so he gave for the benefit of the
Oh,
doubt.
come on, Mr. Ford, you got it wrong.
Yeah, bowlers always
71
want
for
them.
3. They do. Always want wickets. Here's Ford. Round the wicket with a shadow alongside him. Comes up now in both to Latham. Latham is coming across the off stump. The one pitching it off stump pushes back to Ford, and there's no run.
Yes, good effort there from Matthew Ford. A good follow-up delivery, just bang on off stump. But Latham in the approved fashion, textbook just presenting the full back face onto the ball. So good effort there by Ford.
Yeah.
And you see him there on that replay. He's running through. He's not even looking at the umpire. He's certain that the man edged that ball.
Yeah.
Then he said, "Oh, what's going on?"
What's going on there?
Yeah.
Matthew, there was no edge.
And there's Luke and John to come.
Yeah, Luke, John, and Matthew. Here is a delivery which is on the line of the leg stump, turned away neatly down towards that long leg area. Backward square to get a single. Coming off the boundary. Is that Rutherford down there?
Yes, yes.
Comes across to his right. It's not a problem with his shoulder.
Yes, you see again, he's flexing it. And it really baffles me how a man is struggling with his shoulder, his right shoulder, his throwing arm.
Yeah.
But he's in the final 11.
Yeah. I don't understand that.
And the reserves, you should have a reserve that can play.
I would think so as well. The same thing with Roston Chase, who went off to Guyana. One could understand the injury, but 3 matches they didn't play.
Yeah, he has a cut on his finger.
Oh, cut on his finger.
I saw it on Sunday.
Oh.
And I told him he needs to go to the beach.
Oh, to the beach, okay.
Because salt water heals.
Yeah, it does. It does. Has always done that.
When you last went to the beach?
Okay, up to last night.
Okay.
Here we go. Tend to go to the beach at night. Here's the
It
drive.
all depends on which beach you go to at night.
You're naughty, man.
Or you might be going to Brandon's.
There's Bass Rock as well. There's Keats Bay. Of course, there's so much sea moss now at the beaches in Barbados. Have you been recently?
Yeah, I go to Folkestone every Saturday morning at 6:30.
Is it nice?
It's nice.
Nice.
It's on the West Coast.
It's on the West Coast.
A lot of nice things on the West Coast.
Yeah, of course, indeed. Including some wonderful hotels, of course. You got a man who manages a big hotel there, Henry Wallace.
You know the name of it?
I know the name. It's a Sandpiper. They're going to send me a bill for the commercial. Oh, my golly. Here we go. As round the wicket is Ford as he starts his run again. He's a Sandpiper man. Comes up now, he's in. And bowls the ball in the leg stump. Turned away neatly. Now a run for a Rutherford who falls over. And he's a big man. And would have shook the earth there. Of course, there's an ad moving the earth to please. And Rutherford picks up. He's had a lot of work to do. He's been really stretched out there. 175 for 3. They're back for the second.
Yes, the ball badly lined by Matthew Ford coming in with the angle and Latham just working it nicely to backward square. Rutherford running from fine leg all the way around, diving, then pick the ball up and bowl it in because of that trouble right shoulder. But good work for Rutherford, but good running again between the wickets by these New Zealand batters.
Here is Ford round the wicket, starts his run again on his way. It's 174 for 3. 1 to come in the over. He's in and bowls forward and drive. Beautifully passed it off. That's going to go for 4, I believe. Yes, it does. Maybe the shot of the day. A ball pitched up on the line of the off stump, and there was Leighton coming forward. The beauty in that was first the timing, and then with surgical position, being able to get the ball between that mid-off and extra cover, and it's going for 4. Beautifully played by Latham. He goes to 31, 179 for 3, 34 gone. That's the latest score at Kensington.
You said all that, Andrew, and all I'm going to say that's a fantastic push drive.
Yeah, indeed.
Just
absolutely.
push the bat straight through the line of the ball, and the ball just sped across this lush green outfield.
Yes.
Dive to his right in vein.
Yeah.
Sprinted, and the ball just ran over the rope for 4.
Oh,
that
beautiful.
is a wonderful
shot
cricket
indeed.
shot. It's
love
called effortless.
Effortless. Beautiful. Yeah, Philo.
You cannot describe that shot.
Have a look at it again.
You cannot raise your voice and describe that shot.
No, you can't.
Your voice has to be at a constant level. That is picture perfect. That is the perfect shot to demonstrate to a young left-handed batter.
I agree.
How you hit the ball on the up.
Yeah.
Everything is going the same direction, straight through the line of the ball. Effortlessly. Tom Latham is quality.
Yeah, he's quality. No
and
doubt about that.
I said that. I feel that he failed on Sunday and he was upset with himself. Now he's come back on Tuesday and you can see the determination.
Yeah, he's not going to fail again.
No, he doesn't like to fail twice. He's like an old league cricketer.
Yeah.
When I play league cricket and you fail once, You don't want to feel
No,
twice.
not at
You
all.
want to score runs, and that is Tom Latham for me.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Moti to continue as we start over number 35 now. And he's going to continue. He's up and bowls. And the ball goes past the stumps and past the keeper and will run down towards the boundary. Kelly's a lucky man. Well, Howe did not go onto the stumps there on the back foot. We'll have a look at the monitor there. Did the umpire call runs or buys, Philo?
This ball pitched
Here we
just
go.
on middle stump,
What did he do?
and the ball hit the inside edge of his bat. It
Have
looks
a look
like
at this.
ball would have hit the inside edge. That, yes,
yeah,
hit the bottom,
inside edge,
bottom
yeah.
inside edge.
Past leg
Past
stump.
leg stump.
French cut, Chinese cut, take your pick. He's a lucky man.
It's just an undercut.
Yeah, he should go and buy some lotto tickets. The 181 for 3. He's fought and drives. Corner cover. And Moti, the man from Bobby, strikes here at the Regent's back. A pitched up on the line of the off stump. And Kelly driving the ball. The catch is taken by Graves. And an over number 35. New Zealand a 181 for 4.
Yes, a very soft dismissal there from Nick Kelly. Looking to use his feet, get to the pitch of the ball. But the ball obviously not there. Looking to drive and on making contact. Got a little too close to it on making contact. Just opened the back face. And Justin Graves is not going to drop
No,
that.
shouldn't.
Ball just above his shoulder, reverse cup.
Yeah.
And Kelly has to go back for a well played 64.
Yeah.
And New Zealand has lost their third wicket at 181.
Make that the fourth, Philo.
Fourth, sorry, at
Yeah.
181.
Okay, there we go. So Nichols, well, he was the first to go. Ball by Ford for 10. Will Young, ball Laws 56. Kelly just dismissed. A caught at the cover area for 64 off the ball in of Moti. And Chapman, he was caught Moti ball Laws 11. Latham is 24 not out.
31.
31 not out. Bresswell comes to the crease.
You don't rate Bristol,
One.
do you?
Well, he's okay. He's
He's
okay.
effective,
He's
Andrew.
effective. I think he's effective.
Yeah, he's played all 5 of these ODIs.
Yeah.
And
He's had 1 or 2 good scores
yeah,
too
he's
as well.
effective. He's effective because in Guyana he looked at 6s and 9s, but
Yeah.
once he got in
Got
with Latham,
in there. Yeah, yeah.
he started to stroke the ball. So you have to give him. You have to give him 3
the
flowers.
first game when they had 138 to win, they were 90 out for 5. He came out and got 30 out and won the game.
So he's a useful cricketer.
Michael Bresswell is his name. 41
I
innings.
believe his family is John Bracewell as well.
Yeah, yeah. Best of 140.
140, Andrew. So he's.
Oh, he can bat.
Yeah,
He's no rabbit.
No, he might be a spring chicken, but he's not rabbit.
I like that. Basin Paralands, a spring chicken. Oh
Yeah,
my
he's-
golly.
I think I read him. He brings something in New Zealand cricket. The ball just flighted. He got a little too close to it.
Yeah, yeah.
Not getting a lot
Kelly.
of back speed. And Justin Graves moving nicely to his left and taking the catch.
Here's Moti's in bowls, and that's a good delivery. First one up. And there's Bracewell coming across the stump. So it's on the pad. So he doesn't start very well. They're 181 for 4.
He's a bad starter.
He's a bad starter, but a good finisher.
Yes, we need to get him out before he
Here's
starts.
Moti comes in now to bowl to Bracewell. He's on the back foot, clips the ball into the onside, a bit short, and it goes out towards that position of mid wicket. Coming off the boundary, lumbering in there is our good friend there, Mr. Hetmar. He's also Berbetian, like Moti. 182 for the loss of 4. I'm sure that Sean Devers, who's listening, will tell me exactly where Hetmar is from in Berbice. 181 for 4. 34 overs and 4 balls gone. Latham is 31. Waits on Moti, who comes in and bowls him. He's forward, opens the face to the bat, runs it down to short. Third man can't score. There's a fielder inside the circle. Coming forward is Alzari Joseph, the man from Antigua, picks it up, and there is no run. 1 to coming over, number 35. Here is the left arm spin of Moti, 1 for 39. He's in. Bowls to Latham. Latham is forward, plays the ball into the onside. Good tight delivery. Ball that's going up towards where a short square leg will be to end the over. At the end of it, Bracewell is on 1. Latham has got 31. 182 for 4. 35 gone. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, you have to give good against Moti a lot of praise. Yeah, obviously on Sunday he was the hero. He picked up a fifer. And today, Tuesday, he's not picked up the wickets, but he's bowled very good. Good control, good lines, good lengths. Has not given a lot away. And what he has done is strengthened the stumps of the New Zealand batters. And you must commend him and compliment him. He was at one stage down. He wasn't even featuring in the squad, and now he is in the playing 11, and he's done wonderfully well. His batting has improved as well. So it's good to see Moti showing some consistency, and let's hope that he can continue to grow as a left-arm spinner because he's going to be important for West Indies going forward in the future.
Okay, so it's going to be Joseph to continue the attack. Gave you the details of the dismissals for New Zealand. We look at the West Indies bowling shortly. So it's going to be Joseph. He's bowled well. Comes up now in bowls to Bracewell. Bracewell is getting one just on the top of the off stump. Comes forward the ball. It's the inside edge. And then rolls away where a silly point would be. And there is no damage done. Joseph Philo Wallace, in terms of his bowling, has bowled well. Let's start with Matthew Ford. 7 overs, 1 bid, not 1 for 27. How has he gone?
It's not too bad. Obviously, medium fast, medium pacer.
Right.
Matthew Ford always gives the opportunity to open the ball and look to pick up early wickets. That is his forte, and he's picked up that 1 wicket for 35 runs, but lack the consistency of bring the bat into play. A lot of balls are wide outside the off stump.
Jaden Seals, 7 overs, 1 bid, none for 32. Here's Joseph from the wicket, comes in, bows to Bracewell. Bracewell is forward, ball in the off stump. Pushes to cover, there's no run.
Yes, obviously Jaden Seals didn't play a game in Ghana. He came to Barbados, he's been given the 2 games. And his rhythm is good. He's getting the ball to outswing. But again, not getting wickets sometimes hampers him. He gets very emotional when he doesn't take wickets. But he has the control. And that is what you want to see. All he needs to do is just attack the stumps a bit more and stop from trying to experiment. If the ball is swinging from off stump, it makes no sense going to leg stump and getting clipped through the leg side. Just continue to let the ball work from inside the off stump. But
the lost 7 overs, no biddings, 2 for 47. The action will continue as it's going to be Joseph comes up now on his way. He's in. And this ball is pushed up towards that mid-on area.
Vital Lodge is in his fifth ODI. We saw him in Ghana where the surfaces would have obviously helped his spin. He's come to Barbados, and I think with the nature of the surface in Barbados, where it's a lot truer, better preparation as well. He has found the going a little tough. The New Zealanders have realized that once they attack him and get on top of him, then there isn't a lot of experience that he can draw on. So he has to learn on his feet. Try to obviously make the adjustments as he moves forward.
Alzari Joseph from the wicket, bowls to Bracewell. Bracewell covers up, ball in the leg stump, pushes up towards that mid-on area. Just got a call from Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, and I asked Mike King to answer the phone, but he couldn't. He's got one of those old-time phones. He struggled there, but did he actually answer? Finally.
But yeah, with the new phones, all you have to go is with the arrow.
Yes. Yeah.
But maybe he doesn't even like Sparrow.
No, he doesn't. Well said indeed. Sorry. Yeah, all he had to do was just go to arrow, and he was speaking, but he didn't do that. Good old Mike King. So there we have it. Some lovely ladies are saying hello to you as well, Philo.
To me?
Oh, I thought they were.
It can't be me.
Here is Joseph from the wicket, comes in, bows to Bracewell. Bracewell is kept outside the off stump, edge found, caught behind. Beautiful piece of bowling by Alzari Joseph. There was the batsman, Bracewell, fishing and flirting. The edge found, the catch taken, and in over number 36, Joseph strikes is 182 for 5. Follow.
And that's what you get when you're consistent on your line and length and your pace. It's come a little straighter.
Yeah.
Ball obviously bowling length, back and length. Bracewell looking to run the ball past the keeper and feather it through to the gloves, into the gloves of Shea Hope. He has to go for one.
Right.
And New Zealand has lost their 5th wicket. But this is good bowling from Alzari Joseph. He's bowled 5 dot balls, and he picked up the wicket in the 5th. Now, Captain Sychner, who was the hero on Sunday, he's joining the informed Latham.
Yep.
And they have to try these 2. And you have to bat deep into these 50 overs.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because after Sychner...
Yeah. Who the other batsman, tell me? Philo?
Nathan Smith.
Yeah.
Christian Clark.
Not much.
Jacob Duffy.
Not much.
And Jaden Leonard.
Okay, we saw them. Not much there, Philo. So this is the important part.
You're saying not much. I said not a lot.
Not a lot. You're a naughty man. All right, so the captain comes up 129 matches, and it's 95, 1,635, averaging 27.25, and he's got 350s.
Yeah, but we don't know what are the numbers. 51, 58, 60.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm 350.
You're right. Yeah, okay.
He's no slouch.
No, he's no slouch. Won the game the other night.
Yes, he's Captain Courageous.
Yeah, he's Captain Courageous.
And you can't underestimate him.
No, not at all. So Joseph, 1 for 23. He's going to bowl to Sychner, the captain. 182 for 5. The team is in a spot of bother.
Yes, he laughed. 11 balls, 3
business
runs,
of a
2
leader.
wickets.
is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph. I'm sure he's inspired by that thought. Here we go. Joseph round the wicket with a shadow alongside him. Comes up now to Bolter Sagna. In Bolter Sagna. Sagna gets one outside the off stump. Allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. Trying to find over from Alzarri Joseph. An over in which he got the wicket of Bristol. 36 gone. Sagna hasn't scored yet. Latham is on 31. 182 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, a wicket made in there for Alzarri Joseph. Has to come back from this southern end of the Malcolm Marshall line. Kingston Oval and pick up the wicket of Michael Bracewell.
Yep.
Who we know can stick around and really hurt you with some runs. But he got a beautiful delivery on length, just leaving the left-hander. He nibbled at it, and Shea Hope said, I'm not going to drop that. I'm taking you out, and he's out of the game. 182 for 5, and West Indies are just crawling them way, pulling them way back into this game.
All right, so we're going to have a change, of course. Philo Wallace, are you going to stay with us, Philo?
Yes, I have to stay.
You're going to stay? All right, I'll just do this delivery before Philip Hackett comes a call in. I'm going to leave you now to go and do my Mason and Guest show. Here we go. As this delivery is given to Samira, bowled by Moti, push up towards middle. The ball comes in from that mid-off. Had it struck, the batsman might have been in some trouble there. But who's that other? Is that Rutherford in the walls again?
Rutherford.
Oh, my golly, the ball is following him. So I'll leave it with you, and then it's going to be Philip Hackett.
The ball just stroked quite nicely by Tom Latham to Rutherford with that bad shoulder. But he had the presence of mind to pick it up and throw at the stumps. The ball just bounced over the stumps. And with his reaction, one would think that if that ball had hit the stumps, Latham would have been back into pavilion. As I say, good evening to Philip Hackett. How are you, Philip?
Well, I'm not doing too badly. Good evening to the troublesome, mischievous on occasion, Philo Wallace, as this delivery brings the left-handed Satner forward towards mid-wicket.
You know, there's a recipe for a good cocktail.
Okay. Don't allow me to deny you.
No, I don't mind making them.
Here is a ball that is, again, he's trying to work away in the onside. This guy, Satner, have a lot of respect for him. Certainly a guy who thinks about his cricket. And when you add that to the skill that a person would bring to the game, that certainly makes you stand out. Here is...
He reminds me of Stephen Fleming, the former New Zealand captain. Always thinking, always seemed to be 2 or 3 overs ahead of the game. And that is what I like about Mitch Sagna.
Here is Moti, and Satner drives down towards them off. Easy single. And a single that gets him going. He's got 1. Latham is 32 or 41.
West Indies cricket is quite popular, you know, Philip. When you look at the stands, a lot of people are wearing West Indies paraphernalia. When you look at the kids as well, all of them are wearing a lot of West Indies stuff. So West Indies have a good brand. I think the key now is for West Indies to start winning cricket matches consistently. And I think we'll see crowds just drifting back into this wonderful game.
Turned away down towards backward square for a single. You're suggesting then that cricket is dependent on fair weather support? What do you call fair weather fans?
I don't know what is fair weather. I know the weather is fine.
I'll explain in a minute
Okay.
as Moti continues. And here's a ball that brings Santner forward, somewhat deceived by it. It runs down towards short backward square. And there is no run. The over comes to an end. It's 37 overs completed, 185 for 5. When I say fair weather support, I'm talking about a situation where you support when things are going well, but when things are not going well, you can't find it.
Well, I don't want fair weather support. I want genuine support for West Indies cricket through thick and thin.
Well, right, so
good
the
or
genuine
bad.
support, that's those who are supportive whether you're winning or losing.
That's right.
Yeah.
I know the admission for this game and for Monday, the free admission. But I think that there's some genuine supporters in these stands here.
Yeah.
People want to see West Indies win consistently. People want to come to cricket. Philip, I know today's Tuesday, the second day of the working week. But people genuinely want to see West Indies just lift their game a bit more and play cricket that is exciting the West Indies way.
Well, it's exciting sometimes, but not always in the way we would like. It was certainly exciting on Sunday.
Yes.
Here is Jared Joseph around the wicket and brings Latham forward. The ball is coming in from point. That's Joseph.
Shamar Joseph, yes.
The man who has not been selected in these last 2 games.
And he's moving quite nicely, so it can't be a fitness issue.
Well, I don't know.
I just think he's not being selected.
Not being selected.
Is it workload management?
Well, he's been doing a lot of work in the field. so. If it's workload management,
Well,
I don't know.
it's just work.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's enjoying it in the field. He runs around, stops the ball, he throws it with a lot of enthusiasm and energy. On Sunday, he was doing his shuttle work. So, what is the reason why he's not playing in Barbados?
Well, he seems to enjoy every aspect of his cricket, as this delivery is defended by Santner, played back along the pitch, and Joseph will turn and make his way back to his mark.
Yeah, quite impressed with Alzari Joseph, the way how he's gone in these 2 ODIs. He continues to have good mechanics going into the crease. He's about 6.2 overs. He's gone for 24 runs. He's picked up 1 wicket. So I think that one can say that he's now in bowling form. And moving on from here into the test matches in Trinidad and Tobago, you would hope that his form will continue. He doesn't have to change a lot. The only thing that will change would be the color of the ball. Could be a red ball, but he continues to impress.
This delivery played up into the cover area. A single completed. The score up to 187 for the loss of 5 in the 30th over. You're still thinking maybe a 300 chase here on?
Well, I don't think for New Zealand to get to 300, West Indies bowlers will have to take the foot off the accelerator here. I think the West Indies bowlers have done a wonderful job, particularly Moti. Azari has come in and support him quite well. And these 2 have to continue to bowl as long as they can. And also if they can pick up wickets, it will make it easier.
No slip as this delivery is played away down towards third man by the left-handed Latham. In fact, 2 left-handers in, Santner and Latham.
And we're not hearing about matchups.
Matchups, what's that?
I don't know, I keep hearing it.
Matchups. Sounds like something you would find in boxing, maybe.
I don't ever have matches in my house because my house is fully electric. So when the electricity was off, like today, I was in the wilderness.
Oh, the electricity was off today?
Yeah, Light and Power doing some maintenance work in my area. So I had to use the walk in and out gate.
The walk in and out gate. So
Yeah.
other than that, you use an electronic gate.
Yeah.
It was very fitting then that you were shrewd enough to install a backup plan.
It's called being smart.
Yeah.
If you have one entrance and one exit, there's a fire, you can get burned.
Here is Azar Joseph around the wicket and driven up towards cover.
Yeah.
There's no run. 188 for 5.
But if I sit here and I see a fast ball at extra cover, a batter on the sweeper boundary.
A fast bowler at extra cover.
Yeah, Shamar Joseph.
Uh-huh.
Normally you see a fast bowler as a boundary rider. It's really, really fascinating how modern day fields are set. And I don't see Vital Laws at all on the boundary. He fields in the circle.
Well, I don't know. Could it be that his arm is not that strong?
19.
In terms of Shamar Joseph,
He's not
I'm guessing that maybe he's not playing the role of a bowler in this game. That could be the reason, as Santner is getting the ball off the inner portion of the bat that goes up towards forward square. Laws picks it up. And
the lights have been turned on.
The lights have been turned on.
Yeah, 5:30, obviously.
Well, the lights are competing with the sun as well, if you look.
Yeah, but they have to turn them on at a certain
Yeah.
time so that when it starts to get dark, they take effect.
Yeah.
They're lighting specialists who would do that. We're commentators, so we just commentate.
And that's how it should be, really. You stick
Yes.
to what you're good
when
at.
it comes to lighting, I don't know if you're into lighting. I know you do other things other than commentate. You also write as well.
Yeah.
Are you into table tennis?
Very much so.
You manage,
That too.
sitting at executive council.
That too.
Is there a world table tennis body?
Of course. The ITTF, International Table Tennis Federation. I don't sit on that, though.
Not yet.
Well, I don't have any plans of doing that. My focus is trying to do whatever I can to help local table tennis.
Okay.
That's my focus. Here is a ball that is bringing the left-handed Latham forward. Moti continues from the Joel Garner end.
Moti's really bowling quickly here. Trying to get these overs in.
So Hope comes back behind the stumps, swept away. This delivery down to backward square. Carty comes across to his left, sends the return up to Hope, which pulls him away from the stumps, but he tidies up quite nicely. And the score moves up to 189 for the loss of 5. Santner's got 2 off 9. Latham 36 off 46. And some 11 overs left after this, so it's going to be interesting to see what score they can post. In fact, that one has gone a long way into the 3W stand. Well, if they have a few more blows like that, they'll have a pretty healthy score. But that was whacked over long on, out of here, and the 6 runs.
It's going into the second tier of the World Weeks on Walker stand. A big hit, just a slight flight in that delivery, not a lot. And Sankner said, thank you very much, I'm going to hit you over long on, which is done successfully.
So he goes to 8 of 10. Here is Moti, and this time Santner is on the defense as he pushes up towards mid-off extra cover, sprints around to complete the fielding. And the score remains on 195 for the loss of 5.
That 6 is going 93 meters. That is a long way. And that last delivery, as you expected, just flat and fast, and Sankner on the back foot. Justin Gray is moving to his left.
Moti decides to come around the wicket now and is a bowling delivery that just Santner defends, and Moti fields his own bowling, just a couple of pitches across. And hopped across the green pitch onto the not so green pitch, retrieves, and makes his way back to the northern end. For a moment there, I thought it was in races, as Moti is bringing Santner forward in defense. The end of over number 39, and at the end of it, Moti 1 for 49 from his 10 overs. He has completed his stint, and after 39 overs, New Zealand 195 for 5.
Well, you'll be at races on Saturday, and my joy is going to be seeing the pitch because it now had a week rest.
Uh-huh.
So it should be green.
Well,
as well.
You may not be able to find it.
But I have the 3 sticks. But Stubbs, Moti has completed his spell, 10 overs for 49 runs, and he's picked up 1 wicket. And at the projected score, obviously at the current run rate, they get 250. 7 runs per over, they're looking at 272. That's New Zealand. 9 runs per over, looking at 294. So they're looking at hovering between 272 and 294 to be competitive on this very, very, very good batting surface here at Kensington Oval.
Joseph to start his 8th over, 1 for 26 so far around the wicket, and Latham gets in behind it. He's trying to run himself out. He's failed miserably at it as he played the ball down towards point, took off, and just before the point of no return, he recognized his folly and got back into his crease, in so much that the fielder didn't even bother to attempt the run out. But he was really sprinting down looking for a run that clearly was not there.
Yeah, he obviously didn't have enough soft hands on that ball. Ogis coming in quite quickly from backward point, preventing any chance of a single. And now we see Ogis has come to extra cover, and Matthew Ford has gone to backward point. So there's a little change in personnel there in those 2 positions.
So, no change in terms of who's operating from this end. It's Azari Joseph, who is driven to the right of mid-off. Good stop. And then the ball escapes his hand to come back for 2, I believe. He dived to his right and did a very good job to get to it and actually stop it.
That's it, yeah.
But then, in rolling over, the ball slipped from his grasp. And that was almost comical when you look at it again. Philo Wallace.
And everything about him has a rule, isn't it? Zari Joseph always look at him like, jeez, the ball just pushed just quietly to his right, and not feeling cleanly and allow the batter to come back for a second run. That is Latham.
I need to make note of the fact that, clarify for our listeners that it may have been amusing to everyone except Zari Joseph. He was not at all amused as he races away from us now into bowl to Latham. Latham turns this one away out towards the right of the square leg umpire. Goes for an easy single, and that single takes the score closer to the 200 run mark. It's a 198 for the loss of 5.
You got to remember too, Philip, you were a leg spinner in your days. Bowlers don't like runs to be scored off of them at all. A bowler wish they can bowl just dot ball after dot ball and get wickets. So Azari Joseph is clearly not happy about Mary's fielding effort the previous ball.
Henry Nichols bowled by Ford for 10. That was the relatively early success for the West Indies in the 5th over. He made 10 off 15 deliveries. Let's watch as Joseph continues, and the left-handed Santner, the captain of the side, is in behind it and defends. No run for him. So it was 16 for 1, and then 102 for 2. So a massive second wicket stand before Will Young was bowled by Laws attempting I would say, an unnecessary reverse something. Looked very casual and more like a Saturday afternoon game at the second division level than a serious international game. He was bowled by Laws for 56. Up to then, he had played well, 56 off, 63 balls, the 6 and 6 fours. That was 102 for 2. And at that point, West Indies maybe just started easing their way back into the game, 127 for 3 when Mark Chapman was dismissed. I'll tell you about that in a minute. As Joseph is around the wicket and a drive, an attempted drive from Santner goes through to the keeper. So yes, Mark Chapman in the 25th over. He was dismissed, caught by Moti off the bowling of Laws for 11. 181 for 4 when Nick Kelly drove and was caught in the covers by Graves off Moti for 64, made off 80 balls, 2 sixes and 5 fours. And then Bracewell in the 36th over at 182 for 5. He was caught by Hope off the bowling of Joseph for 1. So Santner has come in since then. He's got 8. And Latham, who's been there for quite a while now, 39 off 49 deliveries, 3 boundaries. And it's Santner with the strike who waits for Joseph and is steering this one down towards the backward point region. There's no run for him. The over comes to an end. So after 40 overs, it's 198 for the loss of 5. Latham has 39. Santner is 8.
Yes, very good over there again from Alzari Joseph. His ball is 8th over. He's gone for 29 runs. Picked up 1 wicket. I like the last couple of deliveries he bowled at Saikner. He went full outside the off. Saikner not looking to come in line at all, just staying on leg stump. Looking to execute a drive on the ball. Fizz Sparsi outside there, shoot to Shea Hope and Alzari Joseph for that serious face. Just stared at him. And Saikner was laughing. The next delivery was just length on off stump coming back into Saikner, just pushing it into the offside and could not get a single because Matthew Ford was in the way. So Alzari Joseph continues to bowl well. His grouping of deliveries has been consistent. Has been a very good standout as well. And to me, he's a lot calmer. You know, some things are having a little bubble in the outfield, but that has not affected him at all. He's just focusing on getting the ball in the right areas, looking to get bowl tight, and obviously looking to pick up wickets.
Matthew Ford, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. Jaden Seals, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32. Vital Laws, 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 47. Alzari Joseph, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. And Gudakesh Moti, the only bowler to have completed his allotment so far, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 49. It will be Laws to bowl his 8th over, 2 for 47 so far. And he's got a short third man. There's a square cover on the boundary, extra cover, long off. I'll give you the onside field after this first delivery as he comes into bowl to Latham, who defends and plays it back along the pitch to him. It trickles back to him. On the onside, there's a long on. There is a straight mid-wicket, backward square on the boundary, and a short fine leg. Here is Laws, the left arm Chinaman googly bowler, wrist spinner, as he is into bowl to Latham, and Latham comes forward and drives. Again, the ball finds its way back to Laws, who turns and makes his way back in the distance, almost unnoticed. Henry Wallace slips into position. Not a term that you would normally associate with Henry Wallace. Driving off the edge, down towards third man. That will go into the boundary. And it goes for 4, but Seals, losing his footing somewhat, may have been able to pull it back had he not done so. But not able to pull it back in the end. It goes for 4. Henry Wallace, a guy who is very noticeable normally because he has that impact on a room, that presence. But on this occasion, he slipped quietly into position.
Thank you very much, Philip, for that description of my action. But fortuitous boundary there for Latham. He was deceived.
Brings up the 200 as well, 202, and this time he gives himself room and pushes up towards deep cover there. We're thinking of a second, but there's a low shot of weight from Stanton, I believe it was. And a good shout too, because that would have been a very overly optimistic attempt. Now they have a bit of discussion, so who knows, there may be a bit of difference in mindset as to what constitutes a run, what constitutes 2, how hard to push. And having sorted that out, they return to their respective creases, and Santner on strike waits for Laws to continue from the northern end. Spanked again down towards that man coming off the cover boundary in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand for a run. That takes the score up to 204 for the loss of 5.
And at this stage, I think that New Zealand have probably lost a wicket or two too many at this stage when they were really looking to accelerate.
Latham on 44 gets a good delivery from Laws, and I say that because he seemed in two minds, and initially maybe looking as though he wanted to work it into the onside, and then in the end just came down on it and blocked it, kept it out. And at the end of that over from Laws, 41 overs completed, it's 204 for 5.
Yeah, just 6 runs off the over, and the boundary early in the over, one would have to say it was a bit fortunate for the batter. And Seals, who was at the short third man position, seemed to get himself in a bit of a tangle as to whether he wanted to dive or chase, and in the end he did both, but wasn't able to save the 4. I think he lost his foot in there as he was just about presenting himself for the dive, and by this time he lost ground, and the ball really trickled into the boundary at the third man position. But still good bowling by Laws. He's a tad expensive, as we said earlier. He's going at just over 6.5 runs per over. But of course, in that right-hand column, he's got 2 wickets.
Well, yes, it's safe to say that Seals ended up on the ground. Whether he
without the ball,
without the ball,
yeah,
he's around the wicket now at the start of a new over, and punch pretty firmly up towards extra cover. There's no run. Santner has got 9. He's on strike. Latham on 44. You get the impression that they're thinking now of accelerating, but recognizing that they've lost 5 wickets already, and maybe not trusting, what's left in the pavilion. They are looking to accelerate with a degree of caution, if those 2 words can be used in the same sentence. So 204 for 5. Santner on 9 waits for Jaden Seals, right arm around the wicket, and he defends this delivery. So Seals coming back here and looking to keep things tight. He's done well so far, just 133 on that occasion. So no express pace as such so far in this over. And I suppose at this point in time, according to how he reads it, he's more concerned with just keeping things tight.
Yeah, the 3 seamers in their third spell have all been very economical, and I think that's really where they've kept the New Zealanders in check. You sort of expected to see a few more expansive strokes during those middle overs.
Seals continues, and there's an attempt at some sort of, I don't know if you should say expansive. He seemed to be playing and hoping more so than playing with any degree of confidence. Rehearses the stroke now, but the outcome was that the ball went past the outside edge, no foot movement either.
Yeah, very limited, if any.
Yeah.
But he's a tall player, so he could stand upright and play that forcing shot because he's so tall, but was really going nowhere, and the ball went past the outside edge.
Seals, I'm sure, will be encouraged by that, or frustrated, but he will recognize that he's defeated the batsman on that occasion, and will make the effort to do so again as he moves past the umpire. And this time, Santner, somewhat awkwardly, I thought, but effectively plays it down towards the third man position for an easy run. And that will bring some rotation in the strike so that the more settled Latham comes back into the firing line.
Yeah, just nudging that one down to third man. We call it running the ball down to third man. That's normally the shot you would see to alternate the strike. And with Latham being the batter who's well set on 44, I can understand Santner trying to give him as much of the strike as possible at this stage.
Seals waits for a few adjustments to be made. The long on Alzari Joseph comes into the circle for Latham. Seals starts and then stops and turns and goes back to his mark as he sets off now. And we bowl to Latham, who comes forward and steers this one down towards the point position. Doesn't get a run. So you can actually feel the indecision, if you will, with Latham and Santner wanting to really push things on, but at the same time wanting to be cautious, not wanting to give the advantage to the West Indies, and maybe just another wicket or 2 West Indies will be able to say, well, we're in charge. As it is now, it's probably still a bit even, but the New Zealanders recognize that they need to to step on it now with another 8 overs left after this, as the Seals continues around the wicket to Latham, who is whipping this one away into the onside. Will get one there. They decide quite early that it will only be one, and quite wisely too, with Azari Joseph coming around to his left to effect the fielding. So 42 overs completed. Seals 8 overs, none for 34, and after 42 overs, it's 206 for the loss of 5.
Well, I think the disappointing thing for the New Zealanders is that there has been no real acceleration in the innings. They were sort of hovering at around about 4 runs and over from near enough the off, and at this stage they're still just at just a tad under 5 runs and over. So their last 5 overs or so, they've only gone at 4 runs and over, so no real acceleration there. If anything, it's a deceleration. And I think that a lot of that has to do with the fact that A, the series has already been won by New Zealand, and B, that not too many valuable hitting wickets in the touch.
In the air from Laws down towards long off on the bunks. And I was just about to say before Laws actually delivered that they may see Laws as a bowler to target at this point.
They've been trying to do that, and I mean he's gone for a few. He's gone for over 6.5 runs and over, but he's picked up those 2 wickets.
So it'll be interesting to see how Santner deals with Laws. 2 for 54 in his 9th over. So if they're going to go after Laws, they've got to do so now, because he's only got 1 over left after this. The left arm wrist spinner. He's into ball to Santner, who goes back and slaps it down towards the cover boundary for 1. Takes him up to 11. And the scoring to 208 for the loss of 5. Latham on 46, looking for his half century, but I'm sure his thoughts will not only be limited to that. He'll be looking beyond. Not the captain of this team, but an experienced captain himself, so he no doubt will understand the intricacies of the situation and what needs to be done to strengthen the position of the New Zealand. Settles into his stance now, Latham. And here is Laws, the left arm spinner. And Latham walks into this delivery, nudges it down towards long on. They run the first quickly, but the second is just not on. So again, Laws being able to keep the scoring down to just a single off each of the 3 deliveries so far. I think his captain would be happy if he just concedes a single each delivery, really, at this stage, which would normally be a happy hour stage, if you will. And the wrist spinner continues into ball to Santner, who again gives himself room, looking to play that forcing stroke, the ball following him, and he could do no more than just push it back to the bowler.
Well bowled there by Laws. It looked to be a bit of a top spinner, really hurried on to Santner as he was making a bit of room, maybe expecting the ball to be going away from him.
Laws will continue. Intriguing battle here as he goes for the big hit. The Bills remove, but somehow he seemed to have got that back foot back. In fact, Shea Hope is laughing about it. Looks at Santner. He's probably saying to him, well, that was a close one, buddy.
Yeah, well, he went out, and as well he got his foot back in time. They're just going to have a look upstairs now. Shea Hope politely asked, how was that, as opposed to the vociferous, how's that? So they're just going to make a look and take a look. And once the batter leaves the crease, there's always going to be a question. And it looks like he had ample time to get back, as Hope had to wait for the ball to pass the stumps before he collected it. And I would say that's a fairly easy decision for the third umpire to make.
It is. So Santner survives, lives to fight another day, or at least to face another delivery, as Laws, left arm over the wicket into the New Zealand captain, who turns this one up towards mid-on. There's no run for him. And that ends the over. At the end of it, 43 overs completed. And Laws 2 for 56 from 9. 11 to Santner. Latham has got 47. And with some 7 overs remaining, 209 for the loss of 5. You'll hear more from Henry Wallace, and then to take it through until the end of the innings, I would imagine, it will be Lyndon Yard.
Again, another good over from Laws. Just 3 runs coming off the over, 3 singles. So certainly in the 43rd over of the innings, you will settle for that. Anything better than that would probably be with the wicket. but I think he'd be rather satisfied. He's been able to bowl to his feel, which is always very reassuring for the captain, in that you feel as if you've got things right for and given the right support for your bowlers.
Well, it is Seals who will continue from the Malcolm Marshall end, and he's on his way into bowl to Latham. Latham has turned this into the mid-wicket region. Off the boundary comes a fielder, and they will take one. 210, make that 210 for loss of 5, start of over number 44. So we're pretty much down the latter part of this innings, and I expect that there will be some urgency in the New Zealand side to get maybe towards that 270 mark. If they can get 260-ish with 3 to go, they can have a go at it. You know, but West Indies have done well, and the one way, Hendy, that they did stem the flow of runs was picking up those wickets in those crucial middle over session. Seals, right arm around the wicket, goes past the umpire, the ball to Santner, and he plays this one out to the fielder. That is a Carty off the cover point boundary. Another single attained, 211 for loss of 5.
Yeah, restricting the boundaries at this stage, so West Indies will settle for that any time of the day. As I said, they're still looking to take wickets. That would be the objective, but they want to be very consistent with their deliveries as to where least the batters will look to score boundaries. So boundaries being the key thing for the New Zealanders. West Indies bowlers will be trying to avoid that.
Latham on 48, and to this delivery he's swinging it down over the fine leg region for his 50. A massive 6, a delivery ill-directed by Jaden Seals, and an easy way to bring up a 50 for Tom Latham, the captain. Well played. He has 50 from some 60 deliveries, 4 fours. Well played, Hendy Wallace. 217 for 5.
Yeah, 50 off just 60 deliveries, but it seems as if he was winding up to look to launch somewhere over the wide long arm mid-wicket area, and then on length he just delayed it a fraction and helped it really around to that fine leg area, which is probably the shortest boundary here today. That's probably just over 60 meters long, but he helped it. He had the bounce, so he helped it on the up and got the distance as well.
Now he's going to go over the wicket. This is Seals from the Malcolm Marshall end to bowl the captain Latham. To this delivery, pitched up, driven, pass mid-off, down to the boundary. It will run pretty close to the boundaries, trickling onto the fence, and that is 4 runs. Well played by Tom Latham, and the adjustment to Jaden Seals not necessarily working as he moved from around the wicket to over the wicket, from over the wicket to around the wicket, from around the wicket to over the wicket, and he served up a half volley and well stroked. He didn't try to overhit it, just use the pace of Alzari Joseph making the adjustment and picking up a 4. Pace of Seals, sorry.
Yeah, I think here's the problem, because Seals had just brought up the mid-off and the mid-on and went around the wicket, so the batter was always expecting something short of a length, and he was able to hit it for 6.
Well, will it be a third time and a third boundary? David pitched up, stroked out to Akeem Ogis, who fields at that point region. So dot ball, news flash, 221 for loss of 5, 43 overs and 5 deliveries gone. And Seals, before that delivery, 8.4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 46. His final delivery is upon us. Gets the ball from Hitmar and starts in halfway through his run-up. On the way into bowl to Latham. Latham is driving, and the sweeper, Casey Carty, is onto it, but can't prevent the second run. And the 2 runs completed, and that's also the completion of over number 44. New Zealand asks to bat first in the 5th ODI between New Zealand and the West Indies, with New Zealand having claimed the series in an unassailable 3-1 lead at the moment. 223 for the loss of 5. That's the latest score, Hendy. 14
runs off that over from Jaden Seals, and just maybe that might be an inclination that the New Zealand batters are prepared to take a few more risk at this stage to try and get that total up above 270 or so. As I said earlier, you just feel that anything less than 300 is quite gettable on this surface. As I said before, the Kiwi batsmen are probably not overly worried about going all out and setting an unassailable target, because there's not that pressure of having to
Fight for the series.
Fight for the series, correct. So maybe a little bit measured in their approach, but we'll see how the last 6 overs go. They will not need to, but they'll want to score at least 10 runs and over in the last 6 overs or so.
Well, the sun is very much over the ocean to our very left. Still good sunshine. The lights have already begun to take effect. And it's going to be Young Laws to bowl his final over. And he starts in his first delivery. Is delayed by Santner down to the left of Alzari Joseph, who's patrolling that short third man position. And 1 run attained. Good single. 224 for a loss of 5. Brings Latham, who has 60 from 63. You know, well as he played, he's been solid. I think really built the innings, or kept the innings together, I should say, because there was a period of time where he was more watchful and careful rather than looking to score. And I think that allowed the West Indies to pick up 2 or 3 quick wickets in between there. But then he's been able to change gear, and he's well within the striking distance because he has 60 from 63 deliveries. So while he was watchful, he didn't use up a lot of the deliveries. And he waits on Laws, who's into him, and he advances down the wicket. That we pushed through, almost turned it into a Yorker, well bowled by the young man.
He doesn't seem overawed at all, Laws, at this level, bowling at this stage of the innings. He just looks as if he belongs.
I think what's happening here, Indeed, from the way I'm viewing it, is just that it's just another game for him. He's enjoying his youthfulness. Yeah. And maybe he's still shell-shocked, like he's at the highest level playing. Here's the delivery, which is just short of a diving Kimo Paul at short mid-off position. They take 1. They're going to come back for 2. And they might have just not have gotten there in time. Probably just mistimed his run and took a dive at it, coming from the cover to that mid-off position. And 2 runs attained to take the New Zealand side up to 226 for a loss of 5.
Yeah, just in the air there, the fielder, extra cover, Kimo Paul, really lunged after it. Didn't carry to him, but he really made a concerted effort to make a catch of it. And again, you could see how Latham was looking to go after Laws, looking to get down the pitch. He didn't quite get there.
Laws, in his 4th delivery of over number 10, moves in on the way to bowl to Latham on 62, and Latham, for this delivery, is down the wicket and bangs it up to long on and into the boundary for 4. So a delivery which was pulled down, and he hit it straight, pretty close to Laws, and along the carpet down to the boundary for 4. With that 4, Latham has 66 from 66 deliveries, 230 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, I think he was. He really left home very early there, Latham, and Laws doing what you would expect, to pull it down, looking to get the ball to spin away from Latham, but Latham was able and confident enough to flat bat it down the onside of the pitch. There's a field that long on, but he just couldn't get it wrong in time.
As Laws, in his penultimate delivery, bowls a full toss down the leg side and gets away with it as hit. Chance for a round, the return comes in, and they're appealing, and the umpire, Roth, is going to go upstairs. The question is, if it was a direct hit from Jaden Seal, or did Hope have to break the stump, then that delayed might just have tilted it the other way. If it was a direct hit, I think the batsman could be in some trouble. So,
it looked to me as if he was short of his ground, and the replays have confirmed that. An accurate throw from Jaden Seals from the short fine leg position, collected, and a very swift return, accurate return. And it wasn't a direct hit, but it went straight into the gloves of keeper Shea Hope, who collected and broke the wicket. And a timely wicket there for the West Indies. Just when Latham and Satner were beginning to think big overs, it was a full toss from Laws, and Latham probably disappointed he wasn't able to do more with it. Hit it straight to the field at short fine leg. It was a clean pickup by Seals, and he rifled that return into Shea Hope, and Satner was found just short of his ground.
And a crucial wicket there for the West Indies side at this time, because in the last 3 overs you say that the momentum definitely would have gone with the New Zealand side.
Yeah, definitely so. As we said, we got the impression they were now stepping on the accelerator. I mean, from here on in, you expect it to be a case where the batters are going to be taking a few more risks. And that partnership was worth some 48 runs, going at just under 5.5 runs and over, and you felt that they were going to be looking to accelerate even more.
So the new batsman in is Smith, and he comes to join his captain Leighton on 66 from 67 deliveries, 230 for a loss of 6. New Zealand has to bat first, and Mitch Santner, the last man out. So final delivery for Laws, 9.5 overs he has sent down. He's picked up 2 for 63. And he's yet to bowl a maiden. Won't finish with a maiden. His final delivery is hit. And did it carry?
No.
Just short of Shimron Hitmar. And what a way for the young man to finish in his second game at the Kensington Oval. He finished with figures of 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 63. And I must commend him. Handy, when you look at him, you can see his body language is just his youth infancy, where he's just enjoying himself.
Yeah, he really wants to do well.
I think that's a good thing about him. Some people or some players who would have been coming into their first series or first game, the nerves can go on for a length of time, but he just doesn't seem overall by the occasion at all.
Yeah, and we remind listeners that this young man has not played first-class cricket as yet.
Correct.
And so it's sometimes as a selector or a selection panel, you go on a punt. And I thought it was an easy one to call. We spoke at length about the unorthodox style that he bowls and how rare it is in world cricket, far less in the Caribbean. So I think it was quite a good punt to go on to get this man into international cricket.
Well, it's paid dividends for the West Indies, and for him especially, it will do the world of good for him. Good to see. I think the more red ball cricket he plays, the better it will definitely help him. As Ford is back into the attack, and his first delivery is stroked magnificently out to the cover, and Casey Carty is onto it. A single attained by Latham, so he moves to 67 from 68 deliveries, and the New Zealand side motoring on as we head down the latter part of this innings. And the forward replacing Jaden Seal. Let me give you his figures. Figures for Jaden Seal: 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 48 at the top. Matthew Ford before this over started, he had 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35, 231 for the loss of 6. In the 46th over of 50, the current rate 5.11, and it is Nathan Smith on strike to face his second delivery. Ford is into him, gets it to be ill-directed down the leg side, and he gets it down to the short fine leg. The keeper skipped across to his left, but was unable to stop that single as it was played off the open face of the bat by Smith. So he opens his account, and more importantly, it brings Latham back on strike. He has 67 from 68, 6 fours and 1 6. A strike rate of 98.52. Ford is bowled relatively well under the circumstances.
Well, that last delivery was a pace-off delivery.
Ill-directed at that.
It was, I guess, in trying to bowl, over the side of the hand. It can happen sometimes.
He starts in on the way into bowl to Latham, and Latham is slashing it out to Carty, who's off the boundary. Not quite on the boundary, but in that instance, it helps him to restrict the batsman's thought process of going for a second run. Another single attained, 233 for the loss of 6. So we have just 4 after this, and I'm sure that the New Zealand side will still believe that the possibility of 265, 270.
Well, I saw Smith in the recent tour to Ireland and England. I saw him in Ireland when they were practicing, and he can't hit a big ball. Whether he'd be able to do it here, he's only just come in, just faced 2 balls so far.
Ford is into him, and he hits this one down the ground. Very, very straight and into the boundary for 4. Beautiful shot. And I guess Hendy really should apologize. He didn't hit it down the ground. He just opened the face of the bat. A simple punch. Beautiful shot. Using the pace of the bowler and the length. Great cricket shot.
Yeah, and that's a nice check drive, so to speak. But getting it dead straight. And their fielders protecting the boundary. There's sweepers at long on and long off, but neither one was in the frame.
And 4 runs to the Kiwis, as they're affectionately known, or the Black Cats. 237 for 6. Ford. Smith on 5. Waits on him. Goes past umpire Roth just about now and bowls a delivery, which is turned into the mid-wicket region. The fielders are pretty much out in the country, and the batsmen take 1. So the leg side heavily protected.
Yeah, I think that Smith was a little bit disappointed with himself, because I think the intention was to play a little bit square into the mid-wicket area. The fielder is some 75 meters on the boundary. So once he'd played it with the pace off the shot, there was a better chance of picking up 2 runs. He got it a little bit too straight, and the fielder came in from long on and restricted the second run.
2, 3, 8, 4, 6. 1 delivery left in over number 46. Latham on strike. 68 from 69 deliveries. Ford with figures of 1 for 43. So he would have conceded 12 in this over thus far. And he starts in on the way to bowl to Latham. And Latham, this delivery is across the off stump. Turns a delivery wideish on the off stump into a Yorker. They want a second, thinking of that. And in the end, thoughts averted. The end of over number 46. Invited the bat first, New Zealand, 236 for 239 for loss of 6. Latham has 69, and with him is Nathan Smith on 6. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, in the context of the game, that's 9 runs on that over, which is pretty acceptable. We're just getting a stat here for the New Zealand innings. There were 157 dot balls, so that's a little bit more than what they would be happy with so far. And 5 sixes and 21 fours. On this ground is a 6 hitting ground. They've only hit some 5 sixes so far. They'll probably look to double that now in the rest of the innings, but West Indies will be hoping differently.
Well, the speed machine, Alzari Joseph, is back, and he's going to come from the Joel Garner end. Tom Layton is on strike, and the left-hander sells over his bat. Third man backward pointing position, and he gets a division hit out to mid-wicket. The fielder comes in and pouches the catch. That is O'Geese, and the prize wicket of Latham. Tom Latham goes, caught O'Geese off the bowling of Alzari Joseph for 69, having faced some 71 deliveries and striking 6 fours and 1 6. In the end, you would say kind of a soft dismissal in the end.
Well, I think he was disgusted with himself because he timed it too well. I think he just wanted to just chip it into the leg side, but he hit it so well, it carried all the way to the fielder, who came in about maybe 15, 20 yards in off the mid-wicket boundary and took a comfortable knee-height catch. So he's disappointed because, A, he probably felt that if he'd really attempted to hit it, he probably could have cleared the boundary, or he could have maybe just relaxed the hands a little bit more.
Well, what it does is it gives West Indies the opportunity again to further restrict the possibilities of New Zealand get to 265, 270 total, 237, 39 for loss of 7, 46 overs and 1 delivery gone. And young Christian Clark comes to the crease.
A good Bajan name, that, Christian Clark.
Spelled with a K.
Yeah.
K-R-I-S-T-A-N. Christian Clark. And 40 matches, 27 innings, 426 runs, average of 23.67. He has 100, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, that. You can see what that's his list A stats.
239 for 7. Alzari Joseph starts in to bowl to Clark, who waits his first delivery, and gets a Yorker as a P for leg before, given leg before wicket by umpire Leslie for Jr. And he is going to challenge the decision. And Hendy, your thoughts?
Yeah, it was quick, it was straight, and I think the non-striker suggested him that it might have been sliding on the leg side. He seemed somewhat surprised to see the finger going up. He was taken completely off his feet. That Yorker length delivery, he tried to dig it out, lost his footing completely, and that delivery was right on the money. And unless he's got any batter onto it, I think that the West Indies have got a good show. It was tailing in to the leg stump, but it was so full. We'll see exactly what it says on the replay.
I think one thing for sure, Hendy, he was undone for pace.
Yeah, he done for pace. Yes.
They actually took him off his feet.
Correct.
And while we wait for the decision, first ball right up to Clark. Definitely undone for pace. Got up, looked a little shocked, and I think he was shocked because he was actually thrown down by that delivery, down on his toes, and then trying to get it out, lost his footing, and giving out like before wicket by Leslie for Junior. The decision referred, and the players have retreated to their respective positions in anticipation of the final decision.
Yeah, we haven't had a decision yet, but the fielders are going back into position. So either way, more balls to be bowled. So even if he's out, they're in position already.
So the third umpire having a pretty long look at it.
Well, no, I think the replays are. We're just waiting for the producer to bring up the replays, so they're going to look at the sneak on the
Ultra edge
first.
first. Clearly onto the boot. 239 for 7 will remain that.
Impact in line and the wickets missing. So the angle and the tail taking it past the leg stump. So that decision will have to be overturned. So umpire Leslie for doing so now. But it was a quick delivery. It was full.
So as a batter in this position, what do you look for now?
Well,
haven't been floored by a speedy.
But if I was a bowler, I'd be going there again. I mean, because he's a new batter.
And if you're the batter facing the bowler,
Well, you're looking for it, so he's going to shorten that back cliff, I hope.
well, here's Joseph on the way into bowl to Clark, and Clark is getting the identical Yorker. This time he stands his ground and whips it up to the long on position and helps himself to 2. So good Yorker. And well played by Clark to open his account. 241 for loss of 7.
But nowadays you see so many funky shots from the batters. You know, they have now got to a stage where they become very adept at scoring off these Yorker-like deliveries. So you're seeing batters move across the stumps and playing these dink shots, using the pace of the ball on the Yorker length to try and help it over the fine leg area. And now we see that the short fine leg is coming in. So everything there now is designed to ask Clark to play that shot.
Well, he waits on Joseph, who's into him, and he gets it. If he takes him on the pad, we'll get a single into the leg side. Will they look for the second? Yes, they're going to come back for the second. Good running, and the field pretty well spread, especially in the leg side. And the fact that the ball hit the pad meant that it would have gone that fast into the leg side. And good anticipation, good running by this pair as they collect 2 runs to take the total for New Zealand. 243 for loss of 7 on 46.4 overs.
Yeah, going into the pad and just going into the onside about 20 yards from the bat. And I'm trying to think who would have been the closest fielder to it. There's a man at short fine leg, but the man came off the deep backward square boundary all the way into inside the 30-yard circle. And in the end, the batters got those 2 leg buys very easily.
Clark on 2. Joseph with 2 for 31 against his name is into him, and balls will be right up. He looks to go down on his knees, swing it over the Greenwich Haynes stand, and the result is a single as that ball ricocheted out into the offside. The keeper came from behind the stump, and a good single to Clark. Rotation strike remains key, but a good over, good testing over of good pace, good dexterity by Alzari Joseph, who had a right smile on his face when bowling to Clark. 2 deliveries ago. It means that Smith will now have the strike. He's on 6, 244 for loss of 7. Final delivery.
Yeah, just look to see that Smith will probably look to stay deep in his crease to negate that full length delivery from Joseph.
I suspect he will probably want to keep the strike as well. This delivery is driven straight, and that's very painful. They take 1, they're going to come back for 2, and they said driven, but again, he has a very straight push, basically, and that bat is hitting pretty good because that one cluttered onto, I think, the hands of Alzari. He didn't even get time to give a chain reaction. It'll be interesting to see the replay. The result is 2 runs, and at the end of over number 47, 246 for loss of 7. New Zealand, the latest here at Kensington.
Well, that's what I was thinking to myself, that there was no reaction whatsoever. in trying to stop the ball or to field the ball, as if it got back to him so quickly. And thumb came off the ball quite early, so you knew then he was looking to bowl pace off. It was ill-directed. There was Smith look at the play, a reverse pull, but it was too wide of the offside and a wide call by the umpire.
Smith waits on Seals, who's into him, 264 for 8, and he looks to play. He gets cute, it comes off, it looks good, it's into the boundary at fine leg for 4. Well, let me describe it. On my recap, he was looking for the dill scoop over the offside. He got a little too leg side of it, and he still managed to get it off the inner portion of the bat and elude the fielder at the short fine leg and into the boundary for 4. Prevention is always better than cure, but you'll take that however you get them.
Absolutely. No, not anywhere near where he intended it to go, but he got the intended result.
So, with that boundary, New Zealand, 268 for the loss of 8. Final delivery. 49 overs and 5 deliveries gone. 18 is Smith. He waits on Seals, who goes past the umpire and bowls to him. And he hits him high, hard. The fielder at mid-wicket is under it and takes the catch. Oh, that is Graves comes up with the catch. So the final delivery brings about the 9th wicket for New Zealand. The innings comes to a close at 268 for the loss of 9, with Smith, the man out, caught by Graves off the bowling of Seals for and make him 18. And the New Zealand innings closes at 268 for the loss of 9. Henry Wallace, good catch by Graves.
Yeah, good outfield catching there. There was Graves in the orthodox manner. Initially, when it was struck, it looked like it was going to maybe clear the boundary at deep mid-wicket, but that's probably one of the biggest boundaries from where the pitch is today. And Graves just stood his ground, and you just realized then it wasn't quite getting the distance. In the end, it was a relatively comfortable catch. He was right on the rope, but he came in about 1 or 2 paces and took the ball with both hands into the midriff. So a good comeback there by the West Indies, in my view. The middle overs went really well, and Alzari Joseph continues to be outstanding. He's had 2 good games in Barbados. I'm sure that he quite enjoys bowling on a surface like this, which has a bit of pace and bounce, and he's shown why he's regarded as one of the world-class bowlers in the West Indies side.
And if we could just go straight into the scorecard or the news, if you just joined us in the 5th and final ODI in the Bet Cages Sports Series between the West Indies and New Zealand, with New Zealand coming into this game with an unassailable 3-1 lead. Shea Hope won the toss and asked the New Zealand side to take first knock. They opened with Nichols and Young, and first to go was Nichols. He was bowled by 4 for 10, playing on Hendy.
Yes, it was certainly against the run of play, so to speak, because they looked so positive in the start of the innings. Everybody was looking to see exactly how this pitch would play. They were assessing the pace and the bounce of the pitch, and it just looked like the batters were going to enjoy it because the bounce was consistent. There was a little bit more pace, but on that occasion, maybe the ball was a little bit too close to Young.
In at 3 came Nick Kelly, and they formed an 84-run second wicket partnership with opener Will Young, before Young was bowled by Laws for 56, 63 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, well, there was a young man coming into the game. He just looks like if he belongs, and he was there with a fair bit of confidence. And again, a miscued shot, which brought on the downfall.
Following the dismissal of Young in 9th of the second delivery of the 20th over, Mark Chapman, who was in at number 4, he was caught by Moti of the bowlers of Law for 11 at that stage, 3 for 127.
And Chapman, on the heels of what he did on Sunday, you thought that he would really relish the opportunity in playing on this particular surface today, which we thought the ball was coming onto the bat a bit more, but was not to be.
We then had a 54-run stand for the 4th wicket before Nick Kelly innings came to end. The second delivery of the 35th over, when Kelly was caught by Graves off the ball of Moti for 64, 80 deliveries, 143 minutes, 5 fours and 2 sixes.
Well, we're just in the middle of a spell there where the West Indies were just keeping things in check. They weren't the Kiwis were not getting away. And Moti coming back into the attack from the Northern or Joel Garner end just kept things really tight. And I think that was picking up that wicket was really a result of building the pressure on the New Zealand batters.
Michael Bracewell was in and out. He was caught by wicketkeeper Hope off the ball of Joseph for 182 for a loss of 5.
And Joseph coming back for one of his spells from the Malcolm Marshall end, maybe just changing the angle, a little bit of extra bounce and pace proved to be the undoing for Bracewell.
And Bracewell fell with the fifth delivery of the 36th over. 48 runs, 46 wickets. The stand came to end when Mitch Santner was run out, seals to Hope for 13, and that at that stage was 230 for a loss of 6, the fifth ball of the 45th over.
Well, we're just at a stage where you felt that Santner and Latham would have been looking to accelerate. And good work by Jaden Seals in the field, and generally the fielding of the West Indies, there was some energy in the field and they took the opportunities in the field. They did not go flat, and I think that paid dividends.
An Indian stop score of 69 to Tom Layton was ended when he was caught by Ogis off the bowling of Joseph for 69. 71 deliveries he faced, 103 minutes, 6 fours and 1 6. And his wicket fell the first ball of the 47th over.
And I think he was really disappointed at that stage because he was the one they were hoping would take take it back all the way through to the end of the innings. He was well set. He's got a score under his belt, and I think he just timed the chip a little bit too well. Maybe he was caught in two minds whether to go for the boundary or just to knock it into the open field for a couple of rounds. He struck it a little bit too well, and Ogis coming off the boundary quite quickly made good ground and took the two-handed catch.
Well, over a couple of deliveries later, Kristen Clark, he was next out, run out off the bowling of Graves for Hope, by Hope, the keeper. The return coming from Graves, he made 4. And he fell in the 48th over, 47.2 overs. Kristen Clark didn't contribute a lot.
Not a lot. And again, good bowling by the West Indies at the death, and not allowing the New Zealanders to get the boundaries, to go for the big hits. And that they resorted to aggressive running, but on this occasion, good work again by the West Indies in the outfield. And
in an attempt to go for maximum final delivery, Nathan Smith finally held out. He was caught by Graves off the bowling of Seals for 18. 268 for 9. The New Zealand innings coming to a close, and the bowling for West Indies, Matthew Ford, 10 overs, 1 million, 1 for 49.
Matthew Ford has the ability. He's been doing it all along, picking up that early wicket. He did it again in this innings. But for me, he was able to be a little bit more effective in the middle overs, which was not usually a strong suit of his game. He's normally quite dependable at the top of the order, and at the back end he has proven to be quite useful. But as I said, what stood out for me was his contribution in the middle overs.
Jaden Seals used in 3 or 4 spells. He sent down 10 overs, 1 million, 1 for 57.
A fantastic opening spell. He really deserved to have a wicket or two, and he too kept up the support for the faster bowlers in the middle of the innings, and he also did a good job at the end.
Vital Laws, the left-arm young Chinaman on debut. His debut season continues to have a good run. 10 overs, no middles, 2 for 63.
Picking up wickets in those middle overs, it's been a bugbear for the West Indies for the last, as long as we can remember, not having the reputation of picking up wickets in the middle overs. He presents that different option for the captain as a wrist spinner. He will go for a few. He went for just over 6 runs and over, but picking up those 2 wickets in the middle of the innings proved to be very vital.
You would have to have been impressed by Alzari Joseph, who sent down 10 overs, 1 million, 2 for 38.
Yeah, 2 good games here in Barbados, and has been pretty consistent throughout the series in terms of taking wickets. But for me, it's how he was able to strike the balance between being attacking and taking wickets, and also being very economical.
And Godakish Moti, 10 overs, no middles, 1 for 49.
Steady without being spectacular, but gave the captain the option of performing that holding role while he was able to rotate his seamers.
My final question to you, Hendy, before we take a break for the luncheon interval. 268, do you believe, given the manner in which how the pitch played, that maybe the New Zealand would believe that they're at least 30 to 25 runs short?
Well, I feel they're 30 odd runs short of where they should be, but they will see it as a challenge for their bowlers to try to defend this. Their faster bowlers will get something out of this surface as well.
As we go down to the press conference.
I think there's a presentation.
presentation to Kemar Roach on reaching his 300th Test wicket.
Don't know if we're going to get the audio on that, but I think our technical team is trying to pull it up. We're not getting it at the moment.
So on stream, you see Ian Bishop making a presentation to the latest West Indian speedster to join the 300-run club in Kemar Roach. And down there is the entourage from the Barbados Cricket Association, the president, Mr. Calvin Hope, the CEO, Paul Skinner, Vice President Pedro Graves, and Jason King, Treasurer, and the West Indies Director. So while we can't pick up quite the audio, Hendy, you would have seen, or you would be very instrumental, pretty close to Kemar Roach from his young days when he started at the Alexander School.
yeah, I remember those days for sure, and to see his development, you have to look at his longevity, and I think that they've done a surprise here for Kemar Roach. There's been a few persons from his alma mater, his former principal in
Jeff Brooms.
This occasion, I know that you're a modest man, Kemar.
And I see his former coach there as well. So I think that's a bit of a surprise for him. So credit to those responsible.
Sort of get the presentations going.
So let's see if we can hear Ian Bishop there now.
Bishop introducing the
Hey, brother. Hey, young man. Oh, Lord. I love you like a son, boy. That's
the
a
Barbados.
small token of our appreciation. Small token of our appreciation, right? And we love you. You have done great for Barbados, the West Indies. Congratulations. We hope that you will continue to make a contribution, certainly in Barbados, for our young cricketers. Give of your experience, your whole career. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you very much. President of Barbados Cricket Association, Calvin Hope, making a presentation to West Indies speedster Kemar Roach, who joined the 300 club, reminding him of the love that he has from the Barbados cricketing fraternity. And now we're going to have the treasurer, Jason King, and then the Barbados Cricket Association director on the West Indies Cricket Board.
It's been 23 years. Watched your journey from the time you first made the Barbados under 15 team. What a pleasure it has been to watch you evolve into the man that you are today. And the cricketer certainly of world class. Becoming the 5th West Indian to achieve this feat is an amazing achievement. All I can say is congratulations, and it's an honor on behalf of the president, board of Cricket West Indies, and all fans of West Indies to present this memento to you. Every time you look at it, please remember fans of Cricket West Indies. Without them, none of us are anything.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So there is Jason King making a presentation on behalf of Cricket West Indies to Kemar Roach for his 300th Test wicket, where he joined the 300 team club in Elite 5. As host, Ian Bishop.
Post that accident from 2017 onwards, 52 games, 117 wickets at 24.5. Absolute world class from Kemar Roach. He invented himself like Jeff Brooms and Mr. Peter Vaughan will now collectively come in and share their thoughts on Kemar's.
So, former principal Alexander, Jeff Brooms, former
Peter
director,
Vaughan. Peter Vaughan is
and
coach.
Peter Vaughan, his coach, to the right of Kemar Roach. And Jeff Brooms just saying a few words.
Open terms. I first met Kemar. One thing to say for him, he experienced my love and care. Also experienced my serious level of discipline. Let's keep that between Kemar. First of all, nothing about Kemar's life. About the absolute support he received, first from his mom and his stepdad, way back. Many times that his stepdad took him for getting showed him the road. I know his mom gave the guidance and support. I know also hundreds of times that she would say, I also. But Mom, I want to say thank you for not our dear boy. What is that? 300 against plus. You're very good. Now, Peter Vaughan. There is no close contact with Mr. Peter Vaughan. Kemar came in 1999, and Peter Vaughan was his coach and games master. What Peter said to me from the very first lesson, he was impressed by Kemar's athleticism, fierce competitiveness, and his rocket arm in throwing out. And so Mr. Vaughan has always been there. From those early days, after joining the school team, Kemar fancied himself as a Peter Vaughan made one serious put him to battle number 4. That was a convincing boundary. Easier not for a Lara Bar would have insisted that Lara had to be the better batsman. And he has, I'm glad he didn't stick to the batting, although he has saved us on West Indies on quite a few occasions with his batting. Well done, Kemar.
Thank you, thank you.
Peter Vaughan, I must give you due. To my mind, you were the majestic coach, and a lot of this, what he said to Kemar came directly from Peter Vaughan. You see Kemar's tenacity, Peter Vaughan in there. You see his commitment to cause and team, Peter Vaughan in there. You see his ultimate focus, Peter Vaughan in there. You see his putting team before person, Peter Vaughan in there. But then there's some others. Corey Cullimore, his mentor, his absolute mentor. I remember Corey saying, Kemar, in my presence, success does not come as the earned. Kemar has lived that. Along with Corey, you have people like Jason Worrell, Jamal Smith, Jason Worrell. Jamal Smith was his teammate. Kurt Edwards, and his partner in crime. All other things, Martin Jeff, Guadalupe, Mary, they are inseparable and have my own to support the really walks this evening. Martin, that is how his talent, when I saw Kemar, his talent so impressed me. That was the permission of the West Indies manager, Tony Howard, and the support of my friend Kemar from Antigua. I took Kemar to Antigua to be a net bowler. That didn't happen. At the end of that stint, when it came to West Indies, I said, I was so impressed with this man. This is a living part of my and in the 300 test matches. Congratulations, my son.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Now, I
I will wrap it now by simply saying, Kimar, you belong to the West Indies, you belong to Barbados and our cricket legacy. And of course, you belong to two outstanding institutions in North Ireland, Ignatius Blair and Alexander School. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
And the words of thankfulness and commendations from former principal of the Alexander School, Jeff Rooms. Now, coach that did it all. Brought him up through his upbringing to the stage he's at in Peter Vaughan. Paying tribute to Kimar Roach.
300 wickets. I think you were the second Barbadian that is having that stage. So well done, Kimar, and all the best.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Very exclusive.
Thank you. First and foremost, my family, mom, my kids, Kimani and Kimaria, and my friends, obviously. It's really a pleasure, an honor, and a privilege, obviously, to be honored, especially at home. In front of all my fans as well. I want to thank the BCA, the West Indies Cricket Board, for putting this on for me. It really means a lot. I don't know what much to say, but my journey started obviously at Ignatius Blair School and then on to Alexander School, and with the help of Mr. Vaughan and Mr. Brooms, they definitely harnessed my talents. They definitely saw the talent in me, and they pushed me forward. All the trouble I give at school, they definitely have my back. So I really want to give a special shout out to them. All the coaches over the years, yeah, it's been a long journey. I've had a lot of ups and downs. A lot of people have doubted me, but to be able to reach this feat is beyond none. So I really want to thank everyone a part of this. And this surprise of my family is, I can't really explain it. I really can't explain it. They didn't tell me anything, but you know what? For moments like this, these are the people that mean the most to me, so I'm happy that they're all here. So thank you for everyone coming out, supporting, and hopefully the guys can give you a win tonight, and we can finish this night the way it should be finished, with a fantastic victory. Thank you.
And the honoree, Kimar Roach.
60 wickets at the Civilian Region Stadium, 32 at this hallowed venue, 38 years young. The journey is not yet finished, and we're hoping to see much more, 89 test matches, maybe 100 and more. Thank you very much for the man of the moment and his beautiful family, to the members of the Board of Cricket West Indies, and thank you so much for your duties.
So there you have it, the presentation honoring the latest West Indian to join the 300 wicket club in Kimar Roach, who picked up his 300th wicket in the recent series against Sri Lanka, to become the second Barbadian to reach that total, joining Malcolm Marshall, and the fifth West Indian of all with 300 wickets. Congratulations to Kimar, and what a way, a fitting way to honor this young West Indian, Andy.
Yes, excellent performance. The first thing that comes to mind is his longevity. And as he did indicate, it hasn't been an all smooth journey, but it's shown his resilience. And as he said, there were times when people doubted he could do it. And I think that in itself was a driving force for him. So congratulations to Kimar Roach for such an achievement and being an absolute ambassador for the game.
And with that being said, all that's left to do, Hendy, quickly before we start, how do West Indies approach its target of 269 for victory?
Well, it's not a huge total. Yes, anything above 250 means that you're going to score more than 5 runs and over. But I think it's something that they will relish. I think they will be the happier team going into the dressing room at the break, and I think they'll really want to make a real fist of this. It's about, preserving wickets. They'll obviously want to do something similar to what the Kiwis were able to do by preserving wickets, and then they have that acceleration as required. But once they've got wickets intact, then you expect that West Indies should be able to pull this one off.
Okay, less than half an hour, you can join the stations for the second half of this all-important fifth and final ODI between New Zealand and the West Indies, sponsored by BetCage Sports. And the news here at the Kensington Oval is that having won the toss, West Indies asked New Zealand to battle at the end of their 50 overs. They got up to 268 for 9, thanks to 69 from Tom Layton, 64 from Nick Kelly, and 56 from Will Young. 2 wickets apiece for Vita Laws and Alzari Jules for the West Indies. So when play resume, West Indies will need 269 for victory and have 50 overs for which to do it. Join us in under half an hour.
OK Studios. We'll be ready for you in just about 2 minutes. We'll be resuming commentary on this match. First voice you hear will be Philip Hackett. Welcome back to Kensington Oval. The sun is gone, night has closed in, and we are all set for the second half of this contest between New Zealand and West Indies, the final match of the series. And the West Indies reply a target of 269. It's about to begin. The first delivery of the Indians pushed up into the onside by O'Geese, who is opening the batting with Justin Graves. We saw this pair at the match, the fourth ODI of the series on Sunday, and here they are again with West Indies chasing, trying to get up to 269 for victory after the bowlers did quite well to bring West Indies back into contention. So it's Duffy with the second delivery of the innings up to the wicket to bowl to O'Geese, who gets a wide delivery called wide by the umpire too, and West Indies off and running. It's one without loss, 269 for victory. We've got next to me Philo Wallace, maybe not the type of imposing target that seemed likely at one stage when just one wicket was down with a score just about 100 or so. And West Indies opening with O'Geese and Graves, one without loss as Duffy turns and runs away from us, passes the umpire now and into ball to O'Geese, who is driving at a ball wide of awesome, through to the keeper. Philo Wallace, welcome back to the microphone.
Hi, good night, Philip. Obviously, this run chase is going to be important for West Indies, and the openers have to give them a good start. Not even reasonable, a good start. The New Zealanders in these conditions, obviously, it's night now, they subdue. You saw that ball from Duffy just zipping off the pitch and flying through head height to wicketkeeper Latham O'Geese playing. Not a nice shot at all.
A slip in the gully in support as he, oh wow, that, what is going on with O'Geese? This seems to be a continuation of Sunday. That ball was so wide that it was easily called wide by the keeper, and O'Geese was chasing after it. What's going through the young man's mind, Philip?
I don't know what the instructions are to O'Geese from the batting unit, because clearly you have Justin Graves, who's a senior batter at the non-strikers end. You have a target of 269 to get. You're not going to get it in one shot. And it's a left delivery wide-ish, and he charged down the pitch and missed.
Duffy must be encouraged by all this, and this one is straight, hits the stumps at the non-strikers end, no fuss. But we've had what, three legitimate deliveries and two wides, and already we've had two conversations, and you get the impression that those were initiated by Justin Graves, who must be as concerned as we are, or I should say as baffled as we are, as to what's going through the mind of the young man.
Yeah, and the thing is about O'Geese is that every time he plays the ball, he's not balanced. He's always on the move, which is not a good sign for an opener. You want to stay balanced and just allow the ball to come and work the ball in its way.
He is chasing another wide delivery. So whatever Justin Graves is saying, the message is not.
The message is not clear.
He's not getting through.
Because he's playing a shorter ball. And when you look at O'Geese as a fielder, he doesn't seem to have that kind of mentality. He's quite cool. He's quite calm in his fielding. But every time he takes the bat up in these two one-day games that I've watched here, he's just looking to fan at the ball, play a shorter ball rather than just trying to pick up the pace of the ball and pick up what the bowler is trying to do.
Flirting with danger, you can call it, as Duffy is into him. And this time he gets bat on ball, but only as far as cover. And there's no run for him.
If you look at it, that's a short ball that he slapped to extra cover, but he's way down the pitch. So that means he's on the walk when he plays the shot. Rather than going back and across, getting this cover the stumps and hitting the ball later. And if he was back and across and hit the ball later, he would have beat backward point to his right.
And there's no protection out there in front of the bat.
No, so just let to just
runs on off out
bat
there.
properly.
So here is Duffy once again. O'Geese is tugging this one out towards the backward square. They go for one. They'll settle on one as Fine Light comes in to complete the fielding. And he will keep the strike. At the end of over number one, they score 3 without loss. 2 of them are wide, so all the fanning and fanfare and whatever, just one run off the bat.
This one run off the bat. A lot of energy being used by Akeem O'Geese in that first over from Jacob Duffy. And the score obviously is just 3. He's moved on to 1. He faced all 6 deliveries. But he needs to just settle down. Akeem O'Geese, obviously he's been given the responsibility of being the opening batter in this ODI series against New Zealand. And it's an opportunity for a young man to just, show a bit of calmness, a bit of patience, and show us that he can build an innings. He has 300 balls to bat if he bats all 50 overs to get West Indies up to 269. Just be a major part of that run chase.
So Nathan Smith sets off from the Drill Garnet end, and the first delivery is whipped away out towards the backward square position. They're coming back for the second run. The return just pushes the keeper back a bit of a mini collision between the batsman O'Geese and the keeper Latham, and a couple of runs to O'Geese. A more authentic stroke on that occasion.
You reckon?
More authentic than the ones we saw at the other end.
So you hit the ball to extra covers the inside edge. The ball went down the backward square. The fielder come around to his right.
It was still more authentic than the ones we saw in the first over.
Bad batting. That's the first ball from Nathan Smith. Have a look, Mr. O'Geese. You don't want to get out too early in this run chase.
Waits for Smith, and isn't even that one alone outside the line of the off stump. Pardon me for appearing to be amused, but it's just a kind of an interesting approach that O'Geese has adopted.
Yeah, he left that ball on length, but he's still walking towards the ball. An opening batter would just pick up the length, and just shoulder arms in a stable position. But he's defending the ball and leaving the ball alone and still walking onto it, which is so unusual for an opening batter.
Well, we saw all this in the previous game when we, I guess, expected that was a one-off thing as opposed to a norm. He comes forward and strokes this one up towards cover, and there's no run, so he goes down and does a bit of gardening.
Smith is hitting the deck hard. Smith is looking to extract whatever moisture there is in this surface here at Kensington Oval. We saw earlier today, very nice surface to bat on. The ball was coming on quite nicely. At night you would expect a bit of dew, hard new ball. The ball was skid on quite nicely. So it'd be important for O'Geese to try to see out this new ball pair and back West Indies into a relatively safe zone.
Smith wants more, and just coming forward and in the end just nudging the ball into the offside as the ball fielded by a number of players actually converging on it, and just coming forward and nudging in the end. That's a bit of gardening again. Is that nerves, Phil, or is he really concerned about some aspect of the pitch?
Maybe he's concerned with the pitch. He's been around this West Indies team now for a couple of tours, so I don't think he should have those type of nerves. He's just anxious to score.
So he's got 3 off 10 deliveries. Graves hasn't faced the delivery as yet, as Smith is into both. O'Geese, who comes forward and steers it down towards backward point. There's no run for him. So the over yet to be completed. Still 1 ball left. And in fact, I see the umpire looking with some concern at the crease, as though Smith had erred in some way.
Normally you see the umpire come up and make sure that the bowler's foot is behind that line, so he makes an imaginary line there, luxury for Junior, and you realize that the umpires don't switch ends.
Well, no, you don't do that for one in this game. Swung away, down towards backward square, back towards more mid-wicket. That's gone for 6. So he really got hold of that one, O'Geese, and launched it over mid-wicket for 6. Maybe that will make him feel a bit better. But he certainly got hold of that one, and he goes to 9, 2 overs completed, and the West Indies with a target of 269, 11 without loss.
Yeah, length delivery there from Nathan Smith. No pace at all on it. O'Geese hitting through the line of the ball, just tugging it into forward square over into that well, it's supposed to be a temporary stand, but that permanent stand there with no roof on it and right over the fence for 6. So a good shot to a not so good delivery, but he still needs to relax. 269 won't come in one big shot. It's important he tries to build a partnership with Justin Graves, who's going to be facing Jacob Duffy for the first time.
Graves hasn't faced a ball as yet. 2 slips waiting from off the outside edge. He gets off the mark immediately though, turning this one down to backward square. They'll stay on 1. Nice sliding effort to keep the scoring down to 1. So Auguste back on strike as Graves goes to the non-striker's end with that single turned down to the short backward square.
As you see on the replay, that length delivery from Nathan Smith being swung high and hard over forward square for 6. First delivery from Duffy to right-handed Justin Graves, just coming in on length, and Graves with that familiar twist of the bat, just getting it down behind square to get off the mark. Pushed the first run hard, which is good to see, but then obviously aborted going back for the second.
So Duffy in his second over. Nice crisp drive by Auguste through the extra cover region. It's running out towards the boundary and crosses the line for 4. Well played, Auguste. And what a chase by the skipper Santner, but in the end, the ball beating him into the boundary, and Auguste now moves right quickly along to 13.
Yes, a good looking shot there from Akeem Auguste this time. Well balanced, looking to get onto the front foot, not looking to hit the ball hard, just using the pace of the ball. Nice high front elbow and down to that wide long off boundary for 4. So very nice control shot. And if you have those kind of shots in your hand, why would you want to play naughty ones?
Well, he's played 2 strokes that should make him settle the ball that he knocked over the boundary for 6. But that last stroke, to my mind, are much more pleasing to the eye, at least for me. And he waits for Duffy, who moves in from the southern end. He's in behind this one. They go through for a quick run. The return comes in way too late. In fact, it hits the batsman and ricochets. And of course, the batsman, I don't think they would have considered even a second run had they not run past the crease. After all, this is not the World Cup final, and you're looking to win at all costs.
No, but it's good cricket. Obviously, 4 the previous delivery, and then a length delivery coming into the left-handed Auguste, just use soft hands. And good awareness from Justin Graves to come through for that single.
So 2 slips. There's a point cover mid-off. There's Duffy. And there's Graves, who is completely beaten. And I don't know how his stumps are still standing. I've got to see that on the replay. But it went right through Graves. Didn't cut it in half, amazingly. So he survives, the stump survives. Everything is in order. Amazingly. Let's watch that replay, fellow. Oh, that went just over off stump, maybe.
That's a quick delivery.
And it was quick. And even Graves, look at his reaction.
He has this funny twiddle with his bat. Yeah. And the ball just zipped past the inside edge. Needs to try and get his bat down a little quicker.
He waits for Duffy. Let's see how Duffy will respond. He's driving at a ball outside off stump, gets it up towards extra cover. So Graves, what a delivery to receive for just his second delivery.
Yeah, it's a very good delivery from Jacob Duffy, hitting the length and hitting it hard with some inward movement. And then the last delivery, obviously Justin Graves not getting into the right position, looking at the ball through the offside. Not timing it at all and closing the back face a tad too early, and the ball just dribbles into the offside for no run.
Waits for Duffy. There's Graves and is on this occasion stroking it through the extra cover region. We'll get 1, and that again brings rotation into strike, and just about every field on the New Zealand side moving in some form or fashion to back up as the over comes. And then 3 overs gone. Philo Wallace. Auguste has got 14, Graves 2. Obviously, and it's 18 without loss.
Obviously, you know synchronized diving.
Yes, synchronized fielding.
They all move in the same direction. Obviously, they're in tune, they're beat, they know what they have to do. And I'm here sitting and I'm marveling at the black that they play in. You know, it's just, well, it's a day and night game. It's nighttime. But the black uniform just stands out. And you have to smile at the way in which New Zealand have played this series. They're 3-1 up. This is the final one, and they're still buoyant. Obviously, they're looking to win 4-1, and They're not looking to take the pressure off of West Indies at all. I think to get up to 269, West Indies will have to bat and bat properly. But it's good to see Justin Grace getting into a nice defensive position and working the ball into the outside for a single.
There's a name for what you just described, and it begins with P, as Smith makes his way into ball to Geese. Now that begins to Graves, in fact. Now Smith begins with S, but this delivery defended by Graves. And the word that I'm using to describe what you described, it begins with P. Any idea what I'm talking about?
No, my name is Philo.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that we're describing
But I
you.
don't know a lot of P words.
Just Philo.
Yeah,
Well, it's Philip as well.
Yeah, but pillow.
And there's also professional.
Right, and it's pull.
Yeah, but professional is the one I'm talking about.
Right,
Yeah.
New Zealand are professional.
yeah. The pull may be related, maybe if you want to call the six a pull from O'Geese. As Smith is into ball to Graves, and Graves is not pulling at all. He's coming right across and working this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I like Nathan Smith.
Uh-huh.
He's a hard trier. He hits the deck hard. He reminds me of Andy Bickle from Australia. That kind of stature, that kind of run up.
A name from the past, yes.
Hits the deck really hard. That never die attitude. If you look at him, he's been given the opportunity to partner Duffy with the new ball. And he's really looking to come in and hit the deck. I saw him when he was warming up, getting a lot of balls to skid through head height at the bowling coach. So this is a good challenge for West Indies opening batters.
And he's not afraid to give a word of warning to his captain either, as he's into ball to Graves, and Graves swings this one away down towards fine leg. It will go for 4. Now there was a man in the fine leg position, but he could not get around to his right in time. It was struck fairly fine by Graves, but more so struck with a fair degree of power, and a boundary to Graves to move him to 6. And the score up to 22 without loss.
Yeah, Nathan Smith needs to understand that if he's going to bowl a short ball, he has to bowl a short ball. He's just bowling a half tracker, and Graves is swiveling on it, getting enough back, beating Duffy to his right, and down to the ropes for 4. You want to be aggressive, yes, but you still want to be aggressive in the right areas. And if you're going to go hard, you have to go hard at the head. You can't bowl a short ball that's going to come up at the wayside of a batter of Justin Graves' class.
Let's see if he will take your advice as he moves in again to bowl to Graves, who drives. This one comes off the outer portion of the bat, down towards the boundary, but saved on the boundary out at third man. Good work done out on the third man boundary to keep the scoring down to 2 as the score moves up to 24 for no loss.
Yes, again, you're seeing Justin with that flat foot drive, nowhere near the ball, just hands. And the ball peeling off the outside edge. There's no second slip. And down to third man. A good diving save by the fielder coming around to his left. And New Zealand obviously keep the batters down to 2 runs. But that is the error that we're seeing in Justin Graves' technique. Once the ball is on left on off stump, because he doesn't get it back on the cross, he uses his hands, no control. So in the game Sunday, we knocked the ball back to the bowler, because he wasn't in the right position to drive the ball on length. Now there's a short extra cover, which is in his eyesight, and there's a slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a forward square. We see the mat long leg. So this is a good field for Justin Graves.
Who waits for Smith and is whipping this one a little officially, but down towards backward square. They go for 1. They're pushing for the second. Return comes in, and they get home well backed up as well. So busy as bees, Justin Graves and O'Geese, a couple of runs, and these two are starting to build some momentum here now.
And that's what they have to do. They have to put pressure on the New Zealand fielders and bowlers. That ball came back into Justin Graves and just knocked it quite nicely in front of, down behind square. Duffy moving to his left at long leg, and the batters pushing hard that first run, which gave them the opportunity to come back for the second.
26 without loss. We're just about to see the completion of over number 4. Swung away by Graves. This one will go out towards the boundary. I don't think anyone can get around. They can't, and that's 4 runs. So a good finish to the over for the West Indies. Graves joins his partner on 14. And after 4 overs, West Indies with a target of 269, 30 without loss.
Yeah, so a good over there for West Indies. The last delivery, a little tight, short, but not with the room to use his arms. And Justin Graves swinging hard into the leg, say getting enough bat on it to beat the field at backwards at forward square, the man at long leg to his left and down to the boundary for 4. So pressure on New Zealand. West Indies have quickly moved up to 24. It is
30
for without loss in 4 overs. So they started to get some momentum into their batting. So the partnership is growing. It's gone to 30. and both batters now looking, obviously, to continue to be in that mode.
So just a one slip. There's a point cover, extra cover, more of a short extra cover mid-off. There's a third man in as well, so quite a few fielders on the offside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. 3 on the leg side, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a backward square on the boundary. Here is Duffy at the start of a new over, and the first delivery brings a swipe from O'Geese. It was a ball that was just outside the off stump and seemingly going further away. And once more, I get the impression it's Graves calling him down. Now, we know the communication between these two is not great, given what we saw in the field with that important drop catch on Sunday. And it seems that poor communication is following them with the batting, because Justin Graves, he's had several conversations with O'Geese, and he doesn't seem to be getting through. Here is Duffy. Let's see how O'Geese will respond this time. He is coming across his stumps and stylishly working that one up towards mid-wicket.
You know, Philip, they've gone 30 in 4 overs.
No need
Akeem O'Geese is 14 from 14 balls, 1 6 and 1 4. Justin Graves is 14 from 10 balls with 2 4s. What is the problem?
Well, I can tell you that there will be a problem if they continue to bat in this way. Well, not so much
Either the
Graves,
game will
really.
finish
It's-
quickly,
Yeah.
or West Indies will win the game. But you still need to apply common sense. A good ball is a good ball.
Duffy is up to the wicket once more. Pulled away with venom down towards the backward square position for 4. Now, there was a man not too far away from that ball in front of the Hall and Griffith stand. That ball ended up just to the end of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. He could not get around in time. That was struck with some force.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. A short ball, no pace at all, just stood up in the pitch. And he just got back and he smashed it just in front of square down to the boundary, down there by the Greenwich and Haynes stands for 4. But that is bad bowling, because the captain wants him to bowl just on top of off stump.
Well, you've got a number of fielders on the offside. It would suggest that. Here's one of them now at the backward point position, completing the fielding as O'Geese came forward and opened the fist. So clearly a bad delivery, because you've only got 3 fielders there. Mid-on, there's a mid-wicket and the backward square.
That's right.
And you really wouldn't expect that O'Geese would not go after that delivery that was short and just about leg stump or outside.
Yeah, because Duffy, obviously, the captain Sankner wants Duffy to bowl the ball just on top of off stump and leaving the left-hander O'Geese. If he pulls the ball from beside off stump for 4, well, good luck to him.
Would need some luck. The man in which is batting, no luck this time. That's clearing the boundary into the Greenwich and Haynes stand. That's 6 runs. A very positive stroke again from O'Geese. So it's been really a bit of this and a bit of that from O'Geese. But you really can't complain about that particular shot. It's gone for 6, and that very quickly takes the score up to 40 without loss.
Yes, another length delivery on leg stump. No pace at all. O'Geese is standing his ground and swinging his arms through the line of the ball, getting a lot of bat on it, and it flew into the Greenwich and Haynes stand at lower level, maybe about 5 or 6 rows back. So a very good shot from Akeem O'Geese. Puts pressure now on Jacob Duffy. He's gone to his captain, Sankner, who is at mid-off. And the field has not changed, and I agree with Sankner. Now he's asking the fine leg, is it? He's asking the fine leg to come in front of square. No, he's asking the mid-wicket to come to his right, and the man at fine leg to come square, to a forward square, as Duffy's looking now to come around the wicket to the left-handed O'Geese.
Sets off from his run-up around the wicket to O'Geese, who is slapping that one through the covers. More runs here for him. Wouldn't go to the boundary, though. He'll probably get 2, possibly 3. I doubt it. The return is on its way. This stay on 2. And the return coming in to take the score up to 42 without loss. So we've had 5 overs. Lyndon Yard somewhere in the background looking to join you, fellow Wallace. He's lurking, yes, lurking to replace me here. I'm going to get out of his way. He's a horse racing man, and I really wouldn't want him to set those horses on me. 42 without loss, 5 overs gone, more from fellow Wallace, and then it's going to be Lyndon Yard.
He's a cricket commentator. After 5 overs, West Indies have moved up to 42 without loss. In comparison, New Zealand was 16 for 1. So clearly West Indies have gotten into gear quite quickly, and thanks to Akeem O'Geese, he's moved to 26 from 20, and Justin Graves is on 14. As I say good evening, or I should say good night to Lyndon Yard.
Good night to you, Philo. Good to be in your company at this hour of the night under these circumstances. As it is Smith to continue. I like the pace, and he bowls a short delivery. Bang through mid-wicket. Short ball, and Justin Graves just transferring the weight onto the back foot. He was neither forward nor back, but I think he was in anticipation of a length delivery, got it, and just swiveled and pulled it, carried over the rope for 6. So you would say that the West Indies are on the rampage, despite the fact that young O'Geese has created other somewhat. He has kept the momentum going, and Graves now joins in that into the act. He is on 14, 42 without loss, Philo. 48 without loss. As here is Graves, strokes this one up to mid-off for a single, and crowd very much into it.
I don't think the New Zealand opening bowlers understand what a short ball is. They're bowling length, they're bowling some quick deliveries, but they're bowling length. That first delivery that Nathan Smith would have bowled at Justin Grace was on length on off stump, and he just wrapped back on his back foot and just smashed it. Just wide of long on down into that mid-wicket area for 6. And if you're going to bowl a short ball to opening batter, you need to get the ball above his shoulder. You need to try and make the batter as uncomfortable as possible. And then the last delivery just stroked quite nicely. Pass shot extra cover to mid-off.
O'Geese on strike as here is Smith on the way to him, and he pulls this one through mid-wicket and the mid-on position into the boundary for another 4. So basically you can say the West Indies are dealing in boundaries, and despite the fact that New Zealand continue with this, it's nicely set field, I would say, but I think they're on the back foot, and given the fact that they have a slit, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And I think basically they're too much on the attack, given the fact that the West Indies are running away at the moment.
I don't think they're too much on the attack. I just think it's poor bowling. And Sankner is right. Sankner is telling Smith, I want you to bowl the ball on off stump, outside of off stump, leaving the left-hander. I don't want you bowling short. Now he's going to bring the field around, so he's setting the field for bad bowling, because you're going to bring a man out from backward square to forward square, take out your first and put him at short fine leg. So where's Nathan Smith looking, thinking about getting him out caught at forward square? If a fast bowler gets you caught at forward square, that ain't too fast for me.
So the attack has forced the change. Smith has gone for 31, so it's a tad expensive. O'Geese on 30, waits on him, he's on his way, and he's driving beautiful shot through long off for 4. Magnificently played. What a shot. Kensington is on fire. West Indies 57 out lost, 5.4 overs gone for low.
Yeah, that's a top shot from Akeem O'Geese. He's just made the adjustment by bringing the field to the right, to the left hand, to the leg side of the batter. Then he bowls length on off stump, and O'Geese just presented the full back face and knocked it past Sankner's left hand down to the long off boundary for 4. So again, now pressure on Nathan Smith. Can't find the right length, and all he's finding is boundaries.
Well, 57 without loss. How does he respond? O'Geese waits for him. He has 34 against his name. He's into O'Geese. Gets a short delivery. The bouncer is over his head. He stood in the conventional position, had a swish at it, through to the keeper. And trying to be on the aggressive side, but he's really been taken to the cleaners at the moment.
No, that's the right shot. That's the right bouncer to bowl, head height. But you don't have a fine leg down. The fine leg is in the circle. So even if he top edges that ball and there's no fine leg,
he leaks the boundary.
He leaks the boundary. So he has to make up with his mind what he's going to do. But when you're getting tapped like this, all kinds of things run through your head. So he's not settled. Obviously, he is disturbed with the amount of tap that he's getting from the West Indian batters.
34 from 22 deliveries is O'Geese, and he's bowling! He's played on! Beautiful delivery. And you will have to say, maybe just a little too carefree. Got too comfortable with the free scoring, and O'Geese goes for 34, bowled by Nathan Smith, speed showing 130.8 kmp's, and West Indies lose their first wicket. O'Geese bowled by Smith for 34 from 23 deliveries, 57 for 1 for low.
Yes, and that is why I said about this guy Nathan Smith. Reminds me of Andy Bickle. Ball on length, just coming back in a tad to O'Geese. O'Geese no way in line with
land basically
to drive that ball. No way at all, no feet. And again, playing the ball on the walk, hitting the inside edge and onto his stumps. He has to go back for a very quick 5:34 from 24 balls. West Indies lost their first wicket at 57. So again, not really reading the game situation. You're on top of the bowlers. You have them on the back foot, but then you play injudicious shot, and you obviously you let the opposition in. Yes, it's only one wicket. Casey Carty is coming, another informed batter, but it will give Nathan Smith confidence. Score wickets to bowlers, give them confidence.
And I'm sure that the New Zealanders are happy for the bat of O'Geese, although they would have believed that the way he was batting for Philo, they was always in it to have a chance of getting him.
Yeah, well, if you're going to be that ultra aggressive against a new ball, chances are that your survival rate is going to be about 20%. You play some wonderful shots, but you play wonderful shots on only 24 balls. If you look at the replay, the feet are nowhere near the ball, and the ball cannon into middle stump. And obviously the spectators are saying, oh dear. And
he had them all worked up.
And then the gentleman is saying, what has he gone and do? Oh, Geese, you could have spent another 5 overs there, and you could have been close to 60. But he's gone, and New Zealand now will breathe a little easier because the ultra-aggressive Akeem O'Geese is out.
And that brings in Casey Carty. He's yet to face. Graves is on 21. Duffy will continue. 3 overs, none for 22. And he's at the top of his mark, operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. Remember the target for West Indies, 269, after New Zealand in their 50 overs made 268 for 9. And thanks to a stop score of 69 by Tom Layton. 64 from Nick Kelly and 56 from Will Young. So the New Zealand top order got them within a good start as Duffy's in, and here's the debut, which is forced into the cover region, and there is no score. Ball knocked down there by Mark Chapman.
It's going to be interesting to see how Justin Graves now readjusts his game with the loss of O'Geese. And continue to look at that replay again. O'Geese will look at that and say to himself, only if I had gone back and across, I'll actually get more bat on it.
And it was neither back nor was he forward. Here is Graves waits on Duffy, and he's playing from the crease. Looking to hit that one down to the mid-off region, and we will get an overthrow. Sloppy, extremely sloppy bit of cricket by the New Zealanders. And a casual approach from they really working up the keeper below.
Yeah, Tom Layton is 5 feet and they throw the ball 6 feet above. You know what I mean? So if a man is 5 feet tall, he throw the ball 6 feet, he cannot reach it. and the modern day cricket too.
That he was walking in.
Yeah, and the thing about modern day cricket is that a man will feel the ball at mid-off, off a fast bowler, right? A batter strokes the ball at the mid-off. He's going to take that ball and throw it to the keeper, rather than keeping that ball, shine it and pass it to the bowler. I don't know why they have to throw every ball to the keeper.
That's come with the introduction of coaches.
Oh, coaches?
Yeah.
Okay, well, people driving them as well.
Here is a delivery, which they go for quick single to Carty. The return comes in, and he just makes it. Just makes it, so he gets off the mark. Carty on 159 for the loss of 1.
Why would you want to do that?
And it will bring Graves back onto strike.
Very lucky, Casey Carty. Just got a live delivery on leg stump. And he was very lucky that the fielder pushed this ball past the stumps, almost just in front of the crease, rather than aiming at the stumps. So one would say a good single in the end, but a little dangerous.
It would be interesting to see who made the call there, as Duffy moves in on the way into bowl to Graves. Chance for a catch down at third man. Magnificently caught. The giving of an easy wicket for Low Wallace. The difference is here was a short outside in the off stump. He had the room, he had the width, but he opted to steer it rather than try to slap it with the uppercut for Low and give in the third man fielder. There you see? Just helping up in the air, catching practice.
You're not using the right word. He just helped the ball down the third man. And
catching practice.
And a very good catch from Nathan Smith, who came in, took the catch and then slid on the beautiful green grass. And Graves has to go. West Indies have lost their second wicket. He's out for 22 from 15 balls, but they lost their second wicket at 59 in only 6.4 overs. So again, they've lost 2 quick wickets, and now the 2 new batters, Casey Carty, and I think the next batter will be Captain Hope, will have to come and rebuild the needed partnership here, because you don't want to lose too many wickets in the cluster chasing a total of 269. So again, good bowling from New Zealand. They took their lashes up front, but now they've bounced back with two good wickets for them.
And the applause you're hearing in the microphones is the West Indies captain Shea Hope, who strides to the crease. He has a major score in the series.
Everybody
and
loves
after
Shea.
that,
everybody loves Shea. And obviously, yes, he hasn't had a significant score as yet. He scored a 90, is it?
Yeah, in the first game.
Yeah. But since then, he's been bowled down 3 times since that first ODI. And that will be on his mind. He will obviously look to correct that. As you see in the replay, a short ball. Greaves obviously helped it down to third man. And Smith, again, the New Zealanders are very good in the field. To me, they enjoy it. And took a very good catch to give Duffy his first wicket, because he was being roughed up. Jacob Duffy, he's gone 3.3 overs. He's gone for some 24 runs, it looks like. While Smith has bowled 3, and he's gone for 35. But the important thing is that each of them now have a wicket.
so I think invariably that will allow the captain to have a little confidence in him to give them the extra over.
Maybe.
Might have been thinking of taking him off one over. Here is Hope. Waits on Duffy from the Malcolm Marshall end. Passes the umpire and bowls to Hope. Hope gets it outside of the off stump. Thinks of cutting. Decides to let it go through the keeper. Taken by Latham.
Yeah, he's bowling to a wide, that looks like a wide, that's about 4th slip. Backward point, cover point, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, wide-ish, forward, mid-wicket. And the backward square. So obviously they're looking to take Shea Hope wide outside the off stump.
And the third man is square as well.
Pull his hands away from him.
Well, Duffy starts in from the Malcolm Marshall end. Delivers. The delivery which Hope plays a pitched up delivery from the crease. Keeps it in front of him the end of the over. The end of a successful over for New Zealand. And having taken a thumping in the last 3 overs, they've crawled themselves right back in it to have West Indies 59 for 2. Off 7 overs. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, once Jacob Duffy got that wicket of Justin Graves, he just upped the ante a bit, ran in a little harder, more effort. You could hear the ball hitting the splice of Shea Hope's back. So obviously that wicket would have given Duffy a lot of confidence. And you see him now finishing the over where the actual captain wants him to bowl, just outside that off stump. And you know the Shea Hope, there's a little kink in his technique with the ball coming in. And once it comes in on length, you have the opportunity to dismiss him. But a good over for New Zealand, a good over for Duffy.
Slip, gully point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket.
He's bowling to the same field set. 2 right-handers. Duffy bowled to this field of Hope.
Fine leg field in position as well. Here is Smith in, and there is Carty with a lot of time. Plays the ball into the leg side. There is no run. And Nathan Smith. A pretty busy run-up.
Yeah,
reminds you of
Andy Bickle. Yeah, energy. He's all energy. He hits the deck hard. You can see him always looking to push the extra gear. Even if he has 8 forward gears, he's still trying to find 8.5. And he's a cricketer that can do well for New Zealand.
Yes, I like what I see of him so far. I like he has a busy approach, and he starts in to bowl to Carty, and Carty, the delivery is plain square and well knocked down in the gully region, but not having full control allows them to get the single. And another run attained. And Chapman finds himself at that gully fielding position.
Yeah.
Bracewell patrolling the slip, keep company of the keeper.
Yeah, that's Casey Carty's pet shot. Once the ball is short on left outside the off stump, he likes to, open the back face and hits it down behind point. And he needs to obviously stay in control of that shot. If you're going to punch that shot, you have to stay with the ball. Because if you don't have to control, you can easily get out.
Hope waits on Smith, goes past the umpire from Joe Garner and gets a beautiful delivery on the good limb and cutting back, or you say dragging back, or jigging if you choose to use the J. At Hope divided him in half. Did well not to get the edge. Taken by the keeper. Good delivery, Phil.
Obviously, that's the weakness in Shea Hope's play. That length delivery coming back in. And the ball just chopping back very, very sharply. And through to the keeper, Tom Lib. And you see Shea Hope jumping like if it's a snake off for me. You know, but it's just a white ball. 5.5 ounces. A man bowling just above 135 kilometers an hour. It's playable.
Here is Smith on the way into bowl to Hope. And Hope gets delivery once again. Tucks him up. This when he gets him back onto it. Plays it into the mid-wicket region. And can't score. So good gas.
I like the challenge.
Being worked up here by Smith.
Yes, I like the challenge. He's bustling in. He's hitting the deck hard on a good surface at Kingston Oval. One of the top batters in the world in ODI cricket, Shea Hope, the captain of West Indies team, down 3-1 in a 5-match ODI series, the final game of the series at this home ground, Kingston Oval in this country, Barbados. A lot online here, and it's good to see this challenge for Shea Hope. Let's see if we can battle
Hope
through.
yet to score. Smith on the way into bowl to Hope, and Hope is forward. Wants a single to the mid-off fielder and gets it. And good.
That is what pace does.
Sensible cricket. Played it with soft hands, just easing the grip on the backhand, allowing the ball to go work its way to the mid-off position with no pace whatsoever. The fielder had to meet the delivery, and Hope got off the mark in the interim. So he's on 1, and the interest will now turn to Casey Carty as we are 1 delivery shy of completing over number 8 with the West Indies 61 for 2 in pursuit of 269 for victory.
That's what pace does to you. You want to get off strike.
Well,
running.
Carty to face the music. Nathan Smith, 1 for 37 into bowl to Carty. Carty stylishly in front of his stump, plays the ball into the offside. There is no run. That concludes the end of the over. At the end of 8 overs, West Indies. Again, they're searching for 269 for victory after New Zealand made 268 for 9 off their 50 overs. They are presently 61 for 2 for the Wallace.
Yes, a good aggressive over there from the medium pacer. Nathan Smith, Captain Shea Hope, had to pull all the experience out, getting the ball just on length, pushing it to mid-off, soft hands and getting off the mark. And then Nathan Smith on the money again to Casey Carty, just length coming into the right-handed batter. He doesn't want to give them any room outside the off stump because they're very strong. Both of these players are very strong outside the off stump. So this is a good challenge for the New Zealand fast bowlers.
Duffy on the way into bowl to Hope, and Hope gets a bit ill-directed down the leg side. Wide signal by umpire Raf.
Alex Worf.
Worf for the W, sorry.
That's right, you keep calling him out Raf. You know if you go to sea, he's not going to save you because you're looking for a Raf. It's Worf.
I'm dropping the W.
Don't drop it. It's a beautiful day. He was a good cricketer, you know. He played county cricket, Alex Worf.
As Duffy moves in, and Hope waits for him. This delivery, he's driving over the cover boundary, over the cover region, down to the boundary. 1 bounce for 4. And Duffy coming a little too close, giving Hope a sighter. And he took full advantage of it and banged it over the cover region down to the boundary for 4. Philo.
A lovely shot there for Shea Hope again. Just looking for any whiff, any hint of whiff at all. And just hitting it up and over. Once he gets it over the infield, he certainly knows it's going to go for a boundary. So a good aggressive shot for Captain Hope.
And he waits for Duffy, who's into him, with a total of 66 for 2, and looking to leave it alone. The ball hits the bat, not intentionally, just failing to get the bat out of the way in time. But prevention is better than the cure. The ball ricocheting on the offside. There is no run. So, Hope on 5, Carty on 2.
I like this challenge.
And Duffy.
Lyndon, I love this challenge. I like to see bowlers running and bowling fast and testing the character of the batters.
Hope waits on Duffy, who's into him, and this delivery, he is driving over long off all the way for 6. Beautiful shot from Shea Hope. Like you said, Philo, you like the challenge. I think what Duffy's doing here, he's presenting some half trackers, some sighters basically, because that was a delivery full to Hope. He didn't have to move. I think he can predict the pace he's going to bowl at, especially if he's going to come and give him a sighter and not afraid to use the left leg when he sees the ball at that close to him and throwing his arms straight. Beautiful shot of 4 and a 6 in 3 deliveries, and the West Indies shouldering on. You'll say that at the moment they're back in front on top of the New Zealand opening pair. Here is a Duffy, 1 for 35 to bowl to Hope, and Hope gets a delivery. Will pick up a run in the dart, down to fine leg, not really intended to come back for the second. The return comes in, and he will beat the return. 2 runs to Hope, just looking to play that one with soft hands into the cover region. And a little bit of a weight off, deceive his early intentions of forcing the ball through the offside. The ball made it way down to fine leg. He's back for 2, and the West Indies, they're up to 72 for the loss of 2. Hope to 11.
That 6 has gone 83 meters. And what is happening here is that obviously the West Indian batters have decided they're going to be ultra aggressive and try to get on top of the New Zealand bowlers. We saw Duffy bowling a light length ball and got struck over back over his head over long off for 6. Then he slowed the next delivery up, Hope looking to flat bat it just inside edge. But the running between the wickets was spot on.
74 for 2. Hope's on 13, gets a short delivery. Almost got himself in a tangle. He was looking to pull it, and then at the last minute decided it was outside in the off stump, allowing it to go by. So good decision in the end, fellow.
Yes, I like the delivery from Duffy. It's short of a left, then bounced a lot, but it was over his right shoulder. So he had no control, but good presence of mind by Sheer Hope to just drop his hands, sway out of the way, allow the ball to go through to the keeper, Tom Latham. So a good reply from Duffy. Let's see how well he can finish this 9th over.
As Hope on 13, 74 for 2, final delivery. And he's playing from the crease, a delivery that forces him to play close. And he survives. West Indies in control, I'll say. 74 for the loss of 2, 9 overs gone. And a comparison, New Zealand 44 for 1 at a stage. Well, fellow, you can say, so the West Indies 30 better, 1 wicket worse in pursuit of 269 for victory.
Yes, obviously West Indies have set the stall up clearly here. They're looking to take down this 269 in as quick as possible time. We saw from Justin Grace and Hakeem Ogis, they set the tone, and now Sheer Hope has come in, and he's had a bit of trouble with some balls that beat the outside edge, but he's put those balls behind him, and he's playing what is in front of him, which is good, and obviously taking the attack to Jacob Duffy. So good counter attack so far from Sheer Hope and by the West Indies in pursuit of 269.
We have the bowling change. Mitchell Santner is into the attack, and he's going to pick it up from the Joe Garner end. So Nathan Seeley's given a reprieve. 7 overs, no meters, 1 for 37. And here is Santner's first delivery. It's stroked by Carty out to the fielder at the extra cover position, and there's no run. So third man backward point, cover, extra cover. Long off in position, mid on. And this delivery is worked to that fielder at the mid on position. There's no run, square leg, fielder in front, square, you see a deep mid wicket. And then there's a short fine leg. So interesting feed for the left hander. Santner goes past the umpire and delivers a delivery which the batsman goes onto the back foot. That is Carty. And he remains on 2. 74 for 2 in the process of the 10th over. West Indies just around 7 on over. And Santner's in. And
it looks like a different pitch now. Carty obviously
jumping back,
taking his hands off the bat. You know, it's
see what happens.
It's just strange.
Santner's in, and now he plays this one to the right of the fielder at the mid-on position for a single.
Looks different, doesn't it?
It does.
The ball is slower.
It sure does.
And it's doing a lot more than the seamers, according to how Carty is batting. But at least he had the presence of mind to knock the ball to the right of him, of mid-on, to pick up a single to get off strike, to bring Captain Sheer Hope to face his opposite number.
Here is Hope, and he comes forward, plays the ball on the offside, and there is no run. That concludes the 10th over. And with West Indies in pursuit of a target of 269 for victory after New Zealand's asked the bat first by Sheer Hope, made 268 for 9 off their 50 overs. They are presently 75 for the loss of 2. More from Philo Wallace, and then we have a double change with Hendy Wallace and Philip Hackett.
Yes, a very good start here to this run chase by the West Indies team. 75 for 2. They've lost 2 quick wickets, the openers. First O'Geese and then Justin Graves. But Shea Hope and Casey Carty, they've come together and they've continued that momentum, looking to get bat on ball. First over from Captain Sankner, the left-arm spinner. Saw some discomfort in O'Geese, Casey Carty's technique. Obviously the ball is a lot slower now. There isn't pace on it and he has to make all the pace, so he has to make that adjustment. But he needs to stay there with Captain Hope. As I say good night to Philip Hackett. I don't realize you have on some nice clothes, man.
Here's Christian Clark turning that one down towards the short mid-wicket position, and there's no run. Talk about a hit and run. Didn't even give me the opportunity to respond. Nice clothes. I thought I always wore nice clothes, but I wonder what's the underlying message in there. Well, I'll ponder that. Maybe Hendy Wallace, the wordsmith, may be able to assist, as this delivery is outside the batsman's legs, turned away down towards fine leg for a run. So the score moving up to 76 for the loss of 2. And Hendy, I believe recognition is good even if it comes late.
Yeah, and thank you is just enough, to respond.
I'm overthinking it.
Yeah.
I knew you would be able to sort it out. Yes. So Kristen Clark coming into the attack. Over number 11. West Indies 76 for 2, motoring along as Clark moves past the umpire. Right arm medium pace over the wicket. Flicked away down towards the left of the umpire. The square leg, who's deep, comes in, sends the return up to the keeper on the bounce. Leighton takes it and relays it back to Clark. So Carty has got 4 from 11, Hope 14 from 13, and West Indies set a target of 269. Started off at quite a pace. The current run rate just over 7. Required rate from here on just under 5. Outside line of the off stump, clobbered into the ground. They go through for 1. The return comes to the non-striker and a bit, well, some urgency. Don't know why. Run easily made. There's the ball going to the keeper again. And after all that, the score goes up to 78 for 2. Andy?
And Carty not quite getting his timing right. It just seems that if he's maybe trying to overhit the ball, no, he's faced with a challenge, as mentioned earlier by Philo, where it's now on to the slower stuff from the captain in the previous over and having to mix that with the quicker stuff.
Hope is looking to steer this one square in the offside, gets a run, pulls the fielder off the boundary in front of the Greenwich handstand. Easy single to Hope, 15 to him, and West Indies 79 for 2.
Yeah, going at a fair clip. These in the response, and a really enterprising start by the 2 openers, where they were virtually playing a shot of ball. It's not often you see both players going neck and neck at the start of the innings.
Carty is coming across and defending. The ball goes quickly up towards the extra cover position. The New Zealanders are acting like Energizer bunnies. Even balls that are coming to them very simply, they're onto them, fielding and rifling to return into the keeper. There's a lot of movement and energy. And, well, I suppose they are definitely enjoying the exercise out there, even although they'll have come under some pressure. But they've responded well, and 79 for the loss of 2.
And New Zealand are really known for that in the field. There's a lot of movement, even although it's not a cricket term, but movement off the ball. You see them backing up, moving into positions. And even I observe, even with the bowlers, they were at the end of the over, they were actually running up to the mark to start the bowl. And I suppose when you have 3 or 4 seamers, there's always that possibility that you could run a foul with the over rate and stuff like that, as we saw with the West Indies, where they were penalised in the last over. And that penalty is just that you have to have an extra fielder in the circle.
Here is Santner, the left arm spinner, around the wicket. And a bit of a false stroke, I thought, there from Hope as he came forward. And I thought he was looking to get it in front of the wicket, but it came off the other portion of the bat. He seemed to be reaching for it, Hendy, and got it down to short third man.
Again, Santner has shown that he's got this subtle change and this style of deception where the ball seems to take a little bit longer to get to the batter.
This time, Hope is playing a totally different stroke. He just comes across the ball of, well, foolish length. He comes across and just blocks it, really. And it goes back along the pitch for the bowler to retrieve. So, interesting battle here between the respective captains as Santner is sending Hope back. And this time, Hope plays it very crisply down towards the long off position. Easy run. And that single takes him up to 16 and they're scoring to 80 for 2.
And the thing about Satner is that he's not that predictable. So we've seen so far the over. We look at the speeds, it's 81 kilometers, then 92, then 89.
Carty is the one on strike who comes forward and defends, gets it up into the cover region. No run for him. So the over is going along quite quickly once Satner is in operation. Conceded just a 1 run from this over so far as he moves in to bowl to Carty. Carty comes forward, reaches for it, drives up towards the extra cover fielder. Again, a dot ball as Carty settles. Tends to be quite patient, Carty. He can play strokes, but he tends to work himself gradually into an innings. Not the flashy type of player to start with as he steers this one to the left of cover. It was examining the possibility of a run, but then I think his captain alerted him to the danger and he retreated to the safety of the crease. So over number 12 now is being completed, and after 12 overs, West Indies set a target of 269, 80 for 2.
Well, with that good start, it's all about how West Indies will cope in the middle overs. How will they be able to keep the scoreboard ticking over by alternating the strike with the spin bowlers in particular and the fielders in the circle to get very close. It's not that easy to pinch the singles. And I think that's one aspect of Carty's game which he will look to improve upon. He's got some pretty good scores in ODI cricket so far, but he tends to soak up a lot of balls, as you mentioned at the start of the innings. He likes to take his time, and ideally he wants to avoid using up so many deliveries, so he's 5 at the moment of 16 deliveries.
Here's the start of a new over, and it starts with a good delivery sent down by Clark, and equal to it is Hope, who simply comes across and pushes up into the offside. He too comes down and does a bit of an inspection. I say he too because we saw O'Geese doing that quite often, and it makes me wonder why that would be necessary with such regularity. Wondered if it was simply a habit really on the part of O'Geese, but Hope is doing the same thing as he comes forward and works it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, sometimes you see batters do that out of habit. It's just sort of keep the concentration going. They go down and they do what they used to call gardening, just patting at the pitch, removing those imaginary objects on the pitch. So sometimes some people use it as an opportunity to keep the concentration levels high.
Clark concentrating deeply so to his Hope as he comes across and steers this one down towards a backward point. Flirts with the idea of running himself out, but then quickly decides it's not a good idea and gets back into the crease.
Well, what's interesting, we heard a voice there in the stump mic as Hope offered the single. I don't think the single was on, and the fielder is left-handed as well. So the ball went behind point, offered the single, and he seemed to take a while to turn, and Carty clearly was not going. And then we heard Hope saying, "I couldn't hear you," so clearly not hearing the call.
Waits for Clark and is working this one up towards mid-wicket. I would suggest that it was a good thing he didn't hear him.
Yeah.
So,
well, to be fair, Carty was sending him back.
Oh, Carty was sending him back?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hope said he didn't hear him.
Okay.
I guess when he looked up and realized, oh, Carty's not moving, I probably should retreat.
He read the tea leaves.
Yeah.
So Hope waits for Clark, who is in his second over, done for 4 so far, right arm medium pace, and worked away up towards the left of the umpire. The fielder from mid-wicket gives chase, but only to shadow it, really, giving the man coming in from deep square leg the opportunity to complete the fielding. While all that was being done, the batsman crossed for 1, and Hope goes to 17. Carty, who's got 5 and been very patient, and that's how he plays, really. Now he comes on strike, and let's see what he will do to counter Clark, who is about to complete his second over. Right arm over the wicket, and there's Carty driving up into the cover region, and there's no run for him. So he will remain on 5, Hope on 17, and after 13 overs, West Indies 81 for 2.
Well, I like what New Zealand is doing at the moment. They're actually bowling to a plan to try and restrict and just claw things back a bit, and they've been successful in just pulling back the run rate at the bit. And the current run rate, remember, it was almost 8 runs and over. It's now down to just under 6.5 runs and over. Now, there's no real pressure, but in the last 5 overs, West Indies have just made 21 runs, so just at a rate of 4.2. So I think that New Zealand is getting something to work here.
Santner will continue, none for 2 from his 2 overs so far, so he is a major part of that restriction in runs as he brings Hope forward in defense up towards covers again. Hope, who will really badly want to get a score here, hasn't gotten a score since the first one-day international, as he waits for Santana and stands up straight and just pushes up into the offside. Santana comes around to his left and fields his own bowling, jogs back to his position, his bowling mark. He's got a short third man, a slightly backward point, deep cover on the boundary, extra cover on the long off as he comes around the wicket to bowl to Hope, and Hope gives himself room but can't get past the man at the point, and has to be content to watch the return come into the keeper. Now on the onside there is a mid-on and mid-wicket, a backward square. There's also a man out on the forward square boundary. So 5 on the off, 4 on the leg side. Here's Santana into bowl to Hope, and Hope gets one that seems to rush onto him somewhat, but he's equal to it. Watches it all the way. Played it kind of late, but effectively up into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, a little bit slower on that occasion, and Hope was looking to get forward, and then at the last moment just checking and playing from the crease.
Waits for Santana and comes forward and works this one towards mid-wicket. This could be close, but would have needed, I thought, a direct hit there. There was none. And in the end, they got home, but a single to Hope. I thought that looked to be initially an easy run, and then it seemed as though maybe it wasn't so easy.
I didn't think that Hope panicked too much, but as you said, these very tight singles, the direct hit always makes it very interesting.
Santana to Carty in the air, down towards long on. The mid-on is running back, cannot get there in time to take the catch, but he gets there in time to stop it going into the boundary, assuming it would have had the momentum to keep going. And out of the blue, Carty decides to put back the ball. May have miscued it because he would have been looking to maybe clear the boundary, but he'll be relieved that at least he was able to get 2 as the over comes to an end. 14 overs gone, 84 for 2.
You could say there was an element of risk in that shot, in the actual execution of the shot. The area in which he chose to hit the ball made it quite safe because the man was at mid-on, the field in the deep was at long off, so he opted to go, but he's going against the spin, not a great deal of spin there, but going against the spin, but in a relatively vacant area. And although the fielder ran back from mid-on down to the wide long on position where the ball just landed and plugged it, there was no real chance of a catch, but it was in the air for a long time. But you can say, well, it was a risky shot, but he chose the spot well, just in the event he didn't execute properly.
So 84 for 2. Carty's at the non-strikers then now, and Hope on 18 is waiting for the first delivery, which he hits back overhead. Mid-off is running back. I don't think he'll get there in time to take the catch again. He's able to pull it back with some effort, and they complete a couple of runs at least here. And I hope that the fielder Santana hasn't done any harm to himself. He actually ended up knocking it back and then going over the boundary, and then the barriers, the advertising boards as well. But he seems to be okay.
Yeah, those hoardings are not terribly sturdy, so you could put your shoulder through those quite comfortably, so I'm sure he'd be okay.
So Hope goes to 20. So 2 shots in anger, one from Carty, one from Hope, and that's got the crowd going again. Maybe they've gone to sleep somewhat since the dismissal of O'Geese. As this delivery is pulled away out towards mid-wicket. That's gone for 4. No doubt about that. Nothing iffy this time around. A boundary, and the boundary struck with aplomb as the score goes up to 90 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, some aggression in that shot. It was short in length, and we've seen from Clark so far where he's looking to mix up his pace a bit, This one was a pace-on delivery, but it was short in length. And Hope pressed forward and then just rocked back and pulled it wide of mid-on, in the air and well away from the mid-on fielder.
So, Hope looking to free himself, looking to give the innings much-needed boost as he waits for Clark. And this delivery is worked away out towards mid-wicket, gets past the mid-wicket fielder, but they only get one because there's a fielder out on the forward square boundary. He comes in to clean it up, and the batsmen go through for one. So 91 for the loss of 2. Run rate of just over 6.28. Required run rate 5.01. So that's crept up a bit naturally because the current rate has dropped. Not that it has dropped to any alarming proportions. What was alarming, if anything, was the initial scoring rate, which was over 7. As Clark, right arm over the wicket into bowl at 2. Carty, and Carty is looking to bang that one through the offside. Only gets it as far as point. No run for him. And the score remains at 91 for the loss of 2.
And normally Carty is quite a stylish player, but no finesse whatsoever in that shot. Again, a pace-off delivery. He just had to adjust his shot slightly, and then he looked quite ungainly to try to chop the ball down behind point.
I think he may be getting a bit concerned. He's got 7 off 19. I don't know why I don't think he really needs to be concerned, but there's a degree of maybe desperation in some of the shots. I would say as this one is a hit down towards mid-off where Santner does the fielding. I may again be overthinking it, but he doesn't look as composed as you normally see Carty.
And again, that last delivery was short of a good length, and what he chose to do was to hit it with a flat bat down to mid-off. No, that's not a shot you would associate with Carty, certainly from not what I've seen, but maybe just getting a little bit desperate at the moment.
Waits for Clark, who is doing a good job. And this time he tugs it down towards mid-wicket. Again, the fielder out at forward square at mid-wicket can't effect the fielding cleanly. Just deflects the ball away. But no real harm done, because even had he stopped it, I believe the single may very well still have been on. And at the end of over number 15, it's 92 for the loss of 2. Carty has 8, Hope has 25, and Henry Wallace has some comments for you, after which you'll hear from Lyndon Yard once again.
Again, a mistimed shot from Casey Carty. It was a short ball. This time it was a ball bunks in a little bit higher than the one that was struck for 4 by Shea Hope. And Carty was looking to play the pull shot again, this time not timing it on the leg side. So we've seen him mistime a couple on the offside, and now this is on the leg side. And this could be a little bit frustrating for him, you know, if he doesn't have the composure to treat it as if, you know, that's past and let's look at what is to come now. But, you know, from a batting perspective, it can be a little bit frustrating when the timing has let you down.
Santner on the way into bowl to Carty. And plays it hard into the ground, finds the fielder at the short mid-off position. There is no run. 92 for 2, start of over number 16. Second delivery, and allowed to go by wide, signal by umpire Reefer.
Ooh, that was a bit of a tough call there. Santner, as he spun around to go back to his mark, he seemed a little bit surprised. Well, it did start quite wide, but it pitched within that blue line that they use as a guide.
And here he is. And again, this one finds Bracewell, who finds himself at the shortish, I would say, not quite a short turret man. And going past the edge of Carty's bat, this delivery he is onto the back foot, turns it to Duffy, who's at the short fine leg position, well inside the circle, maybe 10 meters in, now going back to probably 5. And it's at a stage where the West Indies, they're doing well, but the spin, you know, the slow stuff, has seen a reduction in the boundary scoring as Carty gets off strike by forcing that one out to the sweeper of the cover boundary. And it remains go up by 1 to 94 for the loss of 2. And Clark, the field out on the cover boundary. Santner on the way into bowl to captain Hope. Hope forces it to cover. can't beat Chapman, who's in attendance. So 5-4 field Satin is operating with, and Hope playing on the back foot. Skipping across to make the save is Santner to his own bowling. At the end of 16 overs, in pursuit of 269 for victory, the West Indies, they are 94 for a loss of 2. That's the latest score.
Yet another good Dover from Satner. 2 runs off the over, 1 off the bat, and then delivery that was called wide of off stump. So doing an excellent job here, Satner. His 4 overs so far. He's just conceded some 7 runs, and the only thing he would like to add to that, I'm sure, would be something in the wickets column. But he's done one aspect of the job where he's pulled back the scoring considerably for the West Indies. We spoke about how healthy the run rate was at the start of the innings, and in the last 5 overs, that run rate, the run rate has dropped to 3 runs and over. So doing a job there. They say that once you can do the containing aspect of it, then sometimes that lack of runs can bring a wicket. So far, Carty's there, 9 of 25 deliveries, and on top of that, he certainly has not got his timing right so far. So I can imagine a little bit of frustration. Luckily, he has the experience of Shea Hope at the crease, and no doubt Hope will tell him that, you know, this is a long haul, so to speak, so not to panic. Hope going along nicely at the moment, 25 off some 32 deliveries, but you would say that first 16 overs, West Indies certainly in a very healthy position.
And after a few anxious moments in the first 2 overs, the opening pair of Akeem O'Geese and Justin Graves eventually got going, and they put together 57 for the first wicket when Akeem O'Geese played on. Good delivery from Nathan Smith, who he plundered in that same over. And in the very end of the 6th over, he played on for 34. And then Justin Graves followed him next over, 6 overs and 4 deliveries, when he gifted a catch to Nathan Smith. So Smith very much in the action among the first 2 wickets off his bowling partner Duffy at the other end. And Graves had gone for 22. And at that stage, the second wicket fell with a total on 59. So it's a rebuilding process, you'll say that. To come, there's Hitmire and an out-of-form Rutherford, who's yet to get a run in this series. He's carrying an injury, so I'm not so sure how that's going to fare with him when he comes to bat. Then we're down to Gudakish Moti, Alzari Joseph, Etal. So I think a lot depending on this pair. And I'm sure that the New Zealand side, they're feeling pretty comfortable at the moment because they have been able to stem, like I said, there was a flurry of boundaries in that period between the first 7 overs. Basically, I think they went on the onslaught, I would say 4.5 overs, down to the 2 deliveries short of the 7th over when they were separated. So while they sort of got on top, they kept taking their chances, and the West Indies openers, in the end, they're back in the pavilion less than 7 overs. And is now left to Hope and an out of sort Carty, who's just struggling a little bit with having to create his own pace. I think that's really the problem is coming. He's being asked to create his own pace with the New Zealand spin attack and medium pace attack, and not given anything to work with. And at the moment, it will be left to see how Captain Hope goes about it, because he too, when he started, was kept predominantly on the back foot until he got a few freebies from Duffy, operated from Malcolm Marshall, and that broke the shackles. And then he's been able to accelerate himself to reach 25 off 32 deliveries. But it all depends on how Casey Carty goes. So we are going to have Lennox into the attack, and the left arm spin is in, and his first delivery brings a forward push from Casey Carty, and there's no run, so no ease really for Casey Carty.
Not at the moment. Yeah, he's got to really set all the pace now with a double spin.
Jaden Lennox in, and he's onto the bat for, forces it through the cover region. The sweeper comes off the cover boundary, and they take 1, and well fielded there by Will Young, who had a good knock of 56, if memory serves me correct. Yes, 56 opening the batting with Henry Nichols. Brings Shea Hope on strike. 95 for the loss of 2. And here is Lennox on the way into Hope, and Hope is turning a full toss into a Yorker and finds Mitchell Santner patrolling that mid-off position. Can't score. Here's Lennox in, and Hope is bisecting the 2, and that is Santner and Chapman at cover point, and or I should say point, and the mid-off position to help himself to a single. And with that single, Hope marches on. And now here's a delivery which is driven, chance for a catch and drop. And catch that should have been taken out on the cover boundary. And the return comes in. And Will Young, the culprit, was in the air long enough as Hope reached for it. Sorry, Carty reached for it. And just not holding on. No, once again, he finds himself and he's trying very much to get to the pitch of the ball without moving his feet. So he's reaching for balls that's not even quite there to drive, and he still wants to drive.
Yeah, just very unsure about his stroke play at the moment. That last delivery that was in the air, I think it got a little bit further than the fielder coming in off the extra cover boundary was expecting, and quite strategically they moved that fielder from a little bit square at cover round to extra cover, and it was in the air for a long time, and the breeze probably will take it, you know, down a little bit closer to the boundary.
And it's kind of downhill from there.
And it's downhill, yes. And the fielder just probably misjudged the trajectory of the ball, and in the end, he got hands to it but wasn't able to hold on to it, very low to the ground.
Yeah, not well judged by Will Young. But here is Santner, so an all-spin left arm attack from New Zealand. And the Black Caps crawling their way back into this game. Single, attained into the offside. And it brings Carty back on strike. The West Indies closing in on the 100 mark. Here is a delivery. He attempted a slog sweep, but in the end he might have just pulled out of it. It'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, I don't think he pulled out of it.
He actually played right under it and across it completely. Really, so trying to find a way to manufacture a scoring opportunity. I think this is where the New Zealanders are on top. Carty, what he does this time, flashes outside the off stump, makes no contact. So desperation time for Carty. Hendy.
Yeah, it's like if he's batting with a donut and the ball just going straight through to the keeper, playing a flashing drive to a spinning, bouncing delivery. You think the best option to get the single would be square the wicket on the offside.
It's a very inviting gap. I think that's really looking for. However, notice that between the shortest third man and the cover, the extra cover, there's a sweeper 3/4 way on the point boundary.
But that's where I would just get the single. So you want to play square on the offside and just take the single.
But he's going at it hard.
He's going at it hard, yeah.
Well, we see how he does this time. And to this delivery, he plays it with soft hands and finds Bracewell. There's no run, so nice inviting opportunity there for Casey Carty. So he has to be very careful, very particular. And Mitch Santner goes past the umpire at the Joe Garner end. And Carty again cannot get past Bracewell, the end of a very good over. And I can tell you that 18 overs are done and dusted, and the West Indies are one shy of the 100 mark. They're 99 for the loss of 2, the latest score at Kensington.
The stranglehold continues on Carty. With all that electrifying start from the West Indies, it's amazing how they've brought back the equation, the Kiwis. New Zealand were 99 for 1 at this stage after 18 overs, and the West Indies are 99 for 2. So nothing much in it at all apart from the one extra wicket lost by the West Indies, and New Zealand have really done a fantastic job here, and it's all about absorbing that pressure. And luckily for the West Indies, because they had that flying start, they've been able to just absorb a few more dot deliveries. But what's happened now with Carty taking up some 34 deliveries for his 12 runs, it may just put a little bit more pressure on Hope to keep scoring.
Well, he has the strike. There's Hope. And he waits for Lennox, who's into him. And he's back on the stumps. Ball hits the middle of the bat. There's no run. Start of over number 19. And perfect cricketing conditions at Kensington Oval for the 5th and final ODI. Here's Hope. Whips this one into the leg side. Brings the fielder off the mid-wicket boundary. They amble the single. The New Zealanders don't mind that. And the 100 comes up for the West Indies. 100 for loss of 2. And we have a tremendous crowd at hand, Hendy.
Yeah, quite an improved crowd from what we saw in the last game and even earlier today. I guess most people after work deciding to come down.
And Carty will pick up a single up to Duffy, who's patrolling the long on position.
Yeah, not exactly a news flash, but Carty has got a single.
Yeah, well, basically, you could call it regular programming then.
Yeah.
101 for loss of 2 in the middle of over number 19. The target for West Indies to bring the series to 3-2 halt is 269, and Hope almost falls over to a delivery turned into a Yorker.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, even with the spin that both the slow bowlers are getting at the moment, there's not been the inclination to employ a slip.
As Lennox is in, and Hope is forward, finds the field at short, fine leg, can't score. And what I notice about the spinner's Handy is that the consistency with which they're making the batsmen play shots.
Yeah.
As here's Lennox, and here's Hope driving up to Bracewell, who has it under control at the long off position, and Hope himself will get a single and take the West Indies at the end of over number 19 to 102 for a loss of 2. Hope to 29. Carthy has 13 from 35. Hope has faced 40 deliveries, and Lennox, his 2 overs has cost him just 7 runs.
And if we drew a comparison just now with the overall target, in the innings of the New Zealanders, they struck some 5 sixes, and the West Indies have already struck 4. So I guess they've got this reputation, the West Indies, of being 6 hitters. And I always say Kensington, since the redevelopment, has become a 6-hitting ground.
Well, Satner no doubt to continue. Seems to have gone off a longer run for this delivery. And that one, Hope will get a single in the dart. He will contemplate the second. He's going to come back for the second as Duffy spins and then rifles his return belatedly to the keeper. And they got 2. Luckily for Hope, the ball just squeezed between his leg off the inner portion of the bat.
Yeah, I think there was the arm ball on that occasion. Hope maybe expecting the ball to spin from leg to off. It actually just went on with the arm.
And he waits on 31 and struck on the pads the people leg before and not out, says umpire Leslie Reeford Jr.
Well, Hope was right back on his stumps, and the only thing that probably could be working in the favor of the batter is maybe because of the spin. We don't think there was any bat involved, and there's certainly no inclination to review. So maybe there was a little bat involved, but also it might have been spinning past the off stump.
As Hope waits on Satner, who's into him, and he stretches forward, meets the delivery on the volley, plays it back to Satner. And
I think a height and that last decision we just saw the replay, so maybe height, and it could well be spinning past the stumps.
really undid him as well, undid his defense.
The slip. Oh, thank you.
It's finally come into position as Hope this delivery is stretching forward and stops the ball on the onside. There is no run. The keeper skips across from behind the stump. That is Tom Latham. And then New Zealand remains 104 for a loss of 2. 2 deliveries left in my stint. Here's the penultimate delivery of over number 20. And Hope plays a reverse sweep, magnificently executed down to third man for 4. He got the pace to work with. He picked it nicely, Hendy. And all I'm going to say is well played.
Yeah, you can play on length. Fair enough, and it was a premeditated shot. We knew the ball was going to be spinning from leg to off, or he was hoping it was. And with the slip in place, it would give the suggestion that he's looking to bring that slip into play. And the line would be on off stump or maybe just outside. So you would say that that was a well-calculated shot.
Yeah, he read it well.
And the execution was good.
108 for the loss of 2. Final delivery over number 20. And Santner's into ball to Hope. And Hope is onto the back foot. Plays the ball into the mid-wicket region. And can't get a single. The end of the over as Young feels the end of my stint in pursuit of 269 for victory after West Indies asked New Zealand to bat first in the 5th and final ODI. The New Zealanders amassed 268 for 9. And after 20 overs, West Indies following a rollicking start. They are 108 for loss of 2 after 20 more from Hendy Wallace. And then we will have a double change. Another Wallace to be replaced by one Wallace. And Philip Hackett will have good words for you.
Well, sort of a breaking of the shackles, so to speak. One fortuitous shot that picked up 2 runs, and then a unorthodox but maybe a more familiar shot for 4.
And played up towards long on for a single. So Hope and Carty building a partnership here. They're different type of partnership, but so what we saw in the opening span, but it's produced 50 runs nevertheless off 83 balls, and consolidating the effort of the openers who were all helter-skelter, as Lennox, the much talked about Lennox, has had an impact in virtually every game so far in one way or the other. Stroke down towards the deep cover position by Hope, who goes to 36, and Carty, who's got 14. He's had some series, Lennox, when he hasn't been getting wickets with the ball. He's been holding on with the captain to take the team to victory.
It's an asset for New Zealand cricket. They're playing 2 left-arm spinners.
And he's around the wicket, and this one brings Carty forward, searching for it, finds it, and pushes it up towards the cover region for no run. So West Indies require another 159 runs from 29 and a half overs.
Yeah, this Jaden Lennox is bowling quite well. Good control. A lot of guile.
Around the wicket, and this one is tucked away for an easy run. Took the weight off of it. That was really what allowed the run to be completed. He just tucked it away, and it trickled out into the onside, giving him and his partner Hope a chance to exchange ends and to move the West Indies scoring up by 1 as Lennox continues, and Hope comes forward and drives all along the ground down towards long on for a single. That will take the score now up to 112 for the loss of 2. Lennox none for 11 from 2 overs and 5 balls, so just 1 ball left in the over. Lennox, who is looking for his first wicket of the match, comes in again to bowl to Carty, and Carty gets a single down towards long on, the hard-working Duffy there. So that ends the over from Lennox. We've had now 21 overs completed. We get through the overs quite quickly, Philo. You don't think we're going to have anyone with any penalties if we go at this rate. And at the end of 21 overs, Carty 16, Hope 37. 1-1-3 for 2.
Yeah, well, obviously the 2 left-arm spinners are bowling in tandem. Captain, which is Sankner and Jaden Lennox. Not a lot of boundaries are being hit. Not even sixes. A lot of singles, dot balls. You can hear from the effects mic the keeper saying, "Come on, boys, well bowled." So obviously the spinners have come on and they've slowed it down as expected. The same score. West Indies, New Zealand 111 for 2. West Indies 113 for 2. So not a lot in it at this stage. So it just call for Hope and Carty to continue to just bat and work the ball around.
So Santner will continue when he brings Carty forward to the first delivery of his pretty good spell so far. Santner, the captain, is in his 7th over. He's only conceded 14 runs.
Very good bowling.
Yes, he's done well as he comes up again, and Carty's tries to squeeze this one past the man at cover. In fact, he's able to do so in the end. I thought he had it covered, but he got through somehow. He found a hole, a gap, and it was able to get a run. That tickled you, fellow.
Yeah, holes are exciting. And he found one, which was very good for Casey Carty.
I'm happy for him.
For finding a hole again, the single.
Well, one led to the other, did it?
Okay, just checking.
Yes. So, 114 for 2. Here is Hope waiting on Stantner, captain to captain, worked away down towards deep mid-on, and I think
He's jogging.
I got the impression there, what happened was, rather than a long on, it was a very deep mid-on, and the way they set off for the single casually at first and then had to hurry, I got the impression that he was playing as though it was a long on.
Yeah.
And then suddenly recognized that he had to really accelerate. They got home in the end, and here's a delivery which Carty is pushing up towards mid wicket. But that was very interesting because they set off as though they're almost going to walk the single, and then all of a sudden had to accelerate.
Yeah, had to get
and that was because maybe the man sneaked in a bit from long on, who knows? But he certainly was not right out on the boundary as he had been before. Comes forward, beaten outside line of the off stump. So Carty still trying to find his way, but he's giving valuable support to Hope, and I think West Indies will be conscious of the fact that right now they're very similar to the manner in which the New Zealand innings went. They wouldn't want to continue that similarity. I'll explain that in a minute, as Carty is steering this one down towards the backward point region for an easy single. You recall that the New Zealanders were cruising as well.
Yes.
And then things started to happen.
Yes.
Now, the West Indies started off quickly, and then they went into, they slowed down, and now they're moving at the same pace as the New Zealanders. But they wouldn't want things to start to happen.
No,
so
because things might start, if things start to happen, it may happen quickly for West
Exactly.
Indies.
So it's important that even though Carty is not playing fluently, it's important that he stays there from the West Indian perspective, that is, along with his captain.
Yeah, obviously, Casey Carty and Shea Hope, they have a good batting understanding. They've batted a lot together in this West Indies ODI squad. Shea Hope, the captain, leading from the front here again, looking to get his team over the line to finish this series maybe 3-2, looking for a score before the start of the Test series against Pakistan. And Casey Carty continues to show, make contributions to West Indies ODI success. There's a challenge, obviously, against the slower stuff. We saw the two openers going helter-skelter. Hope came out as well and was going pretty good until the slow bowlers have come into the attack and have pulled the scoring rate back. So 116 for 2 in 22 overs. And now we're going to see the introduction of Michael Briswell.
So Briswell starts his first over, and reverse attempt there by Carty. That one goes into the pad, and a bit of a surprise there. Every once in a while he has done that, though. He has done something out of the ordinary. He's got away with it so far, and he got away with it there again. As he's on 18 off 45, Hope 38 off 49. As he goes back and works this one out towards forward square for a run. But I'm wondering, fellow, if the fact that, or the expectation that the spinners would slow things down could have been behind the strategy of Graves and O'Geese going helter-skelter.
No. I just think that they look at 269 and say, look, we need to get a good start. And they try hard to get that start. And if both of them are continue, I believe they would have scored a lot more freer against the spinners. It seems that these two now have to rebuild with spinners in the attack.
Here's Briswell, and wrapped on the pad. Loud shout. I don't think he's going to get it, though. That looks struck outside off stump to me. But I'm not the umpire, so we'll see if they go up. But, fellow, I'm guessing that if they go for it, I suspect it's going to be a wasted. My guess is that it's going to be a lost review. They've gone for it. But I wouldn't be surprised if that was struck outside off.
Shea Hope plays off the pitch, which is a little dangerous because once the ball is fired in and it hits the pad, one would think that he will get struck in line. He ends up outside of where when the ball hit him. The ball is in his left pad.
And it struck him up by the thigh pad as well. So I think he's got two things going for him. I can see the off stump when he struck. And the other thing going for him may be the height. So maybe umpire's call at best.
Well, Bracewell is spraying because he's also thinking about height.
I think umpires call at best.
Umpires call at best. Does Carl at best? Or Tino best?
Well, if it's a ball, it's a bowling issue, so I'll give Tino the edge.
Okay, there's no bat involved.
But of course, there's spin involved, so I'll have to give Carlisle the edge.
Okay, there's no bat involved. He was a part-time off spinner as well. He would have appealed. He would have appealed to the top of his voice here.
Yes.
There's no bat involved. See where the ball pitched. Obviously, ball pitch outside off stump.
Umpires call, and
it's height.
Wickets umpires call. So, as I suspected, they've retained the review, and it was worth the shout.
Yeah.
Because anytime you get umpires call, no harm done in terms of.
A good decision by Alex Worf.
Yeah.
Bracewell obviously a Signer. Ooh. It's height. And they would want to know why would a ball from a spinner bounce, but it's the type of surfaces that you're playing on here, the surface that Kensington offers that extra bounce.
Maybe in Guyana might have been a different story.
Maybe.
So 117 for 2. Here's Bracewell wrapped on the pad again. It's gone down towards fine leg. They'll get a run. Let's see if there was any bat. The umpire is going to hold his decision until they decide what they're going to do. Yes. It looks as though it was bat though, yes, because they haven't shown any interest in the.
Just signal to.
Of course, the count is still going.
So I've just signaled to Lazery for 2 balls left.
2 balls left. Yes. So here is Bracewell into bowl to Carty, and Carty works this one for the square on the onside. This is an action-packed over. It's first Bracewell, but it has had its fair share of excitement, I can tell you, as the off-spinner turns and moves in to complete that over. The 23rd of the innings swept away, and that man at square leg has had some work to do, I can tell you. He is...
It's action.
Yes, he's all action.
He's action. This is a very competitive game here, Philip. West Indies got off to a flyer. I know the spinners. First Sankner, then Lennox, and now Michael Bracewell has come into the attack and slowly dragging New Zealand back into this game. West Indies are, after 23 overs, 118 for 2. We saw Captain Shea Hope getting the ball he played back to. Obviously, the ball was bouncing over the stumps. A good decision by umpire Alex Worf. And then now, Casey Carty, tucking the ball into forward square fielder, sweeping the ball into forward square fielder. So 2 dot balls put pressure on Carty. Carty's been fighting to break the shackles. He's 19 from 47 balls. He's played a lot of shots, but he obviously has not really hit a lot of gaps to get those important runs. But he's there with Shea Hope, who's on 39 from 51 with 3 4s and a 6. And he has to continue to stay with his captain. But once these 2 bat and battle deep into these overs, they will give West Indies a clear chance of looking to win this 5th ODI.
So, a new over to begin, over number 24. And it's going to be bowled by Lennox, who is switched ends. And will come around the wicket to bowl to Hope. Hope is hitting this one in the air. He's in trouble. The catch is taken and Hope is out. Swinging the first ball of the over from Lennox down towards mid-wicket in the air. The man came around from forward square, took the catch. What a big blow has been struck by Lennox. You cannot keep this man out of the series. Hope goes for 39 and West Indies 118 for the loss of 3.
The spectators are gutted. A rank half tracker. Hope looking for the maximum. Not getting a lot of bat. And that is Clark running to his left and taking a very good catch up by his chest in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. And Captain Hope has to go back to the pavilion, shaking his head. 39 from 52. West Indies have lost their third, the important wicket of Shea Hope on 118.
Yes, and shaking his head because he knows that it was not necessarily the wrong ball to hit, but the execution was off.
Yes.
And let's look at it this way. Had the fielder not been there to take the catch, I think that would have carried for 6. But he couldn't clear the field. He would have had to clear the fielder's head to get the 6. He didn't keep it far enough away, maybe a meter or 2 away from the fielder, he would have gotten something from it. But I think that's why he's shaking his head. Not that he chose the wrong ball, but the execution was really off.
The shot was on. It was a half track and the shot was on, but not getting a lot of bat on it. And a very good catch taken in the end by Clark, moving to his left. So Lennox has picked up a wicket.
What does Lennox have to do to get something wrong in this series?
Don't play him.
He bowls well and he bowls a side to victory. He bowls a loose delivery and picks up the West Indies captain.
And he's smiling because he knows he's wiping his hands in the outfield because he knows that was a half tracker. But that is the way how cricket goes. It doesn't take a good ball to get a batsman out sometimes.
It just takes one.
One ball. We saw Sunday, Latham took a full toss from Laws. So it happens.
Here is Lennox over the wicket now to new batsman Rutherford, who turns this one up towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Yes, the glorious uncertainty of this game. On another day, Lennox will bowl. The ball will bounce and turn and beat the bat, and he wouldn't get anyone out.
Not a fella.
But today, a half tracker and gets the big fish. Here is Rutherford giving himself room and just pushing up into the offside. There's no run. Lennox.
Rutherford has some tee up on that right arm. That bothersome right arm.
Over the wicket to Rutherford. That one hurries on to him. He gets off the mark. A return comes in. A good after that bit of work. Is that Santner again?
Yeah, he's going to his strong
that
hand.
Man out of the game.
He's going to his strong side, the left side. So they had to get the engines rolling to get in. Casey Carty is not a tall man. And Santner quite long getting that ball quickly, but Carty obviously getting home quite easily in the end to get Rutherford off the strike.
So Carty now on strike. Rutherford has one. Hasn't got a score yet in the series, Rutherford. Carty comes forward, gets a ball that deceives him. He came forward looking to play it up into the offside, and that one obviously came back into him. It came off the inner portion of the bat, went up towards mid-on position. Mid-wicket had to come around and pick it up. Good ball in here by Lennox, and Carty drives, finds the man at backward point. So not finding the gaps, Carty. But you can tell from the body language he's not feeling that good about himself.
Yeah, he's getting frustrated. He cannot get frustrated. He's just lost the captain, and he's been there now for some 50 balls. He's only got 19 runs, but he has to weather the storm. He has to fight through this difficult passage of play and then start to try to get into a rhythm so he can flow.
And he's got to read the game too, because if you look at it, Hetmeyer, Ford, and Moti are the next in. If they bat for any length of time, they will score runs. It comes natural to them scoring quickly. And even with Rutherford, if Rutherford stays there for half an hour, he'll have 20 or 30 runs. And he's got to recognize that his job is not to get out, virtually, and maybe feed the strike to Rutherford. Now, the problem will come if they lose another wicket or two. And Carty finds himself there with a couple more wickets down. Then he has a problem. But for now, I think Carty just needs to be calm and recognize that he's batting with players and he has players around him who can score more readily. Here is Rutherford coming forward, stroking this one up to Santner out at extra cover.
Santner's feeling everywhere, man.
Oh yes,
he's in the action zone.
He's in the action zone, and maybe he places himself. He reminds me in that respect of former West Indies captain Pollard. Here is a guy who is using his feet, Rutherford, and playing this one down to backward point. Could almost get four, but excellent work done out on the boundary. They'll come back for the third run. Excellent fielding to save one run. But yes, Kyron Porter was something like that. Tend to put himself where he expected the ball to go, and Santner seems to be cut from that cloth.
Yes, Rutherford looking to use his feet, getting a tad too close to the ball, and ended up just opening the back face.
Who made that brilliant save? I give you one guess.
Lennox. That's your favorite cricketer from New Zealand. He has a nice name.
Yeah, the Lennox and Santner show. I think we can call it that.
They buy him spectacles and they bowl left arm spin.
Bracewell bowling right arm off spin into Carty, who turns this one down towards square leg. There's no run for him. He's got 19 from 51. Rutherford 4 from 5. Interesting battle building up here. This is building up maybe into the type of game we had on Sunday. I don't think that the crowd will want such an exciting outcome as this delivery is in the air, but well away from the field. And they will get a single. Yes, I don't think that those who were here on Sunday will want to go through that again.
No, someone might not make it home. Sunday obviously was a heartbreaker. They fought well with 188, and just as you're about to close the door, the hinges drop off.
Yes. Reminds me of when you build. Did you build sandcastles in your day? Is this delivery? It brings the batsman forward, and you build it, and then the sea comes in.
It all depends on where you build the sandcastle.
Yeah, well, if you build them too close to the water, then you know, right. Or if you're doing the building blocks and you go up and then all of a sudden they fall. That's what happened to West Indies on Sunday. Why am I talking about that? That's to be forgotten. Here is a ball that is, I got the impression it deceived Rutherford a bit as he came forward, but in the end he kept it down enough that it dropped before it got to the fielder square on the offside. He overcomes and then 25 overs gone. 123 for the loss of 3, 20 to Carty, and 4 to the new batsman Rutherford. More from Philo Wallace, and then it's going to be Lyndon here.
Yes, at the same stage after 25 overs, New Zealand were 130 for 3. West Indies 123 for 3. New Zealand obviously got it to 268 for 9 of their 50 overs. And they've lost captain Shea Hope, the mainstay of the batting. Rutherford has joined Casey Carty. Carty continues, obviously, to fight through this difficult passage of play. He's faced some 52 balls, only 20 runs, but he's there. As I say, good night to Lyndon Yard.
Yes, thanks, Philo. Good night to you again. And here is Carty striding forward. He has 20 from 53. And West Indies at 123 for loss of 3. This is a critical juncture. And Lennox operating from the Joe Garner end. Pull him! The wicket of Casey Carty never looked comfortable. It was just a matter of can he survive or how long can he survive. And Injudition gets the better of him as he throws caution to the wind, looking to hit that one between the Garfield Sobers Pavilion and the 3W stand. And he has been castled at the region's mecca. And you'll have to say at the moment, New Zealand are on top with West Indies, 123 for the loss of 4, Philo.
If Australia is down under, New Zealand on top. West Indies are in bad shape. Carty played a horrible shot. Look at the slug sweeper, full left delivery. He's gone for 20. His miserable knock has come to an end, some 54 balls. And again, it shows that the vulnerability or in that attitude of West Indies when it comes to batting, slow bowling. Because they're not really spinning the ball that much. They're just bowling the ball on a gun line with a hint of turn, but not that much discomfort for Carty to have batted, so stodgy, and then give the gift of this wicket away to that man Lennox, who's bowled 4.2 overs. He picked up 2 for 13 and into Hetmar. So we have the two Ghanis. Hetmar, 59 matches, 54 innings, 1,569 runs, average at 31.38. Now he has been the savior of playing spin. And we see here on the monitor Carty just a struggle against spin, which continues, and this is something that obviously Carty and batting coach Floyd Reefer will have to work out in the off season. How best can you get this young man to get more at playing slow bowling?
Well, Shimron Hetmar is the new batsman and in some circles he's deemed as a good player of spin. Can he arrest the crisis before him?
It is left to be seen. He's just come straight into this ODI setup from out of America. He's opted not to wear the helmet. We're going to see how he goes.
As Lennox, 2 for 13 is into him, first delivery. And he plays it not intentionally. The ball getting a little bit big on him. Or the intended block he was looking to play. Ricocheting on the offside. The fielder at cover fields. And no run. 123 for the loss of 4. Here is Lennox into bowl to Hetmar. Whips it out to the mid-wicket position. The fielder from square leg gets to it first. And Hetmar opens his account in Bridgetown. With the West Indies moving along to 124 for the loss of 4. And that brings the badly out of form Sherfin Rutherford into strike. He has 4 from 7. And Jaden Lennox. Left arm spin, and a lazy looking Rutherford.
No emotions at all. He's just cold like the Arctic. He just defends the ball. He just walks away. His body language is very languid, very laser fear.
Lennox to bowl to Rutherford onto the back foot. Punches it straight to Will Young. And there's no run. The end of over number 26. West Indies precariously placed at 124 for the loss of 4.
Yes, a successful over there from Jaden Lennox, who is Philip Hackett's favorite cricketer out of New Zealand. He's in the action all the time. He's bowled wonderfully well. Very good control. Good skills. He's picked up over 5 overs, 14 runs. He's picked up 2 wickets. And he continues to pose a threat to the West Indies batters. We saw him in Guyana, picked up 5, On Sunday he was not that effective, but he's come here on Tuesday night and he's showed why New Zealand has him in the squad. He's bowled in tandem with the captain Sankner, and Sankner's continued with him, and he's produced the goods so far.
And it is the right arm off spin of Bracewell. And the first delivery hit, Murray doesn't have a clue. Taken by the keeper.
Yeah.
Doesn't look phased by the result of that.
Look at the
Playing
ball
miss.
off the pitch. The ball just fizzing past the outside. There's a hint of turn. You can see him there just saying that ball pitch and spun away from me.
And this one is onto the back foot, forces it out into the cover region. The sweeper is off the boundary. And they take one.
I'm going to sit here. I'm going to hope that I can see Hetmar and Rutherford run too.
You're looking forward to something
Miraculous.
miraculous. It's possible.
Everything is possible under the sun, moon, and stars.
Lennox the field in the cover boundary. Here is Bracewell in. And lunging forward is Sherford Rutherford. And similar to Hetmar, pushes his gloves up to the ear.
Says
So
that ball has
the
turned.
ball is turning.
I like the length he's bowling too. He's saying if you want to come for me, you got to reach it first. Rutherford is just staying in the crease.
Bracewell none for 7 in his third over to bowl to Rutherford. Rutherford goes for a big hit and gets it into the mid-wicket region involuntarily, looking to hit that one out over the cover region. No foot movement, just reaching and hoping. Fellow, you have a big giggle going 126 for loss of 4.
He's nowhere near the ball. He's looking at the ball over extra cover. His hands are away from his body, and the ball hit a tick inside edge and down to mid-wicket for a single.
Hetmar on strike. He has 2. West Indies 126 for 4. Hetmar is looking to hit this one square. Finds the fielder at the short third man position, who fumbles a bit, but recovers quickly enough to prevent the single. That is ball is with Mitchell Santner. Tosses it to Bracewell, who is about to complete his third over. None for 8. He's into bowl to Hetmar. Hetmar is stylishly in front of his stump, plays the ball up on the offside. The end of a good over. New Zealand, they continue to have the West Indies in this stranglehold at 126 for loss of 4.
I love this challenge here.
It's
Bat
another
versus
challenge.
ball. It is another challenge.
The last time you had this challenge, Philo, you West Indies lost the wicket.
Yeah, it's a challenge between slow bowlers and batters. Now we have 2 batters from Guyana. We know that the pitches in Guyana, slow and low, turners, a lot of spin. Now we're seeing Hetmar, who's supposed to be a good player spin, also Rutherford, supposed to be a good player spin. They're finding the going a little tough. It's not as easy as they thought it would have been, because the New Zealand slow bowlers are bowling at a good pace. And they're varying their pace and they're varying their lengths, but the line is absolutely perfect.
The action continues as Lennox is in and Rutherford is forward. You say they're bowling at a good pace, Philo, but I think what they're doing, they're starving the West Indies batsmen, give them no pace to work with. If you want pace, it means you're going to have to come for the ball.
Yeah, but it has
They're not prepared to go for it.
They don't use their feet. They're too heavy set batters. They're not going to advance down the pitch.
And Rutherford comes forward, stops delivery in front of him. So suddenly, we have had the disappearance of boundaries, and suddenly, singles
Yeah, because the release
are hard to come by.
Yeah, the release shot for Rutherford is going to be looking to hit the man over extra cover, inside out.
Here is Lennox, 2 for 14. An attempted sweep by Rutherford.
And you can hear his voice. Wait. He's under pressure, Rutherford. You can see it. He's not as fluent and as free as he accustomed.
I think he came into this game with 40 runs from 4 games.
But that's 10 runs in innings.
He has 5 so far.
That's droppable.
And to this delivery, he's on to the back foot. He'll pick up his 6th run. It moves the West Indies to 127 for 4.
You know, Lyndon, what really amazes me is selection of West Indies squads and teams. We keep hearing that we have to play this and we have to play that and be involved. But yet you see some fellas that just come straight through the cracks. Now he's batted 4 times for 40 runs in a 5 ODI series game.
In a series that you've already lost.
Yes, and he's still playing.
Even with an injury. And now he's getting a single as Hetmar pulls that one to the mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket fielder.
I would like to know if Stats has picked him.
He definitely wasn't picked on stats, because I think that, having lost a series and he's only gotten 40 runs in 4 games, he definitely should have been out of this game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
it
quite
gives
strange.
it gives an opportunity to another fellow who probably hasn't had the same run as him,
Yeah, it's quite
and
strange.
gives him the opportunity to get a knock under his belt for future games.
Well, the next series is against India, one day series, I think. Bangladesh will go down to Bangladesh and India. So after that, over from Lennox, West Indies, they move up. So Lennox have got 13 wickets in this series as well. So well done to him. But the West Indies continue to try to claw their way out of this little hole that they find themselves in. Rutherford and Hetman, these two have to really bat well and bat deep into these 50 overs to give West Indies any chance of getting that 269 that was scored by New Zealand earlier today. But you have to give credit to the New Zealand bowlers. They've stuck to their guns, and they're actually winning the battle so far.
Bracewell. High in the air. The fielder at mid-wicket is interested, and he drops it. He's put it down, and a life for Sherfin Rutherford, and unbelievably,
Will Young.
he only ran one, as Will Young had a day and a half and all of tonight to take that catch, Philo, and he made a meal of it.
Yeah, he spilled it quite easily. It's like giving a child an ice cream, and the child allowed the ice cream to melt, and it just dropped straight through his grass. That's the second catch he's dropped. Rutherford was walking to the pavilion because he thought that he would have been out.
Well, 130 for the loss of 4. Hitmar turns the ball into the mid-wicket region. Will pick up his fourth run, as it would bring
And it has nothing
Rutherford on the strike.
That's nothing to do with lights.
Elementary
At night-
catch, Philo.
Yeah, at night
Just
the
got
ball-
himself too far wrong
Yeah,
from the
and
ball,
the
and then lost his balance while the ball was coming down.
At night the ball falls quickly.
Here is Bracewell on the way onto the back foot goes Rutherford, forces it through the cover region, bisects the two fielders. A cover and extra cover for a single. So Rutherford, with some sign of urgency now, he's up to 9 from 18. West Indies, 132 for the loss of 4.
He's blowing as
28.3 overs.
well. He's blowing.
What is blowing, Philo?
Means he's exhaling.
Oh, I thought you meant the wind was blowing.
No, there's no wind blowing.
Here is a delivery which is pulled down to Young off the mid-wicket boundary. And a single attained.
Will Young is normally a good catcher, but obviously he got too far under the ball and then had to reach back.
I think you're perfectly correct,
Yeah.
Phil. Perfectly correct. Instead of using the boundary right technique where you go around the boundary,
Yeah.
go around the ball.
Yeah,
Because first you got to pick up the direction the ball is coming. And that gives you a chance if you go around the ball. I suppose if you come into the ball and then find the ball sliding away from you.
And then
Added to that, he lost his balance, never had control of it, and put down a sitter
then he
at 9:01.
He find himself in the wrong dropping zone of the ball, and obviously spilled the catch.
133 for the loss of 4. Here is a debut. It's swung into the Greenwich, and he stands for 6 by Rutherford. And with that 6, he's up to 15. And the West Indies, after 29 overs, 139 for the loss of 4, in pursuit of 269 for victory. That's the
Yes.
latest score from Kensington.
Rub salt into the wounds of Will Young. Drop a dolly, similar shot, but this time he made good contact, Rutherford, and hit it into the top tier of the Greenwich, and he stand for a maximum, and the crowd are rocking. And obviously the admission to this game is free, and you see the people really enjoying themselves at Kensington Oval. I'm sitting here, and I'm just saying that when the CPL comes around, we have the final 2 weeks. I think it's going to be a mega event. But the West Indies, they continue to fight their 139 for 4.
Here Marowitz on Lennox. Says one high in the air, straight into the 3W stands for 6 runs. So once again, Philo Wallace, the heat has been turned up. Consecutive 6s, 1 to Hitmer, 1 to Rutherford, and West Indies. Maybe they're motoring on. 145 for the loss of 4.
Yes, a very good shot there from Rutherford. A full length delivery, slightly fighting. This time he hit straight through the ball.
Hitmer.
Hitmer making very good contact and sealing it into that big stand, the 3W stand for 6.
You can hear the buzz as Hitmer goes on the back foot. And that one playing a little too careful. Goes into the offside. There's no run. And we've got a good crowd on hand, Philo Wallace. And what has really impressed me, it's a young crowd, Philo.
Yes, one of the ladies who works downstairs, she said a lot of young people are here, which is always good to see, because they're the future of spectatorship in Barbados for cricket and other sports.
Pulled out a square leg for a single. They are the future Philo, but the important thing I think here for me is the word free.
Right.
Got to take that into consideration.
I agree, but somebody still has to pay the bill. I don't know how free it is.
146 for 4. Rutherford plays the ball to Satner. Was it under his control? Lennox will have his final 2 deliveries to complete his 7th over. 2 for 24. He's bowling from the Joe Garner end. Comes in to bowl to Sherfield Rutherford, who looks to sweep the P for leg before. And umpire refer not at all interested. And
Lennox is the keeper that like it touched the bat. It's a very, very full delivery. And Sankner is looking at, obviously asking the clock, but he's clearly now not going to go up because Lennox said he thinks he has played the bat. A nice jiggle from the captain. I like his style of captaincy, very calm.
29 overs and 5 deliveries gone. 146 for 4 is the latest score as the 30th over comes to an end. Hipmer is on 12 from 12. Rutherford, Sherfield Rutherford is on 15 from 23. New Zealand having made 268 for 9 off their 50 overs. In response, the West Indies are going to have a double change. 146 for the loss of 4. And Philo Wallace will make way for Hendy Wallace. And it's going to be Andrew Mason who's going to come a call in with his good friend, good partner in Hendy Wallace. And Hendy, we've seen a flurry of boundaries, back-to-back sixes by the West Indies batsmen, Shimron, Hitmar, and Sherfield Rutherford. Maybe just to increase the tempo of the game, 146 for 4. More from you, and then Andrew Mason. I just get to do this first delivery, which is stroked by Hitmar down to the field of the long off boundary. Takes the total to 147 for the loss of 4. Andrew, welcome back. Where's your money?
Well, my money is in my pocket. Yes, indeed, I've been away for a long time, but I'm happy to be back. Here's Bracewell, comes up, bowls to Rutherford, the man from Enmore on the east coast of Demerara. Plays the ball squarely offside down to backward point. There's no run. 122 to get from 118 balls. It's 147 for 4 and over number 31. Bracewell, the off spinner. None for 19. 4 overs and 2 balls. Comes in on his way to bowl to Rutherford. Into this delivery, Rutherford is onto the front foot. Plays the ball into the offside out towards cover. There's no run. Good night to my good friend Hendy Wallace. How do you say it now, Hendy? Can you tell me?
It's been getting very tough, Andrew, since you were last with us.
It's been I should have stayed then.
Well, it was a spin test, and the batters were struggling.
Yeah, I heard Carty failed miserably. Here's the delivery to the land of the off stump, and they'll look for a single here. And there's Atmar. The spike is size, gets home. The ball was pushed out towards cover. The fielder cover didn't pick it up cleanly. And they say you shouldn't run on a misfield, but he got home. So how do you read it now? 148 for 4, 30 overs and 4 balls gone?
Well, I mean, the West Indies are not out of it, but the spinners have really gathered some momentum to the fielding side. And we just saw a couple of big shots that went for sixes, which just ease a little bit of the pressure.
Right.
But you know the West Indies batters are 6 hitters.
Oh, they're 6 hitters,
so that tends to get them out of trouble. But also creates trouble for them.
They do, yeah. In fact, I was speaking to some of those who know, and they tell me they've got about 7,000 here tonight. Well, we shall see. 149 for 4. Here's a delivery. This is on the line to middle stump ball by Bracewell, pushed away by Rutherford down to mid-wicket. There's no run. Just having a chat with some people as I was coming to the ground, having done my radio show. They were telling me they've got about 7,000, a pretty good crowd tonight,
It's a very good crowd, and it's really grown since the early stages this afternoon. I suppose people getting in from work and stuff like that, or stopping by after work. And yeah, it has certainly grown. I actually thought it was more, when someone was asking me to guess as I looked around, you know, it's always very deceptive in the party stand.
Yes.
But I thought it was wrong about the 5,000 mark. But if you said...
Yeah, but I was told around...
I may have missed the 2,000 wrong.
Yeah, I think so, you did, yes. in the stand, we had Dane Maynard, the former Barbados Festival. He just shouted me, hello, good old Dane Maynard. If you ask me in my career as a broadcaster, the disappointment, but I really thought he had all the ingredients maybe to go all the way when I first saw him, and I took him up to St. Catherine's, used to bowl pretty sharp indeed. 150 for 4, Hetmar 15, Rutherford is on 16, and your favorite bowler Lennox continues.
Yes, he's been really impressive in this entire series and certainly didn't let down his team today so far. He's picked up those 2 wickets and looking for more.
Well, he starts his run again to Rutherford, the left-hander, into this delivery. He's back and forces the ball away into the offside. Down between backward point and cover. There's protection on the boundary. The cover fielder comes off to pick it up. In front of the Greenwich Lane stand, the West Indies go to 151 for 4. Let's look at that equation now, which is interesting. 51 for 4, 31 overs and 2 balls gone. Lennox to continue. He's going to see what he can do here. 151 for 4. Just waiting on Rutherford and Hetmar to get ready to Guyanese. Hetmar is 15, Rutherford is 17. And Hetmar is the batsman coming from Berbice. Settles and waits, and here's Lennox as he comes in from the northern end to bowl to Hetmar into this delivery. Hetmar is driving over the top. That's going to go towards the boundary, up towards the long off area, and we will pull back just about now to get a second. There's no long off. The ball went over mid-off. Didn't hit it all that well, Hetmar. And you could tell by the lack of timing, the ball didn't race away to the boundary. Back for the second, 153 for 4.
Yes, just picking his spot there, and the challenge has been left there by Satner to have the mid-off fielder in for Hetmar to attempt that shot because he's playing slightly against the spin. He got enough bat on it to clear the mid-off.
Here's Lennox, bowls to him. He's on the back foot, forces the ball away nicely up towards that long on area. Didn't have a bad World Cup at all, Hetmar. Hetmar's driving. Not going to take the single again. Ball pitched up and it went in the air down towards Sankno, came inside the circle that covered to stop it. There's no run. Philo.
Yes, a good delivery there for Nathan Smith. On length again outside the off stump. Looking to attack Hetmar's stumps. He just drive it. Not getting a lot of timing. And the ball just going up to cover where Sankno is on the 30-yard circle. And again, he refused to take that single. So Hetmar obviously is telling the New Zealanders, look, I am the one who's going to score those 20 runs. Yeah.
Here's Smith again from the northern and under the light set. Kensington Oval in bowls to Hetmar to this delivery. Hetmar's driving straight down towards the long on area. This time he takes the run off the third ball, pitched up, went a long way down towards that long on area for 1. So, Seals, the man, will have to do battle. And the equation now, Philo Wallace, 90 to get from 27 balls, but more importantly, just 2 wickets left.
Yeah, West Indies are looking obviously to get those 19 runs.
Yeah.
But as you said, when they look back, there's only one fella in the hut, and his name is Laws.
Laws.
And he's 11.
Yeah, he's 11.
There isn't much you can get from him. Drilled that ball down to long on, went through for the single, and then when he got up to the north striker, said, he hold his head up to the heaven and said, help me, Lord, I need an answer.
Lord, send an answer for we, the mighty Gabby, 250 for 8. Now Seals will do battle against Smith, who decides to go around the wicket. He's got the short point. There is more protection on the offside. There's a man up cover. There's an extra cover. As he comes up now, bowls to Seals, and Seals is coming right across the stumps, pushes down towards mid-arm. There's no run. What they've also done to New Zealand is that they're just having men inside the circle, because the other thing too, they've got to be careful too. Yes, squeeze it. Let's look at the field, Philo. There's a short third man. There's a man at backward point. There's a man at cover. There's a mid-off. They're all inside the circle. Extra cover as well.
Yeah, mid-on, a short mid-wicket.
They're all inside the circle.
All inside the circle.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men inside the circle, saving 1. Smith round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Seals, and to this delivery, Seals is staying the ball, and an open blade down to third man, gets the run. Played that quite well, the crowd cheering at Kensington Oval. So what do we have now? It's gone to 18 to get from 25 balls, 251 for here's Philo Wallace.
Yes, Nathan Seal coming around the wicket to the left-handed Jaden Sealy. That's Jaden Seals. That ball was wide of the off stump, and Seals just opened the back face quite nicely and let Hetmar know, look, I can do this.
You can do that, yeah.
And I can rotate the strike. So the clear single, every run counts.
Well, one ball is left here now, Philo, and one would think Hetmar will be looking for the single.
Well, he has lots of space.
Yeah, lots of space. Look, a backward point, and then
a short term and a backward point, short extra cover, a long off, a long on, a sweep on the outside, short fine leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a deep backward swing.
Smith in both Hetmar. Hetmar gets one outside the line over the leg stump, works the ball away, will get the single, and it goes through the fielder at cover, and he'll have a chance for another run, but he says, no, I'm going to take the responsibility here. the former West Indies under-19 captain who led them to the World Cup. Of course, victory back in 2016. That's a long time ago. The return came in, went in no man's land, had a chance for a second, but he said no, no, no. So, 57 to Hetmar. Seals has got one. 70 to get from 24 balls. 252 for 8 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and this is a knife edge here at Kensington. Over West Indies at one stage were cruising.
Yeah.
Yeah,
with Hetmar and Rutherford batting.
Then Rutherford, sure.
Rutherford gave his hand away with a
He
swipe.
got it with a third shot.
Oh my God! Yeah, tired. Yeah,
shot.
got to get fitter,
Yes,
Mr. Rutherford.
It's just
He's got the feeling when he got to his 50, he said he had enough.
Yeah, but you can't have enough if you're looking to win. I think 3-2 is better than 4-1.
I agree with you.
So Hetmar now has the responsibility of batting to get these 17 runs
to
win this fifth and final ODI for the West Indies. He can do it.
He can do it.
But he has to apply common sense.
Here's Duffy, who was on a hat-trick in the last over, comes up now to bolt Hetmar, in both Hetmar. Hetmar is hitting the ball up towards the fielder, dragging the ball up towards long on. It was in there for a long time, and he decides not to take the run. Wow. Looking to go for broke. Brestwell came off the boundary. He's got a bat with some care there. And the crowd very much involved in it.
Very much involved.
Yeah.
Saying, why don't you bat properly?
Bat properly, Mr. Hetmar.
Yeah, it's not beyond you. You're in the game. You have 23 balls with 17 runs.
Yeah.
You could bat normal here.
I think so. Duffy again from the southern comes up now. Both Hetmar to this delivery. Hetmar is swiping outside the off, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. A change of pace there. Hetmar played a day and a half early.
Yes, very good bowling from Jacob Duffy.
Wow.
Length delivery swung down to mid, the long on no run. Then he went just a tad wide outside the off stump, rolling his fingers across the ball. Now Hetmar swinging this time, missing the ball. The ball ricocheting from the keeper, but no run. Hetmar still on strike, and Duffy has bowled 2 dot balls.
17 to get from 22 now. Hetmar is 57 from 60. Seals has got 1 from 4. Can the West Indies get over the line? Duffy looking for his 4th wicket. Starts to run, operating from the southern end of the Malcolm Marshall end. Comes up now, elbows pumping, goes past the umpire, final leap, and both pitch and swept away. That's gone for 6 runs, full toss. And that swung wide of long on. That's gone for 6. And Hetmar said, well, you're going to bowl me a full toss. I'm going to hit you away. And he did. That's an important boundary.
He's looking for the Yorker. Jacob Duffy. He missed his length.
He did.
And he found the ball on the big bat from Shamrock Hetmar. And he hit it wide of long on.
6 runs.
6 runs. So he brought the equation down. That's gone 80 meters. That's a good blow from outside the off stump.
And he comes again to both Hetmar, up both Hetmar. Hetmar gets a wide ball. That's going to be called a wide. I could have called that. You could have called that. And it's
Stevie
wide
Wonder
off stump. Stevie Wonder as well. Yeah. I wonder if he would have. So wide. So can Hetmar get the West Indies over the line? They should have gotten over the line when the teams met on Sunday.
I think he can.
Yeah, I think he can.
Momentum is with him.
Yeah, the momentum is with Hetty, they call him. Some people call him Hetmar. It's 10 to get from 21. Duffy comes in, both Hetmar. Hetmar gets the ball, swung away lustily. That's gone miles into the Greenwich and then stand over the wicket. That's a huge hit from a big man from Berbice. And now they require 4. And Hetmar is turning us on here at Kensington Oval. Well played to Hetmar.
Yes, a wonderful shot from Shamrock Hetmar. I like delivery. Nothing behind it. Just a looping length delivery. And he favours that leg side, Shamrock Hetmar. And he just dragged it from outside the off stump. Got a lot of bat on it. And he hit it straight on top the Greenwich and he is stand where those beautiful solar panels
Solar panels, yes.
And the ball is resting quite nicely between them.
Indeed.
So another ball has to come out. And the crowd, they're happy, they're jumping.
Very happy indeed.
West Indies now are just 4 runs away.
4 runs away.
From winning this fifth and final ODI here at Kensington Oval. Hetmar, obviously the star of the show.
Yep, he is. Well, he's been quiet. This is the 2nd match. He's gone to 69. He's such an interesting player. You always want to play Hetmar. In fact, there was a stat coming up that he hadn't made a lot of runs in a long time.
A lot of them have not.
Yeah, that's very true, Philo Wallace. Just short, the noted journalist had sent me some information in terms of Hetmar. So look at that. In fact, it is last set of scores 8, 6, 11, 6, 11, 9, 4, 32, not 12. 24, 4, and 26. Well, he's come big here now.
You have to send those numbers to me, Andrew. I want to play lotto.
Yeah,
Please,
indeed.
seriously, I do.
Yeah, indeed. Wow. And that's since 2019.
Wow.
So
Stats did not pick him.
No, not at all. Couldn't have picked him. He was picked because they believe that he's got the potential. Now, Hetmar looking to win the game for the West Indies, looking to get the coup de grace under the lights. Here's Duffy, 4 again. Comes up now on his way to Bolt Hetmar, in Bolt Hetmar. Hetmar is getting him outside the house, allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper. Thought of going after it, but decided against it. Pulls out of the shot, and we've got 4 balls left. No, 1 ball left in the over now. Hetmar is there on 69. Seals has got 1, and the crowd is quite happy. They feel that the West Indies can get over the line here.
Umpire Alex Morpher signal 1 for the over.
Yeah.
And that ball just bounced twice. 1 bounce before it got to Tom Latham.
Yeah.
But good aggressive bowling from Duffy. He's not giving up yet. Sacked down Duffy in a long conversation. You know he's bowled 2 bad balls that has cost him 12 runs.
Yeah.
And that is the beauty of cricket and pressure. You're looking to go one way in relation to bowling wide of the off stump, and then you decide you're going to look for the Yorker, got it round, get hit for 6, then you came length on the next delivery and pull for 6, equation drops, and now pressure is on you to obviously keep Hetmar on strike. They're just trying to get a dot ball and also look to get a wicket. So Duffy has put himself under triple pressure.
He now decides to go round the wicket here now, on his way to bowl Hetmar, 4 to win, goes past the umpire, bowls Hetmar. Hetmar gets the ball outside line, the off stump, goes for that big drive, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. He can't get the run to pinch the strike, so still interesting here. So what do we have now, Philo? 265 for 8, 47 gone, 4 needed from 18 balls. That's the latest position here at Kensington Oval.
And that's where that ball is resting, just nicely between those 2 sets of solar panels, and it's directly in the middle.
Yeah.
Well done, Shamrock Hetmar.
Hit it with tremendous power.
Yeah, 4 runs required from 18
Yeah.
deliveries.
Now, can Seals survive here?
I think he can.
You think he can?
I think he has the ability to do it.
Yeah. We've seen it at the regional level.
You know, this is international.
Of course it is. That's why I said it.
More letters.
And look at the field. Describe this field for me.
It's called an umbrella.
Umbrella.
And they're all wearing black.
And it's not Rihanna's umbrella.
No. And there's no rain falling.
Oh my golly. Oh my golly. So 4 to get an umbrella. And it's going to be Smith looking to get a scalp. Comes up now to bowl to Seals. In bowls to Seals. Seal is wrapped in the pad. Ball going down the leg side. So they're all in, trying to stop that single angle across him, looking to work the ball away. And it's now 4 to get from 17 balls. Hetmar, 69 from 64. Hoping that Seals, Philo Wallace can stay with him and win the game for the West Indies.
Yeah, but this is good aggressive field placing here.
Yeah.
He's telling Seals, look, Seals, I'm giving you a ring.
Yeah.
If you want to try and be brave, go through the ring or go over the ring. Nathan Smith is operating around the wicket from the northern end, so that angle is coming into the stumps. And if Seals is not good enough to defend, he can find
he could be some trouble. So Smith again comes in to bowl to Jaden Seals, up to the wicket, bowls to Seals. Seals is covering across the off stump, steers the ball into the offside, down towards that cover area. There's no run, the ball is outside the off stump, and it's got to keep striking. They want to keep Seals on strike as much as possible. They hope to get him out and then expose Laws. So what do we have, Philo? 4 to get from 16 balls.
Yeah, the target is still 269. He still need 4. He's got 2 dot balls, so pressure is on Seal, but he's look calm.
Yeah, he's look calm so far.
My fear is when Smith now attacks his stumps.
Yeah.
Because those balls are just short of a length.
He's going to do that. There's no question about that.
I hope he can defend his stumps.
Yeah, I think he's setting him up here. Hope his bat is as broad as Port of Spain. Here's Smith round the wicket, elbows pumping, runs in with great deal of energy, in bowls. A ball which is hit away, over the top, it's going to go towards the boundary. And Jaden Seals has won the game for the West Indies. Well done to the Trinidadian. He embraces Hetmar, and the West Indies get over the line. It was not easy. A good victory. They win by 2 wickets.
Yes, a fantastic shot there from Jaden Seals. Just waited until Smith attacked his stump on full length and just stuck it over long on down to the boundary. A very good victory for West Indies. They will feel happy. They've come away obviously losing the series, but they've lost it 3-2 rather than 4-1. So it gives them a sniff of hope. They understand that chasing is their strength.
Yes.
They need to transfer that to when they bat first and set targets, they can defend them. But well played to Shamrock Hetmare, well played to Rutherford, and congratulations to the West Indies team for winning this fifth and final ODI here in Barbados.
Yeah, interesting. In fact, the two games that they won the toss, they won the game.
Yes.
The first game and the last.
And the last game.
Oh, interesting, Philo.
Yes, and they've come to Barbados at the death of the great,
Yes.
the Right Honourable
Sir
Sir Garfield St. Auburn Sobers. I'm just looking at the covers.
Right, okay.
And they've sent them off happy.
Right.
They've won the final ODI.
Yeah.
His funeral is going to be Wednesday here at Kensington Oval.
Yes.
And I think that this victory.
So this
is
one was for the
fitting.
great man.
It
Right.
has to be.
I agree.
And I commend them for winning this match.
Right.
And obviously bringing back some respectability
Yeah.
to West Indies cricket and this series. We thought that New Zealand were going to run away with it 4-1, but they pulled it back and they played a very good and solid fifth ODI. This is something now they can take forward and build and obviously continue to improve on their ODI cricket.
It's getting the attention of Mr. Neil Paris there. Neil, we got to try and get...
He's in awe.
He's in awe. He's a very happy man. He's his belly is full as well. Having
I don't
about
go
4
there.
or 5 times.
I don't go there.
But he's okay. And but I mean, and the West Indies would have given him a lot of joy as well. So, what do you make of it now, Philo? I mean, they lost the series, but in the end, interesting in terms of the scores, because when you look at the game that they've actually played, the similar scores.
Yes.
Yeah.
All.
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
All
From
the
68
all
to
the
69.
games. Yes, that's right. All the games that I've played.
And then there
in
was
the
some
series.
low scores.
But they fought well with the
they
low
fought
scores.
well.
I thought on Sunday to defend it, they defended 188 quite nicely. Unfortunately, a mishap in the field on a very crucial player caused West Indies the game. But when you look at today's game, sending New Zealand into bat, restricting them to 268, you thought that New Zealand would have gotten over 300 runs, but West Indies clawed their way back in when they bowled. And then in the batting, they started helter-skelter. They lost some wickets, but they got that consolidation period in, and a very good partnership between Rutherford, who got dropped quite early in his innings, and Hetmare, who obviously stayed there to the end to see it home for West Indies. And that is what a top-order battle will do when they're chasing a target. One of the batters from the top have to stay until the end, and that person obviously was Hetmare. 69 not out from 64 balls, 2 4s and 4 6s, a strike rate of 107.81. So well played to him. It just shows that once you use common sense in chasing targets, you cannot get over the line. But you also have to give credit to Jaden Seal. He was under pressure when he came in, but he held his own, and he just waited for the right 8 ball in the hitting area and his strength, and he obviously hit the winning runs for West Indies. But congratulations to them, and good luck moving on to Trinidad for the 2 test matches. But this one-day series has been well supported, and we saw that West Indies, once they continue, Andrew, to work on their game, I think they can claw their way back up the international table.
Yeah, I agree with that. And of course, 269 for 8 towards the end there. Duffy picking up 3 for 67, and certainly bowled pretty well. Smith 1 for 51. Lennox having a very good time in the Caribbean. Philo Wallace,
Yes.
9 overs, no middles, 3 for 35.
Yes, he came out again, obviously a hero, and he's in Barbados, and he showed why he's been included in this team. New Zealand obviously knows the quality of Lennox, Jaden Lennox. Ball well, good control on a surface. Like Barbados, where you have to impart a bit more to get out results on the surface. He's done it. He's bowled 9 overs. He took 3 for 35. Continues to lead the New Zealand bowling attack. Seichner, the captain, supported him well, but I like what Seichner did. He gave him the responsibility of leading in that spin bowling department, and he held his hand up. How you can leave the Caribbean knowing that he can play an important part in New Zealand's cricket going forward.
Now talk to me, Philo, about positive for the West Indies coming out of this series.
But the positive for the West Indies, obviously, is that we saw that the bowlers, I like Alzari Joseph. I thought he bowled well. He looks good in rhythm. Jaden Seal continues to impress, not getting the wickets that he would want, and I think that he will soon start to get wickets at the ODI level at a rapid rate. When you look also, we saw the emergence of Laws, Vital Laws. He's been introduced to international cricket with limited experience, but I think he's held his own. And moving forward, a work in progress, he also, I believe, should play more red ball cricket to develop more skills and more patience. And I think that he can be one that's going to help West Indies to re-emerge as a challenge in international cricket. But obviously, I like to see him play red ball cricket where he has longer spells and obviously bowl to more attacking fields. So well done to him as well. And I think that the other positives is that we saw, when we look at, I think O'Geese has something in him. I think but he just needs to temper his stroke play. He goes a little too hard too early as an opener. We saw John Campbell just for a brief. But I think if O'Geese is going to be looked at as the future, he just needs to temper his approach a bit, because he has the strip sixes here tonight. But he just needs to temper himself, look at the game scenario a bit more. And obviously, I think that he can have a fruitful career in West Indies cricket. When you look at Rutherford, he came out of Ghana with no runs, but he came to Barbados, and in this final game, he got a drop early, as I said before, but he weathered that. He put that behind him, and then we started to see him hitting the ball to all parts of this wonderful ground. And congratulations to him for obviously getting back into form with a 61 from 58 balls. And then Hetmer just hanging in there, showing his strength and his value at the bottom of the innings, as obviously he's dubbed as a finisher. And he really finished off the innings quite well. Also, you have to give credit to Moti as well. Andre thought he bowled well in this ODI series. Carrie Peer bowled well. It's just unfortunate he didn't make the trip to Barbados. But again, the left-arm spinners continue to impress. And we're hoping that they can go from strength to strength. We didn't see a lot of Shamar Joseph for one reason or another. But I think there are a lot of good things that have come out of this ODI series for West Indies and Captain Shea Hope, who's also come back into form. And we're just hoping that they can pick the pieces up from here and continue to move up that international ladder. I don't think they're going to qualify automatically for the World Cup. They might have to go into the playoffs. And if they do, they just have to play this type of ODI cricket, solid, calm, and just execute perfectly when it's time to execute. And they will find a way in that main bunch and go to the World Cup and represent West Indies with distinction.
And just before you go, Philo, next up, Pakistan. What are you looking forward to in terms of the West Indies playing against Pakistan? That starts on the weekend.
Yeah, not a lot of rest for these players.
No.
And maybe that's why Shamar Joseph has not played in the last couple of ODIs. But I expect West Indies to do well against Pakistan. They just won the series against Sri Lanka, a hard-fought series with a lot of runs being scored. The first game is going to be at Taruba, which is the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I hope that they get a good surface down there. Pakistan has had a good run out in that 3-day game against the West Indies Select. The batters got big scores, which means that they spend time at the crease. They have a new captain in